Welcome to the verdict room. Pull up a seat. We're seeking the truth. Dropping in week after week. Yeah. Last 24, lay it out on the table. True crime experts peeling back every angle. Looking for answers, real exact. Pin the timeline, track by track. Bronx telling tales, she keeps us in line. Every little detail, every tiny sign. They break it all down at Dago's Cafe. Coffee on the counter, new case, same day. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Hey! Typically unique, but the method is clean. Red string on the board, map out every scene. Replay the last call, rewind the last text. If it don't add up, they on to what's next. Side eyes, alibis, tear them apart. Trail through the dark with a flashlight heart. Bronx on the story, keeping pace on the track. Every minute, every motive, never holding it back. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Week after week, you know the sea's still warm. Cold case heat brewing up in the storm. From the Bronx to the booth, they connect every clue. When the hammer hits the wood, you know the verdict is you. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They drop the gavel one last time, and the truth keeps pulling you back. Yeah.
All right. Welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
My name is Jeff.
Oh,
Is it echoey?
no, it's glitchy.
It's Skippy.
Oh.
Glitchy. It's doing that.
It'll get rolling. I think you just something.
Same thing happened
I'm
last time.
really worried about this audio.
Oh, you
It's,
look pretty.
it's yes, you look very pretty this evening. Welcome.
Jesus.
I like your shirt.
All these colors, they're just matchy.
Betty Cuttable. Yes.
Yes.
So we haven't Mikey, I see all the time, but I haven't seen you in a week, Logan. How's your week been?
It's been good. It seems like this week was kind of long because mostly they tend to feel like they've been really short. But this week has been really long. I think it's because my brain is just turning so hard regarding the
Maybe have her go in and
What?
back out.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go out and come back
It's
in.
like
It's really choppy, Logan.
Is this any
It's
better?
like, it sounds like a, like almost a little
It's
a micro
stuttering.
robot of a
Yeah,
child.
yeah.
Better?
No,
you
it's worse.
just try going in. Come on, go. See what
Just-
happens.
Yeah, wait, say something.
Hello.
No, it's cutting out.
You'll be all right.
Your matrix is broken. You're glitching.
Oh no.
We'll
All right,
fix it.
I'll go back
Yeah.
out and come back in.
Go ahead. Go all the way out and then come back in.
Okay.
All right. So, Mikey, hello
Hi,
again.
Joey. How are you?
I'm wonderful, sir. How are you? Good to see you tonight.
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure.
Great show last night. Thanks for having me.
Yes,
And
sir.
for those of
Thank
you that tuned in, thank you for being there.
100%. Yeah, that was good. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. And, we had a little echo-ish going on, too.
Yeah. Is it gone now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%.
So, thank you guys all for being here while we're waiting on Miss Logan to come back. I appreciate all of you guys joining us. Thank you, the moderators, for being here. You guys are amazing, as always. Appreciate you. And tonight, as you guys know, we have Miss Julez with a True Crime Reactions. Super excited. I love talking to Julez and picking her brain. And plenty to talk about too, guys. Over the past week, many things have happened. We got
Big time.
Ray having his nervous breakdown or whatever the hell is going on with him. New interviews that have dropped, things, just all sorts. And it's all, of course, IDAHO4. Can you imagine us talking about another case?
No, buddy. They had the slow drip kicking for a while, and then nothing's new.
No, with the
slow
faucet
drip,
fully,
and then they send you in a spin, and
they open the faucet all the way up this time.
Now we got the media freaking going in some sideways directions.
Yes. So, and Kim, by the way, Miss Kim is not with us tonight. Unfortunately, she's at Lollapalooza, enjoying herself. So she will be back with us next week. Again, guys, when we have Mr. Andrew Myers and Miss Yoli joining us, Miss Kim will be back with that. So you just got myself, Mikey, Miss Logan, and of course the amazing Miss Julez to break things down with tonight. I'm excited.
Kim is definitely documenting her time.
Yeah, I saw some of that.
She went to some concert alone in Chicago, huh? She's a Lollapalooza. She's definitely, it's not her first time, but
no, and she sent me a full show for the Pumpkins, Smashing Pumpkins. I was like, hey, because I told her, I was like, I want to see it. So she recorded it and sent it. So, all right. Well, I guess I'll wait on Logan. But while we're waiting on Logan, we can bring the amazing Miss Julez in. Let me see. I think she might be here, guys. She might be here. Let me see. I heard an Uber come by. Let's see. Oh, she's here. Okay, hold on. There she is. Welcome, Miss Julez. How are you this evening?
That's literally how my son, my 17-year-old, I'm live. He cop knocks on my door.
That's like, what it is.
Excuse me, there's a microphone.
Police is here. Yeah.
So loud. That's
what it sounds like. Welcome, dear. How are you today?
Good. How you guys doing?
Awesome.
Very good. Awesome. Thank you, miss.
Even better now that you're joining us this evening.
Sorry about last weekend.
Yes.
Dude, what time did you end last night? Like 1:32?
I don't know.
2:30.
5 hours, 40 minutes. Same as last time, though. So, I mean, at least it was concise.
Right.
Oh, shit.
How long was it?
Hey, talk. Let's see if it's fixed.
Hello.
It is, but
yes, the mic's fixed. Still a little bit of an echo, but the mic is fixed.
Yeah, it sounds a lot better. Okay.
We got to get you headphones, Logan. That's all there is to it.
You're freaking making me look slack on the
changed. What's going on with the world?
It's
that's
burning.
the problem.
Heat exhaustion.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So since now that you're in here too, and again, you said you had a long week. You said, Logan.
I think it's because of everything with Bryan Kohberger, and on top of that, then we've got all the Ray stuff, and it makes you angry, and it makes you specifically at him, and then it just things keep playing out in your brain, like, oh, and that happened, and then that, whatever. So
everything that came from the one,
yeah. Like I said, unfortunately, Cy seems to have had a midlife crisis or a nervous breakdown or some shit, and all this crazy shit's happening.
But is he just tired of hiding? Because he kind of, in my personal opinion, at this point, he kind of seems like the leaker.
That's what I've been thinking. I wonder if he's the leaker, the Dateline.
I mean, he made comments, direct comments that came from the Dateline, bro.
And how he looks at, especially Olivia. To me, there's a visual connection there that's just not. It's a creepy visual connection, but that's been going on for a minute.
Yes, some of the stuff that Steve has been saying about, like, oh, why did Brian park here and look in this window? How long was he there? Blah blah blah. It's like kind of like the same script that Ray is now trying to say. So when I saw them, not so much on like the Jesse Weber thing. But on the Brian Hinton one, I was like, no, they've been talking for a hot minute, bro. They've been talking for a while. This is not a brand new conversation.
And you know what kills me is that they talked so much shit about him back in the day, and now they're best friends. That blows my mind.
Yes.
I think it would make perfect sense. Steve is already cocky. Add that guy. That was Steve's, in my opinion, maybe his original information. And why it was so flip-floppy, because look at Cy right now, how flip-floppy he's been in 2 weeks. Steve had this, that, oh, that's not right. I don't know.
Makes you wonder if Cy was always working for the prosecution and just played a little game here. Just saying.
See, I don't know.
I know that's
don't even know what to
conspiracy.
think. No, not really though. But no, because we can't trust anything that man's ever done now at this
Right,
point.
right.
But what I don't understand is if he really has all of these mapped out locations, and he says in his interview with Custody Queens that the prosecution saw everything he did when he turned in his report. His report says that he looked at all of these things, including the draft and the final that the FBI put together for the cast, meaning he saw the whole bundle of bullshit. Nothing new came in to suddenly make him change his mind. So where did it come from? Why are we now all of a sudden taking away the fact that you literally have in your entire summary, nowhere between June and November can you put the deceased and his phone together? Can you find them together in the residence? Can you find them together anywhere the entire time? That's why halfway through my live last night, I just took that piece from the report and put it as my backdrop and just moved me real tiny and just had it there the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, F you, bro. Like, you're lying. This makes no sense.
No.
Is it possible, and this is a long shot, I think, at this point, but is it possible that he is doing all of this, and by he, I mean Cyree, he's making this hoopla and a 180-degree turn from what he had been saying this whole time? Is it on purpose so Bryan Kohberger has an absolute 100% out for ineffective assistance of counsel? Because this man sat next to him and did work for him, lots of work for him,
I think that's
proving
what
that he's innocent.
I think Pavarotti believes that. Go ahead,
Right.
Jules.
But when he makes a horribly public statement like, I've been telling the whole time that this never happened to Brian, is that the prosecution didn't contact me first. What? That tells me that you're a bot bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna do whatever side that hires you first wants you to do, and F the truth, because there's no way that he would have stood up at trial and said, no, he was actually in that living room 5 times.
Nope.
No, he was actually following Maddie back and forth and all over the place, and they met.
Nope.
He would have never said none of that shit. He just said
Never.
a report that was filed in January. That's exactly what he was saying.
Yep.
I fully agree with you.
To trust, and I understand what people might say, like some sort of strategy, but we've got this man coming out not only saying what he's saying, not only very specifically, but also about the weapons, and also lying about the 1129 WSU thing, and a million other things on top of not showing any receipts, just talking out of his ass, and then bringing the most vilely loud family onto mainstream media for the millions to watch.
Having a full ass
And
breakdown.
you know, Steve said some crazy shit. Steve said some crazy shit about programs and protocols where people just willy-nilly go grabbing DNA and selling them to cops and databases. And
but hold up, we got this one that we're creating, and we just got to get a case where somebody would give us a call. Give us
my God! And
Brian was a boxer
out here saying this crazy stuff, and I'm like, Steve.
He's not even drunk, Jules.
I don't think so. Not like at CrimeCon.
No.
But the only story that he said was the same as how Shadow Dragon has some information for ransom. So I called and left them a voicemail today. Oh, I did. I recorded it.
Oh God, yes.
I found their number because the only thing that they had on their website.
I love living in Texas, huh?
Yeah, I can record anything as long as I'm right here and I know my damn laws here. I can do whatever the hell I want to do.
That's what's up.
So I looked for their number because on their website they have like a contact me form, but if you have a Gmail address, you can't freaking send it a form. They won't reply to a Gmail. Bougie ass little biatches. Okay. So then I left a voicemail on their number that they have listed for their company. And basically just was like, this is what's being said, and I'm just looking for a statement because this is a statement being made very publicly in front of hundreds of thousands of people by the father of a murder victim. And it's directed at your company, claiming that you are holding information that proves that Bryan Kohberger is guilty. Ransom. That's the word he's using. And I'm just looking for a statement. So I'm waiting to see if they respond. We'll see what happens.
I can't wait to hear the answer to that one.
Yeah.
And now, I know he's lost his mind at this point.
Yeah. He had to have
the statement today was so stupid. I mean, myself, I was up, and I know boxing very well. Jesse Schul, deals with sports online on his channel.
Yeah.
Dylan has a sports channel. Sarge used to be a boxer. Every one of us are sitting there when he makes this whole thing he's doing. 162 punches per minute. No fucking way. No way. Okay, it's not even possible. And you're gonna believe this guy that has dyspraxia and all these other issues do it, even after it was said that Bryan mostly went to the gym for socialization, not for boxing. Come on, dude.
Well, okay, so this isn't anything I've ever asked Melissa about. This is just how I've like taken the information that we've sort of gotten so far,
Yeah.
right? So around the time of like the weight loss and trying to kick the H habit is around the time that the boxing thing happened.
Yeah.
He'd already been diagnosed with dyspraxia and, you know, all these other things. We know that the guy that owned the gym was on the witness list for trial, and he'd also done an interview.
Yes.
And he also talked to James Patterson, and his story seems to be pretty consistent, that what Bryan was doing was more of a men's mental health type program that he had put together for young teens and young men, and that it had nothing to do with strength training or anything. It was literally like mental health, being rhythmic. And a big thing that I also got from a lot of comments from people on pretty much like everywhere that we're talking about this, when we saw his Strava thing and found that he was a runner, people started like acting like that was a big deal. And so many people in the, I guess, the group of people that have dyspraxia and have like all these mobility issues, they're like, running is all we can do. We can't play freaking basketball. We can't do anything where you have to target or try to have any sort of balance that's going to matter. All we can do is do cardio. All we can do is run. Like that's what we all do basically. I mean, there was comments like that everywhere. So it just seemed like the more stuff that came out, the more that for the things that are different to us when it comes to Bryan, for the way that he behaved in those things was normal. So what are we supposed to, I mean, I don't know what they would have actually done if the real truth got put out there, because at the end of everything was pretty much just normal.
Yeah.
There was a comment in chat a few minutes ago, and they were like, I'm really surprised that people on the prosecution side didn't bring up this whole boxing thing and like absolutely run with it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we didn't hear more about it, honestly.
Well, Steve also said it was an author that said something to him about this video. But he was trying to act like, oh, they were going to shove it in your faces. Where? In a book?
Where?
We put this in our faces in a book, Steve. That's not how that works. The state didn't have this. We saw the exhibit list. Did we see a video about him boxing?
Not at all.
No.
So he was just talking out his ass again.
I mean, and the sad part, Jules, is that he is becoming, well, not becoming. It has become quite like real that's what he's been doing for a long time. Let me put it that way, because
he's been lying the entire time. Yes,
the whole time. The whole time.
Yeah, and it's not like it's just like, oh, I don't like him because I found out about Samantha and that whole thing. No, I can take what he said here and what he said here and put them together, and they're not the same. The same thing with Christy. We have Christy back in December before Kohberger was even arrested. 2 days before Bryan Kohberger was arrested, she did the interview. Well, the family did their like documentary interview with Chronicles of Olivia, and in there she talks about them looking at the 11/12 footage. Well, then a couple months ago, she does that interview with Chris Hansen and tells Chris Hansen that they've never seen it before. No, you definitely seen it before. We've got you coming out of your own mouth that you've seen it before. Why are you lying?
The Grinch.
And then we get called all kinds of names and get, threatened and everything else, because we're just asking for, why are you not being honest? How is asking someone to take accountability for when they've been dishonest about something that we can prove? How is, I just don't understand.
She's dishonest every 10 seconds she talks.
I mean, it's so bad too. Thank you, Sharon, for gifting those memberships. For Jules, appreciate that very much. 100%. And they're just mean people. I understand. Yeah. Okay, I understand they're lost. And guys, we have given condolences on it millions of times. That's why we're here. We've all said this in every one of our channels. We are here because of their loss. Whether they like us or not, we're here to look for real justice and actual truth because of their loss. Whether they like us or not, it is what it is. And these people attack us on a daily basis. We all know the comment about the Murder Has a Name foundation being put out. Somebody went in and said, this wonderful foundation is great. Are you guys going to use this to be able to test the hair? And she comes back and says, I absolutely would do if it was true. Now, kindly go fuck yourself. Who talks
Oh,
like that?
she's been going off even worse.
Yeah.
She said something to somebody a couple days ago where they were asking a bunch of different questions, and they were real respectful. They weren't being rude. They weren't,
Yes.
Whatever. And what matters here with the way that Christy responded to this, which is what I'm going to get to, is Christy's perception of things. Okay,
Right.
it doesn't. It's just like religion. It doesn't matter what I feel. It matters what the person who makes the statement feels. So when Christy says to somebody that she disagrees with, I hope they let him out and he comes and visits you and your family, that means that she hopes that the man that she believes brutally killed her daughter goes and does the same thing to someone else. That's exactly what that means.
Yes, ma'am.
So her fight after that, before she came out and put this fake ass apology out there, was it doesn't matter if what I think. If she thinks that he's innocent, then why is she so upset about it? Because it doesn't matter what she thinks. It matters from the person who made the statement.
Thank you. Your mentality, the mentality you have to make a statement like that is very disturbing.
Their intentions, exactly.
Yes. Thank
And
you.
I mean, and people, she wants to sit there and say this isn't who she is. Yes, it is. We've read the messages between you and your other daughters about Samantha. We've read messages about way before Kaylee died. We know exactly who y'all are. Y'all just forget that those are out there.
Right.
It's a growing problem.
That's
And
the problem.
It's very scary, folks, and very disturbing. Like I said, I give my entire heart to anybody that has gone through a loss like this that would ever have to, truly and fully. But I'm sorry, but that only goes to a point where you can't. That doesn't give you the right to talk to people like they don't exist. Like especially people that want to help you.
Yeah, that have been supporting your fight for justice. It's not our fault that you suddenly 180 just as much as Cyree. It's not our fault that you went from demanding transparency and wanting every damn thing unsealed and the gag order removed to now wanting to hide every little bitty thing because you got $100 million on the line. That's not our problem. That means you're here for yourself. We're still here for the truth for your dead kid. I think we have, just as much right to argue about this at this point because the intentions are very clear.
Absolutely. And all we're doing is asking questions to get to the truth. That's it.
Yeah, that's all we want. Accountability and honesty.
Yes.
Yeah, we're literally doing this. We have the same things in mind that they had, that the families have in mind. And we're going after that truth, and they're sitting back pissed that we're going after that truth.
After they've been begging for us to do so for how long?
Absolutely. It's so strange.
It is.
Well,
I've never once heard them mention the blood mixed with the victim's blood.
They don't read the documents, Logan.
They don't care.
They don't.
They make fun of it.
Strange.
They make fun of it.
Yep. And
I was shocked. They literally posted on their Facebook page to their entire audience, like, don't bother, don't read the court documents. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's crazy.
If you really care about this, you'll stop reading your documents. I think everyone else did the same. Like, what the hell are you talking about? That made no sense.
Wildest statement ever.
Yeah. And it's just, again, I hate saying this, and I said this in the beginning when this first started with this WSU lawsuit. I said, I hope that this is truly about them trying to get more discovery to try to get to more truth. But they're not reading the discovery. So it's obvious to me that this is about $400 million.
Well, okay. Well,
in my opinion.
No, you're right for them. F them. I know that one of the last conversations, it's been a while since I've spoken to Kara because I've decided like there's really nothing that I need to really discuss with her. Like, she's
I get it. I get it.
She's healing. And there's no reason unless I have to, and I haven't had to.
Right.
But the last time that we spoke about this lawsuit, I was under the understanding that there were a lot of questions that I'll just generically say Xana's family has when it comes to things. And so I know that for some money is the goal and whatever, but I know that from that conversation that it's not the only one for at least the Kernodle side of things.
Yes. I could, for anybody that watched the new Netflix.
It was obvious with Jeff.
Yeah. Yeah. And Jasmine made a statement, if I remember correctly, where she said, in a way, it is justice. I can't give exact words, but you could tell she was hesitant to say what she said in some way. I feel like Jasmine probably might feel a little bit differently in some ways. I'll just put it that way.
I think they're not willing to mask the fact that they have unanswered questions.
There you go. Great way to put that too.
Yeah.
And I think everybody should feel that way.
Mhm.
It's very. I would love to. Of course, I don't want to bother any of these people, but I would love to have a conversation with them privately and say, "Hey, how do you really feel? Are you really comfortable with this? Do you really want this person being the spokesperson for you?" Because they're speaking about all of you when they talk, and they don't even put your names into it. They just say, "This is what we all think," and blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
It's
that
just
was
wild.
actually a really strange effing statement that Steve made in that interview. I don't know what your chat was saying when they first heard that, but my chat instantly went to, holy shit, they've been playing us the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Because Steve was like, oh, just, we got to pretend that we hate you so you can be the fall guy so we can just, and I'm just like, hold on a minute.
Yes.
What was that?
Yeah, right.
Mr. Hollywood, what was that?
Yeah, that's his famous thing. Go to Hollywood this and Hollywood
and
that.
You noticed that Netflix was in the fucking car on the way to sentencing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All this shit they've been talking this whole time, and I was like, oh my god, Netflix is in the car, Christy's in the back seat, bro. What is happening? They complained about all those cameras, and then they brought those cameras.
Yeah, Hollywood it is. Hollywood it is.
That's why I'm like, how can anyone see the hypocrisy alone? Like,
it is so bad.
Blatantly in our faces. It's just as bad as this case itself. It's in our face.
Yeah.
Like, damn.
Yeah, without fail. It's a joke.
It's so bad. It is a joke. It's worse than that. I don't even know what the word would be.
Ms. Logan?
Horrible.
Yes.
Any thoughts?
So kind of reverting back to the Netflix little 3-episode series thing, and pair that with Jack DeCour's newest interview, or both of them.
Yeah.
It seems like, and I'm not so sure it was very much in the Netflix documentary, really wasn't as much, if at all, actually, but the drug angle. It seems like they were trying to pull information regarding drugs, especially out of Jack D.
Yes.
How do you guys think it was actually for the investigation of the IDAHO4 case, or the parallel investigation that they were so worried about because the FBI was there to take down a drug ring?
That's a good question.
I mean, technically, couldn't it be both?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel like, just for me, I just feel like they were really worried about that parallel investigation.
The way they were referencing the dealer, the way they were saying that and stuff, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And these guys flip-flopped really quick too. Like, we've heard all these other Kid Glove interviews they did.
This was the only investigation that these Fs did.
The only one we've ever heard that they asked real investigative questions, yes.
They didn't push for shit, but this was on them because they were trying to figure out, in my opinion, who messed up and made them look bad. And this happened under their noses.
It's a good point, Mike. It's a good point.
We can elaborate on that more if you want to.
Oh, 100, please.
Okay. So he emailed me this earlier, and I sat back and I thought about it for a minute before I emailed him back. And I think that, the FBI has a real good reason to want to cover some shit up here.
Yep.
The FBI is the ones who did literally every little thing here. The FBI effing up and breaking their own rules, basically, is the reason why everything else ended up happening in court, and the IGG became a and the lie was going to happen and everything else. They were already there doing some sort of something, right? Okay,
Was this party patrol shit and them watching the house for the drugs? Was it ultimately back to the FBI because they were the ones with the initial shit, and these were
watching. The FBI was watching, and the deaths happened under the watch of the FBI. Yeah, very possible because Ed Jacobson is his last name, right? That's the FBI.
Yeah.
He is the only actual FBI, ex-FBI or whatever agent that I've ever seen actually be in the documentary about the case, like actually worked in, which is really freaking weird. And he's been in like 4 of them now. And at first I was like, did he really work the case? Because usually that's like a coffin dagger, you know, they're not really important. It's just a label
Right.
and it's useless. No, he actually helped canvass and did all these things. And he was the one who spoke to Chief Fry first on Monday.
Yes.
And you have to remember, we were told that there was an FBI agent at the scene walking around before Chief Fry was even in town.
Yes, ma'am. And he's also the one that said
Ed.
he pulled the blanket back and, oh my goodness, there's a sheep.
Oh no, he's the one who said that you didn't have to pull it back, that it was still partially, that you could partially see it.
Yeah. See?
And that's what matches the pictures that we see, that it's not actually covered up all the way, because that makes the question even more. How did you not see it if it's not covered up all the way? If some of it's hanging out and it's a little bit off the bed by an inch, ain't no way Warner walked over to check Maddie's leg for lividity and was 2 feet away from that damn thing and didn't see it.
And neither one of them, Nunez nor Warner, either one of them mentioned it, said a word, did anything, didn't you? It was never even.
Not even the reports. Nothing.
And
Right.
this all rolls into the hotel corral, in my opinion. And so you got to think with the dates on these interviews, the FBI interviewed these kids the day after this happened. And in my opinion, they corralled them all in the hotel. And that's when they did that shit.
They bugged the hotel so they could get to see what people were talking about. Did
Good
y'all
point.
hear the newest, but did y'all also hear the newest interview that came out from that Bianca girl that Connor posted yesterday?
Yeah, we ran it last night.
So I haven't been able to listen to the whole thing because I started listening to it and all the redactions made me physically violent. So I had to walk away and just let it go do its own thing. But Accomplished Day put a little piece out and was like, not only is this girl talking about that VSCO post that we knew about from a long time ago, but she's also telling the cops that Dylan told somebody that she thought the guy she saw inside the house she recognized from a party she was at earlier in the day.
Bingo.
And I was like, excuse me, what did she just say?
Right.
She recognized the freaking dude she actually saw and told the cops after Bryan was arrested that she didn't recognize him? What?
That's what I was going to say, because she said she had no idea who Bryan was. So
I lost my shit. I literally, I commented, I said, I'm falling the fuck out right now. What did she just say? Oh my God.
There was just
That
a
is
little
so
blood
crazy.
on my wall in my place at some point, too.
Somebody
What?
just smeared their nosebleed blood all over them.
Bro.
I'm
That
kind
must
of
have been
losing
during
my
Rage
mind, bro.
Cage.
the more this goes on, the more shit that comes out. Within the next 3 years, if with all the interviews we hear, we should have the truth in the next 3 years from them eventually, you know?
30.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Look how they
True.
redact shit.
It's so ridiculous. The redactions in the Jack DeCour interview. Are you kidding me? You're
They've
kidding
been
me.
so
Like,
bad.
they
They
redact.
redacted his own name.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
They redact the fact that they were together for 5 years, but we're allowed to know they were separated for 3 months and that they got together in high school. Like we can hear all that, but and there was another one of the girls' interviews afterwards where she was asked about their relationship, and when she said they were together for 5 years, they blanked out the 5.
Yeah.
Why?
But dude, they redact pronouns and adjectives from the
Yes.
fucking interviews.
They
It's
redacted
ridiculous.
the video game names.
Right. The case is closed. Why the hell are you redacting anything, but let alone the things you're redacting? The word the and at. Come on.
And then they're letting shit through that we shouldn't even know. Because they suck at redacting. We've caught how many names?
Why
Because
did they let all the C. Kane stuff out? They didn't redact that.
Right.
They didn't let like, oh my God. Yeah, that's interesting that they left a lot of that out there. But maybe it's for a reason now. I don't know what's happening. I'm so
It's
confused.
insane.
This is the wildest shit that's ever happened ever.
I have never in my life, and I pray to God I never do, ever seen anything like this, including the Ray stuff, the Bryan, retracting his plea, all of it. Never have I seen anything like this in my life.
No, and it's every aspect of this case every day.
Yes.
Every day. And you realize, like, I know for myself at least, there's still plenty of documents out there I haven't even had the chance to open.
Oh, right. And we're supposed to get more, Jules. Like, we got what, 3 years coming still?
Not just that, Sarah said in her last little update for the because she's finally doing little videos. I'm so glad she's finally doing little videos.
Yes.
She's the last one that she did, there's like, I can't remember the exact number. Oh my God. Somewhere between 7 and 11 more documents in the third unsealing.
Right. I
Before
think it's
we even-
11. Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, so how long is it going to take him to do the next one. But then we have this insane shit that's happening. And I'm like, okay, this is going to halt everything now though. Right.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So our FOIAs are going to stop. Our unsealings are going to stop. Like the gag order will probably come back in place.
Yep.
Which sucks. But also like for the reason it's happening, it's fine, especially since nothing that's come out with all this over a year's worth of information has pointed to Kohberger legitimately at all. Like that's not a joke. That's not an exaggeration.
Right.
There's even now like more reasons for things that we maybe didn't really have before, but we're still like, that still doesn't really work for us. Well, now we've got more proof of why it doesn't work for us. Let's say, for example, the DMV lady coming out and doing the interview and us finding out that, oh, the only reason why he changed his plates when he did is because he was doing what he was told by a worker inside the licensing office. And that's the only reason, because he was doing what he was told, because he was asking questions to a local who knew what to do. And they were like, hey, save a couple bucks, come later. Okay, bet. It's a freaking hard knock life, bro. Save me $5. Hell yeah, I'm going to wait.
Absolutely.
And people don't want to admit that. They don't want to admit that at all. They're like, oh no, it's still sketchy. He did it to hide. You realize it's all a paper trail, right? It's like he hijacked somebody else's license plate, switched it for the night and blah, blah, blah. Like it's all still traceable. It's so crazy. People have no common sense.
It's absolutely insanity. Truly.
Yeah, but they twist it and want us to believe that he did it in a nefarious way, trying to hide his plates.
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
When they're using that based off of the 1112 car. And even to today, they still cannot identify what car is actually in that footage.
Oh, I love the fact that in the Jack D interviews, they're immediately asking him two-door white Nissan with a loud exhaust.
Yes, I freaked out.
Very specific.
I was like, excuse me? Where'd that come from?
Linda Lane.
I don't think it's a Nissan either.
Well, we know for a fact though that the first list of cars that went out, a Hyundai was not on it.
No.
And I think he also said an Audi.
The Audi. Yeah.
He was like, didn't you ask me about an Audi right before this?
But it could be a Nissan.
Yeah.
The one other.
That's
Altima
so crazy.
or something. Hey, that's a big difference.
So wild.
Well, the one car we did figure out was the BMW that by the one dumpster video, we figured that one out. He doesn't. And that's kind of what I wonder if he was talking about, because it's a two-door. It's got a soupy engine.
Are those normally standards?
Yeah.
Because I said that I thought that the car in 1112 was a standard because of the way that it goes to like go back towards the intersection and then backs up, and just the way that it moves, just that one time. I was like, that moves a little bit like a standard.
It seems like an M series BMW, and typically an M series will have.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is a standard, 100%.
But
that's just so crazy.
There's no other two-door cars in that town in the shitty bullshit shit that we've seen.
Right.
I'm telling you.
I'm just like, holy shit. That's so wild.
And it just keeps coming. And every day there's something new, I swear to God. Every day. Yeah, I agree with Tomboy. Like they rode the clutch, yes.
Yeah. Like how is it that like we collectively actually, you know what? I'm not even going to ask that question because I'm not stupid and I actually know this answer. I think the reason why it's so easy for us to realize this is because we are looking at this as a collective, and these dumb shits all did this all separately and nobody communicated with each other.
Yep.
Because if you take just the timeline, right? What we noticed was that there's pieces where it looks like Xana is trying to call Ethan multiple times.
Yeah.
And he's not answering the phone. But what's really happening is that ISP is working on it in one time zone and MPD is working at it in another time zone. And just like the PCA, it's a living document that they're both just logging into and working on.
Yeah.
So one of them is getting the information from Xana's phone and the other one's getting the information from Ethan's phone. And it's the exact same freaking timestamp, but they're in a different time zone and they're getting it from a different area. So they're inputting it like it's two separate events and it's the same freaking phone call.
Right.
And so there's also that extra hour that they threw in there that knocks everything else off. And then suddenly we get back to where, oh, now we recognize these timestamps because we have proof of these things. Because there's no like, you don't get into like the double O's and the weird shit that they put in there. And then it's like, it's all off, everything about it. And like, these are supposed to be professionals.
Yep.
And nobody's double checking anything. So if that's how just this timeline is.
Yeah. You know what I wondered?
It's horrible.
Yep.
Last night is I wondered, and I had this whole spin off on why I feel like the G's basically, and this would have totally made this breakup with him and Kaylee. It seems like in the way he talked in that interview, like the G's kept him around as an information person for their daughter, information on what their daughter was doing.
Possibly.
And I boiled this down to that's why they bought him the car. And I wondered, is that whole phone call thing with them so screwed up because did they pay for Jack D's phone? And this is just, I don't know. That's a long stretch, but you know.
No, his dad's name is on his account.
Is it?
Yeah, Cyray's, well, let me make sure. I could be talking out my ass, but I don't think I am.
I know that's weird to think, but I just don't.
No,
think
that's a good question because they know about that call and they've lied to us about it, which is a huge issue for me because the cops are like, what is this all about? Why is this here? Why didn't you tell us that you had this conversation?
Yeah.
And if it just showed on Jack's phone as a missed call, he wouldn't have asked if there was audio. If that question wouldn't have come out of his face, then maybe I'd still maybe give them that little bit of whatever because, okay, well, if he's still blah, 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 but if he's asking, is there audio? He's obviously seeing that there's an open call. Why else would you ask that?
Yeah.
And what would you be worried about would be in that audio is also like my big question because that's just a weird thing to ask.
Here's a
Just
cute
in
little
general.
mental picture.
I agree.
I can see Jack or Steve calling Jack, you need to come to the house because he is paid for Jack's stuff and we need to take your clothes off and see what you did to my daughter.
Well, but you know, one of the big questions that I've had is why didn't he answer the phone for them that day?
Right.
Because, you know, he was in the back of that cop car with his phone the whole time. And they were calling him. They were calling Kaylee. They were calling Maddie. He never answered the phone. He wasn't detained. He was right there in front of the house.
That's a great point.
And then in the Netflix thing, the cousin that's speaking says that Jack called his sister while he was in the back of that cop car.
I missed that.
That's how the sister was able to tell the cousin what had happened to Kaylee because he called his sister from the back of that cop car. So why the hell are you not calling the consultancies? You're driving around in their damn vehicle. You're sitting there talking to their daughter. You live right there. You're so worried about your dog inside. You're so worried about what's going on. Why didn't you call them? And I know that they said that they were calling Jack too. So why didn't he answer the damn phone?
And at that point, Jules, if I'm correct, he didn't know anything because he said, can somebody talk to me? And they never did tell him anything really. And he just got in the back of the car and sat back there.
Well, that's what he said. But some people, and honestly, I didn't really question this before, but some people, I don't remember who the first person was that said this. So if somebody remembers, I think it was on TikTok. Some people noticed how I guess it was somebody that just watched the Netflix series. Jack doesn't go up and ask like the roommates what's going on. He goes and asks a cop. And I really didn't think too much of it at first, but then after hearing what he said in his interview about how he was like never invited to the parties or anything the whole time, I'm like, damn, did they just not like that, bro? Did they just not like him? And that's why he was like, I can't even walk up and ask them. They don't even freaking like me. I'm just going to go ask the cop.
And that's why I questioned the way, like when Dylan ran up to him and her whole dramatic thing she did in front, to him, telling him all this bullshit and everything of what happened. Like, and he just stood there, and then they pulled her away from him. But it was weird. That whole interaction was strange to me, and I had to wonder, like, it was almost. I don't want to say
Jack as a narc. We don't want to talk to Jack. Oh, well, he doesn't like drugs.
Now that we've heard,
I mean, maybe
we're in college now. You'll be doing coke within 3 years yourself, my friend. Like that was a wild
thing.
Didn't
they say that like that's what Xana's room was basically known for? Yeah. So if Jack was against it, that's why he wasn't invited. They didn't like him.
Yeah, he was the Debbie Downer. They didn't want anything to do with Jack.
Maybe none of them trusted him.
I'm wondering if maybe he was not answering calls or anything in the back of the cop car because he knew it was being recorded.
Maybe.
That's a good point.
And maybe all he did was tell his sister, hey, I think something happened to Kaylee. I'm out in front of the house waiting to see what's going on. I just left it at that.
Yep.
Very possible. People have been asking to FOIA the inside of the Noon's vehicle. I just don't know if I don't know if it was on.
Yeah, I don't know either.
So I guess I'm like, it's on the list for me to try to see if it's there. Because if it's there, I mean, they might release it redacted, but I haven't read anything that said that the inside of his vehicle was on.
Interesting.
That would be a reason not to answer their call specifically.
Yeah.
Sure.
That is a good point. Good point.
Yeah.
So what do you want to get into, Miss Logan? I know we talked about a little bit of stuff beforehand. Like, what is the biggest thing that's happened this week that bothers you the most, I should say?
Probably the Cy stuff. There's a lot there. And it's really frustrating. I just don't understand how Cy can sit next to a defendant and put all of this work in to helping prove that he's innocent, and then right when that defendant files his petition for post-conviction relief, then that person who was defending him or helping to defend him comes out and says, I can put him in the living room. He's just lucky the prosecution didn't call me first. How is that even legal?
Cy wrote,
understand it.
right. Cy wrote his alibi, Logan.
Right.
That's insane to me.
Absolutely insane.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. From a legal standpoint, I don't know how he's not like being held in contempt of court. I don't know how the FBI hasn't went and knocked on his door the same way they did Gabriela Vargas at this damn point.
Thank you.
Like, what the frickety frack is happening?
But
you can't write this shit, bro. You really couldn't even try.
When he first came out, in the first time or the second time, it was after Custody Queens, he made this comment where he said, "Oh, I can't comment on that. Hitler might put me in jail."
He did say that shit.
He said that on Custody Queens, yeah.
Oof.
He did say that.
Yeah, that.
I mean, I won't be mad about it.
Yeah,
he's
not
a
at
punk,
this
bro.
point.
He's a punk.
Holy shit.
And does he think that they'll be bringing him on to testify on either side at this point?
He'd be stupid to get a job ever again.
No way.
Like,
no way.
The only way that I think the only people that are going to want him at this point are people that know that he's moldable.
Yeah.
That's all that he's proven is that he's a bot. That's all he's proven. That statement. The best thing that happened to Bryan is that the prosecution didn't hire me first. That's a statement that says I can be bought.
Yep.
Yeah. Unless it
and
comes
then to
out.
come out, what did he admit to? That they used to go steal cartel members' cars and
yes,
and bug them. Yeah.
Like, I said thanks for telling us that one, Si. I appreciate
him and Steve are the same kind of dumb, bro.
Right.
It could be the sideways shit that Logan said, the left field. I mean, you imagine if that comes out, it's like, oh wow.
Insane.
No.
I just don't get it.
No. For those that don't understand, that Hitler didn't deny BK that. It was East Idaho News that was denied. They were trying to get documents that were sealed. That's what he denied. He didn't deny anything to Bryan.
Yeah, somebody tried to get some of the sealed filings, and they were denied access to the sealed filings. Yeah.
Right. Oh, it's gonna get this. Go ahead, Logan.
I just don't understand how it's not perjury either.
That's what I mean. We have his under oath testimony and his under oath filed affidavit in the courtroom that is public. And then we have what he's saying. And he's
completely
literally
different.
Coming out 180 opposite. I mean,
some Scooby-Doo.
Did y'all try to track that map that he tried to? So I pulled it up on the live both times because my ass accidentally deleted the whole first one. Oh my God, it was a whole tragedy. I had to do the whole freaking thing over again. So we went and pulled the map back up. And the way that he's describing, the way that Bryan, apparently, according to his little mapping thing, did all of this, it's like a toddler drawing. A bunch of up and down and back and forth, and he went this way, blah, 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 blah. And then he basically says that he went down 95 and he didn't take Thorn, whatever that Thorn Creek or whatever is. He went 3 roads past that where there's a farm, and then he took Borgen all the way across to where there's a T and goes down south before it goes up north again to get back on Thorn, and then goes back down to get on 195. But then instead of taking that 195 and going back up to Pullman, that's where he goes down south 195 towards the Snake River. But he doesn't say how the hell he got to Snake River, because if you look going down south, it either goes towards Lewiston and becomes a whole different name of water, or there's like dirt roads, and then they cut off like halfway through the dirt land on the map. You can't even see how to actually get to the Snake River. Then he turns around and goes back up there. And I'm like,
I swear
explain this further. I don't understand.
That's where this dirtbag, I swear he almost went at some point in time. Oh, yeah, but, there would basically be no cell service out in those points.
Yeah, because there's not.
Yeah.
This is insane.
It's
a
wild.
fucking Scooby-Doo mystery.
And then to say, oh, he sat there for like 10 minutes and then went back again. And then he went back down to the river again. I'm like, make up your mind. Did he go down to the river the first time? Or did he stop somewhere else and go to the river the second time? Like his inconsistency is not even consistent.
Yep.
Well, he wants people to think that he spent 10 minutes getting rid of everything. That's his point of doing
down to
that.
the river.
Yeah.
But they never went and searched the shit.
That they never went and searched.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, it's okay.
And that's been my thing too. Like you admitted that you gave all of this to them. So how could they not go back and be like, okay, well, we're gonna have our FBI agents go back in and re-tag every point instead of just the ones that they did, because it's supposed to be being worked off the exact same information. So all they had to do was go back in and do all the exact same points, all the extra work that Cy claims they didn't do, and it should exactly match what Cy says. So why didn't they do that? And why is the prosecution still, after all this time, saying what they're saying if they have this information from him?
Right. And here's the thing. If you're working on a case like this as an expert and you look into this, no matter who you're working for, and you see, let's say, you see what he's explaining, and it's like, oh, wait, this is not good. What I would do is I would excuse myself and recuse myself from working for the defense, and maybe make mention to the prosecution, hey, this is your guy because he did this and that. None of that happened. None of that. And
Nothing.
Instead, he puts out a report that has absolute contradictory statements to what he's saying now.
Yeah.
And his story is only changing after there's a plea that makes him look like a fool.
Only, yes. That is the only time
that's the only, because like I said, he would have not said any of this if this would have gone to trial. He would have mimicked that report that says that there's no connections whatsoever and he can't find patterns. There's no stalking. There's no nada. That's what he would have testified to.
Yes, ma'am. And don't forget,
makes
folks,
me sick.
This aligns with Tom Slavinsky's report as well, folks.
Yes.
Okay? And Tom Slavinsky's the actual expert on the case. What Cy says actually means nothing to me at this point because of Slavinsky being the number one on the case. So
yeah, and that's the whole reason why he even brought in Cy, is because he saw that there was a huge problem.
Yep.
And I mean, it shows on even the pieces of the cash draft that Slavinsky has in his report. You can see how within like 7 seconds worth of time, it has Kohberger's phone pinging off of a node, I guess they call it, underneath his apartment, then above, then under, then above, then under, then way down by Blaine, and then way back up again, all within like a 20-something second span. It just like time travels. And then he wants to sit up here and be like, oh, it's within 25 meters. Where?
That's more ninja shit.
No shit. Like, there's no way. You're not going to tell me that. No. And then think that your pings mean shit to me. And then say that Kohberger was in Seattle and pinging in New Orleans. I'm sorry.
You're right. Thank you. Thank you.
They don't have this down to a science at all. I don't think they even understand it themselves 1,000% and how things happen the way they happen with the way cell phones talk back to the network.
Yeah.
I don't think it's 100%.
No.
I don't think they have.
That's why it's still considered junk science, to be honest with you.
They scramble it up and freaking just send it.
Yeah, I think they can really only use it for like a generalization. They really can't use it for specifics. I mean, there's so many false pings. There's a case that I worked towards the beginning of my channel, and they had the family looking in town in these like fielded areas for like a week off of a false ping, when in reality the girl had gone off the cliff up in the mountains, and they
I
didn't
remember
realize,
that. Yeah,
they didn't realize that the ping showing that she went back into town was wrong. They even have that's another thing, the false ping in the PCA, when we know the PCA is bullshit. Okay. But we also have on the 14th, they tried to say that there's a ping that shows Kohberger's phone in Moscow in that area on the 14th, but that they don't believe he was actually there. Well, Cy Ray is over here saying in his last interview, he was over in Moscow on the 14th.
You know what?
So which one is it?
It seems like Cy Ray was the name like Othram. Othram sent the DNA and Cy Ray sent the other bullshit.
Yeah. It's like they're just like buzzwords.
Yeah.
Buzzwords, buzz names.
Good way to put it.
His bullshit name's growing. He's trying.
But he's making himself look like a moldable liar.
Yeah, right on
That's
mainstream
how
media.
Anybody that sees this will see that.
Fucked.
Oh my God. And like I
Anybody
said,
with sense.
nobody's going to hire this dude. Nobody's going to hire him now to work as an expert in that aspect. Not at all.
That wants to win because his credibility is going to be attacked every time he gets on the stand.
No way.
Mr.
100%.
Ray, did you not submit on January 23rd, 2025, this report in the Bryan v. Kohberger versus Idaho case that says that you cannot put him and the victims in the same vicinity, that he was not stalking them? Is this not you on July 29th, 28th, 2026, saying that he was in the living room 5 times in a row? Is this not you committing perjury? Like, I can just see it now. Like, every time. Every single time.
Holy shit.
Unbelievable. I don't know what he thought he was doing, bro. I really don't.
I don't know, but he's got to know how screwed he is now.
Well, the other part, too, is that everybody this entire time has claimed that Bryan Kohberger's phone was disconnected, powered down, and disconnected from the network and could not be tracked. And now suddenly he's tracking him perfectly fine all over the place, even up to being in the living room and A&W with the victims and that
back and forth like they're traveling together.
Yes, like he was stalked. Stop it. Like,
but then he also just said on the Custody Queens, like while he was talking all this shit and trying to say what he's saying now, he still said, "But let me be clear, we saw no behavior of stalking, blah, 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 blah." And now he's over here feeding Steve's freaking fire of bullshit. And what was that bullshit about the FBI having an active stalking case still open against Kohberger for something?
Yeah.
What the frick
What is that? What is that? I'm glad you brought that up because I have.
Didn't the Grinch roll that out?
No, I've never. No. Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, she's the one who said it. And I was like, what are you talking about?
Just like she rolled out the, Anne had a da-da-da-da-da, and then she probably shouldn't have said that.
Oh, and yeah, I was told Anne signed an affidavit today.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, my God.
No, Anne didn't sign anything.
Right.
Oh, no. Okay, so no, you're talking about Christy. No, Christy said that about the affidavit. I thought you meant Olivia. No, it was Olivia that said it. Yeah.
Oh, don't even get me started on her. Please don't get me started on her. She's going to throw the biggest fucking temper tantrum when Bryan actually gets a hearing, and everything that happens, it's going to get bad. Just watch.
Can I bring up this point real quick? Remember when we talked backstage? So I was rattling. I think it was your chat, Jules. I was all fired up last night. Cy Ray, I said he was seemed like one of those guys that would drive a Porsche. These guys said he just bought a Porsche.
He did. And it's red. It's his little red midlife crisis car.
Shit. Oh, God.
And the pictures that he posted of that thing is like in 2024. So it's after he took this case and while he was investigating and while he was doing his report before he filed his report. So dude has just like apparently lost his mind.
Didn't he make a mention about not making money or something?
Yeah, he said he's doing this pro bono. He didn't get paid anything, according to him. And then apparently Celebrite didn't charge the state anything either. Yeah, look, there it is. There's his little red midlife crisis car.
There's this little Porsche emblem right in the steering wheel. And with his Dylan lips, like I said.
So ridiculous. And see, that's another thing. How are you a cell phone expert? And you can see the activity of Dylan being awake. You can see all of the things that she's doing on her phone. You can see all the time she's moving around that house. You can see all of these things. You're also claiming that you've seen other things.
Yeah.
So how can you know that she's lying about calling any of the roommates? She did not call Bethany. Bethany called Dylan. She did not call Xana or Kaylee or Maddie when she heard crying or screaming or anything at all. None of those things happened. The second that Nunes got on scene, she lied her ass off. Bethany's the only one that answered the phone. Bethany called you, bro.
That's why I think that Jackie and shit is fake too.
I mean, yeah, maybe so.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, maybe a lot of people are questioning in the comments if maybe them two had something to do together, both of them. Dylan and Jack D working together on something.
I mean, I'm not going to doubt it at this point.
I mean, I can't put anything aside of anything.
Nothing. You can't put anything to the side in this case.
Especially considering that you can get back and forth between Jack's house without being on camera, and he would know exactly how to get around. He's knows the house. He apparently watches every little thing that she does, and we know that he was not taking this breakup well. And it probably didn't help that the Consalvases have some sick fantasy of them still being together and probably fueled that to Jack all the time.
Yes.
While Kaylee was actively trying to get back with Mason Barstow 12 hours before she died. I'm sure that didn't help the situation.
Maybe Gower roofied him in an airplane bottle on the ride home.
I mean, you never know that either because I don't trust Eric Gower, bro. Them airplane bottles is wild. Oh, did y'all see the messages in the Netflix thing between Olivia and Eric?
Oh, God.
So I took screenshots of them.
No, I didn't see those.
Well, it was when she was talking about getting a hold of Christy's account and logging into Christy's account and seeing all of Kaylee's text messages and phone calls and stuff. And she sent Eric Gower a text message saying, hey, this is Olivia, Kaylee and Maddie's sister. Do you happen to know what time you dropped them off at home? Blah, blah, blah. Like, it was a question about when they got home. He didn't answer when he dropped them off. He answered when he picked them up. And then he said Kaylee and two others with question marks. Like, he didn't know who Maddie was. And the crazy part about that is that I don't remember who. I couldn't remember in the chat last night, and a couple people said a couple different names, but it was still not.
That's
we had no
bullshit.
Answer. Who is
because he said Maddie was eating her macaroni and cheese. What a stupid ass.
He said it seemed normal because he'd had them both in the car before. Like, he knew them. But who's the third girl who went with them?
Riley.
Okay, so it was Riley. Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember the girl. I couldn't remember the girl's name. I couldn't remember the girl's name.
She's the one that was at the house when Dylan was still there hanging out with Kaylee.
Right.
You know, whatever,
and her boyfriend stayed at the house after the girls left for a little while.
Yeah.
Because that's something else that a lot of people are wondering. Like, was that house ever actually empty that night?
Good question.
No.
I don't think it was. I think there was probably plenty. There was probably times where people that lived in it weren't there, but I don't think it was ever empty.
It's never empty, Joel.
Yeah,
it never has been empty.
Never.
I swear they made this look like a damn party in what I said back yonder and backstage. And that's why there was this. Yeah, this was all they didn't know if it was a party or what the hell was going on.
Kim and I have been thinking that there was a party there that night for months.
All the
now.
Music and everything that was going on anyway. That was a part of the original story too.
Yeah, and
These
all the
kids
beer
had
cans
a party
and
here
shit.
last night.
There was something going on in that house that night, I think, or a get together that may have been.
Homeboy said it in that thing that everybody tripped out and went on a tangent on the CI thing. These kids had a party in the house last night and bleep.
Well, think about some of the things that we've seen. If there was a party there, for instance, we see the Banfield runners. We see people running away from that direction, heading back towards Sigma Cup. Maybe they were at the house. If some shit started to go down, people took off, you know. I swear to God, there was people there.
There's just no way with how that house already operates. And Cyray also made like a comment that kind of made it seem as if maybe the girls weren't there all night when he was asked about Bethany.
Oh, yeah. He would.
So then I've also questioned if he knows if there's other people that might have been inside the house too, because we don't have any clue. Look how long they hid so many things from us. We had no idea about the third girl going to Corner Club. We had no freaking clue about Lakeland being there.
Yep.
We had no idea about a lot of shit.
Look how many times Hunter answers the damn door on body cams and he calls Kaylee or whatever. They're not there, but they're still partying in the house.
There's always people in that house.
Yeah, there's always people in there.
So,
and to act like he barely knows Kaylee when he's literally in her house every freaking second of the day, when he's with her in the body cam alone outside, it's so freaking odd.
What did he call her? Kylie. He called her Kylie. Yeah.
I'm like, what? Y'all were literally you're in her house every day.
I feel that he had a job in that house, in my opinion. That's why he shadowed Kaylee.
And you know what's crazy? That was his last day there.
Yeah,
he was telling everyone that day. He in the Amazon Prime thing, he says that at the party at the Whites, and that's another thing they hid from everybody because I didn't know this shit. Okay, he said at the Whites is when he told Ethan for the first time that he was leaving. The bad news that was his last day. And then the cousin that the interview came out. What was the guy's name? That was the cousin. I think Connor just put that one out like a week or so ago.
Oh shit!
Caleb Jacobson. Caleb
Yeah.
Jacobson.
There you go.
Ooh, wait a minute. Ed Jacobson? Caleb Jacobson and the freaking FBI agent have the same last name?
I said it years ago, Jules. They're all inbred. It's all interrelation. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Anyway, so the cousin says that, like, verifies that he was supposed to have actually left at like 11 on Sunday. That Hunter was supposed to have left at 11.
Was it just to go?
No, he was done. School was finished for him. He was going to another school to finish.
He was moving on.
Okay, that's what it was. Okay, because I was thinking,
but he hadn't told anybody, and that was like, oh, by surprise, I'm leaving out in 2 hours. Peace, bitches. Is basically like what that was.
Yeah, that's weird as shit.
Sorry, be your best friend. I'm like, what? Yeah, that was wild. That was crazy.
There's too many things like that involved in this case that just you can't give an answer to.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they go outside right around the same time of everything, and then lock the door for the first time ever.
Absolutely, absolutely
wild. We also didn't know that Hunter made that pit stop because he went down to him and Caleb's apartment and checked on them first before heading to King Road. They said we didn't know that either.
No, I'll be right back. Keep going.
They sprayed St. Louis at some point in time years ago.
I just don't understand why they haven't been able to just be truthful with us about things that don't have any reason for there to be a secret. Just like the person who went and got Hunter Chapin and brought him over to the house. Yeah. We were under the impression it was somebody who was actually already like living inside Sigma Chi that saw what was going on. And then they both walked over. It was a guy that lived in the apartments behind them named Cooper Atkinson that walked past the house and went to go get Hunter and then brought him over there and then went back to his apartment.
He was the house controller. If he would.
He seemed genuinely sad in his Netflix interview. Like he was crying. Yeah,
the thing with Cooper Atkinson, though, is I had no idea that he lived so close to where he could actually like see inside King Road.
I didn't either.
And he's the one who called Ethan at 2 something in the morning, 5 times back to back.
Yep, I saw that in the timeline.
Wild.
It is interesting. I want to know what he was calling him for.
Yeah. And it's never talked about. They didn't mention it at all.
Yeah, because he didn't even say, I just called him and couldn't get a hold of him. Because the timing isn't for like seeing the cops and trying to figure out what's going on.
Right.
Yep, they disappeared those guys.
We were told in the beginning that it was Ethan that had a study session on Sunday that he missed. Well, in this one, the girl's like, Xana was supposed to meet me at the library and she didn't show up. And that's never I started trying to figure out what was going on. So it was Xana that missed a study session, not Ethan.
Oh.
Interesting.
And why can't we just know the truth on that?
I don't know.
Great question.
Stupid.
I just got a new statement sent to me from Dr. Brent Turby. Hold on.
Is it about Cyree?
I didn't read it, but I'm going to share it with you right here.
Right here.
Let me see here. Let me blow this up. Okay, I guess that's it. Thank you, Kawanda. So it says, while the photos that I took of the bed frame and the photos of Ethan's hand have not been made public, the accidental photo dump that the state did last year revealed crime scene photographs of the relevant locations. Clumps of hair can clearly be seen dried onto the bed frame where Ethan's hand came to rest, and also other areas that are related. This is consistent with the other crime scene photos and autopsy photos that I have also examined, specifically in relation to the existence of hair found in Ethan's hand, which the FBI lab excluded Kohberger as a source.
Why is he trying to validate himself?
Well, I mean, what he's talking about is the pictures that we've already seen.
Right.
What he's talking about is the ones that we used to verify his statement to begin with.
Yeah.
Along with the lab report. Well, the thing is, though, and I don't know if somebody already sent you this, and I don't know where I saw this, but somewhere in the past 24 hours, Brian Inton has placed in an article that he has viewed the autopsy photo of Ethan's hand, and it's not a clump of hair.
Oh, really?
It was somebody took a screenshot of it. I couldn't try to find it even if I tried.
I'm sure
but somebody took a screenshot of it and like highlighted that part and sent it to me somewhere. It was earlier today. It was like a few hours ago. I was either tagged in it or something else. And I'm just like, okay, so if you're allowed to see what the hair looks like in Ethan's hand, then why can't y'all crop it to where we can only see what is in his fingers or in his hand itself? Why can't the public see that?
Thank you.
It's not his whole body. It's the clump of hair. It's the controversy. Why can't we nip it in the bud, release the damn photo to the public?
It had to have been Cy that sent that shit. Him
It
and
had
that
to
and
have
buddy
been.
buddies. He wouldn't have drummed up that shit ass whatever it was. Trash interview.
Yeah. That's wild. What do you think,
Shit.
Jules? Do you believe him, or what? I mean, do you believe Turvey, or do you believe that it's not? That it's
There's
not
hair.
right?
There's hair in his hand. They've had enough in there that they've tested it more than once, and they
Yeah.
still preserved it. There's something to it, and until they DNA test it, I'm not satisfied with the results.
I agree.
They, like I said, people's hair structure, their hair shaft can look similar to a million other people.
Yes,
It can have
ma'am.
the same wave, the same. It doesn't matter. They need to DNA test especially if they're trying to say there's multiple different kinds of hair in his hand.
Agreed. Yes.
They need to just do it.
Well, in one of the things I saw, it said, at first we heard it was blondish, light brown colored. There's now another thing in the documents that were just released that said that the hair is a mixture of blonde and brown. So I'm thinking like highlighted hair.
Well, the report that came out from Ruth Ballard said that it looks like it could be Ethan's.
Yeah,
but that's why I say like it doesn't really.
But Ethan
work
doesn't have
for
any
me.
kind of blonde hair in his hair at all.
Well,
He's
but
just
she's also not describing it. She's not giving us a color in her description of what she's seeing. She's just saying it looks similar to Ethan, but dissimilar to Kohberger, which doesn't
that's
really
true.
help either.
No, it doesn't. But good point.
It's like filling out an application before the interview. That's all they did. That's all that bullshit is, I feel.
So
There's
what do
no-
you?
But when it comes to was the blondish hair, was that what Chris Whitcomb said, or was that the way that Turvey described it? Because
Both.
Chris Whitcomb is an idiot.
Wait. Yes, I agree. But I think they both described it the same way, didn't they? 4 to 6 inches long with
The
a
longer part for sure, yeah.
blondish brown. I think was how it was described, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I remember it being more like a lighter.
It is lighter. Yeah, I agree.
There was just a description that I saw just this in the last 3 days, and it was described as some light blonde and some brown, and I'm picturing like highlights of brown hair with highlights. That's what I'm thinking.
Very
That-
possible, yeah.
Yeah, that could make sense. And Ethan
Rather
had
than different
pretty solid.
hair.
Yeah, Ethan had solid curly hair. This looks like straight, multicolored hair from what I remember seeing in that photograph. Those photographs, I should say.
Yeah, the ones from the bed frame, yeah.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Something is going on. Maybe that's the problem. Let me check something, you guys.
Ruh-roh, Reggie.
Uh-oh, what's going on?
No, it's just my StreamYard, I think. 1 minute. You can keep going while I'm trying to fix this, but
Yeah, I just don't know what the problem would be to just go ahead and test it. Like, even though they say, okay, well, even, if we do, we can only do it through the maternal side. Okay, well, you can still do something with that.
yeah.
You can still get to an answer. You can still do comparison testing with that. Why are you acting like that's not a path you can take?
Agreed.
It's crazy that nobody asked about it.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
what is even more messed up is you get these experts. I don't know. How can you be an expert on something and you want to act like such a jack monkey on how good of an expert you are that you won't even talk to people,
Mm-hmm.
but you're going to put your name on this and stand behind it? That's some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it.
So
I don't understand why Ann Taylor called out Turvey when he started speaking on things.
and
yet
not
even
Cy.
Cy Ray said, "Why is she not calling me out?"
Mm-hmm.
Great
I don't
question.
understand that.
Whole
Great
batch of-
question. I don't know what Cy's trying to prove by saying that, but it's a good
He was
question.
boastful about it.
Very
It's like
much so. Yeah.
You ever seen a four-way seesaw? That's what it shit seems like.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
So let me, since we went there, good segue, Logan. What do you think? What are your thoughts going forward here about Miss Taylor, Jules? What do you think? Because this is wild, I know, but just it doesn't have to be anything written in permanent stone. But what are you thinking on it?
I mean, my opinion changes constantly for her.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Because
hard.
at first I was like, damn, she really knows her shit. It seemed like she was using techniques that were kind of surprising to some people in the very beginning.
Yep.
And then she started doing things for the inmate that escaped and did some crazy shit and was
Skylar
a
Mead.
freakazoid. Yeah, the same way that she was doing for Kohberger. And for me personally, it took away a lot of weight of the things that she was doing because
Yeah.
this is supposed to mean something, and now you're making it mean absolutely nothing. You're making it a program, and I don't like it.
Good point.
When she started fighting things that weren't really doing anything, and we kept seeing other things, and we were like, okay, well, if we can see this stuff by the masses, like it's not just me by myself. If a bunch of people can see these things, but we're not hearing her fight them, we're not hearing her do anything with them. How come we can see them? We can see that it's a problem. We can find the laws. We can cite the things that could happen from this. Why is she not fighting any of it? Why is she not mentioning certain things? When they came out and said the PCA was completely irrelevant, I didn't understand right there how the hell we continued past anything. I don't know how she didn't fight the fact that the damn the latent shoe print that they put as a confirmation of the suspect's path of travel, the forensic documents showed it was never even analyzed. They never did anything with it. It didn't do shit. They can't use unanalyzed evidence in a PCA to prove anything. It didn't prove anything. It was never looked at. And there's shit like that literally everywhere. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But then when
Yes.
stuff happened, I'm like, how the hell could you possibly let him plead? How could you possibly let him plead?
Right.
I started thinking, okay, maybe this is the only way, because
exactly.
I still agree with everything else that this was, and I really wish that certain creators would get their heads out of their asses and pay attention to this case the way they pay attention to Delphi, because there is not a lot of differences here.
No.
There's a
Not
lot
at
of
all.
similarities, okay? And Richard Allen confessed 1.5 million freaking times.
Yep.
And I still think that mofo's innocent, alrighty? So
I do too.
there's some issues here, and bigger creators that act like Bryan is so freaking guilty because he changed his story once, but can go to bat for Richard Allen, who admitted to something 1,500 freaking times. But we understand the circumstances. We understand what duress is. We understand what threats are. Kohberger is now claiming that he was threatened, that he was lied to, that all these things were going on.
Yep.
Well, if he's claiming that, then at this point, I have to say, fuck Ann Taylor, because she's not doing what he's asking. And if Cy-Ray is going to be coming out here and he's going to be citing Garza versus Idaho, well, the way that I read that is that there was an appeal asked for that Ann Taylor didn't file. And so now he's having to do what he has to do on his own because Ann Taylor failed.
Well,
But then I also hear what Cy-Ray just said the other day.
it makes me wonder, Jules, about I think Steve is the one that said it when they were at CrimeCon, where they said that Bryan or the defense, I don't know, it was Bryan or the defense asked for an Alfred plea and they denied that. So you got to wonder, did Bryan say, hey, what about an Alfred plea? Can I do this? And they told him, no, you don't need that. Based on what we've been told in his new affidavit that he put out, like,
it's possible. And Steve Consalvis is the one who said that first. He was drunk off his ass at CrimeCon.
Right.
And he was live on some idiot's channel who pretends to be a damn lawyer, but he sucks as hell. And even though I don't like the Consalvises, okay, what that dude did to them is so disrespectful. You do not take a family at CrimeCon, that's the family of a murder victim, and put them on your live stream, drunk and inebriated, and ask them all kinds of questions and fuel the insanity. You don't do that.
Nope.
That is so freaking rude.
Person.
Exactly. It shows exactly who Scott is. Probably. But it shows exactly his character. So I didn't like him before. I hell of it don't like him now. But he's the one who said that. And he said he can pretend like they didn't have a heads up on the plea all he wants to. When he says, we rallied behind that, we weren't going to let that happen, you had enough of a heads up to get a whole gang of people together, broski. You can't keep complaining like that. You had a chance to organize.
Well, just like he's lying through his teeth, and I again, all due respect to your loss, but he's lying through his teeth when he said that he said it like this. We just found out that Bryan's parents were there for the plea, even before we knew about motherfucker. Excuse my language, but you're lying, because I remember when you refused to take your ass in the courthouse and you were walking back across the street and they were filming you and you said, we know when you
bought your plane tickets.
Right. Thank you. You knew they were there. You knew they were there. So stop lying, bro.
Yep. They lie all the time.
Damn.
He lies all the freaking time. Everything. He lies about everything. And there's no reason. We feel bad enough about the situation.
Right.
You don't have to lie. I don't get
I
it.
don't understand it, Joel. I don't understand it. Why the lying,
It's the weirdest shit.
the misdirection, the missing, all of it. It's
All
just
of it.
every time they speak, it's all bullshit anymore.
And then
Yeah.
did y'all see how his newest excuse for the reason why they didn't go down to Moscow was because his ass was on call and he couldn't be 25 miles away from the hospital? You piece of shit.
Your daughter doesn't.
You absolute piece of shit.
Wow.
Your daughter is not worth you calling your boss and being like, hey, you know that murder house on the news? That's my kid. I got to go by.
Thank you.
5 seconds, bro.
And I'm sorry.
We've all had jobs.
But Pete
Yeah.
Elgoriaga's family came down for him to
Yep.
just to support him.
Yep.
And he didn't even get hurt or anything. I
Yep.
think
Thank
lots of
you.
parents did. But they
Parent-
couldn't be
Maddie's
bothered.
family went down there immediately. We're planning
They-
on trying to figure out what was going on. They had no clue. And
They
what
were
really
on the
upsets
road.
me about that is that the Consalvases found out about the girls being dead before Karen and Scott got to Moscow. And instead
Right.
of calling them so they could get the news from people that they know, they just waited and just let them hear it from strangers down at the police station.
Mhm.
I'm just like, you had 25 minutes to call them and tell them what was going on. Y'all had apparently been in contact back and forth. You could have told them, people that you care about, that you've grown to love over the past decade, and you just let them find out from strangers. That's crazy.
Thank you. And
They're a
they
different level of
It's
selfishness
odd.
and narcissism.
It's so weird.
Maybe that's
It's
where
so
they were
weird.
leaning on old Jackie.
yeah, well, right. And like Conboy said, was he on call or was he at urgent care? Which one is it? You can't have them both, bud.
Yeah, because Christy is damn sure the one that came out, because she was like, only time in our 20+ year marriage he's ever had to go to the emergency room. Yeah, just happens to be that night. Just so happens you won't put your face on camera. You realize the first time that they talked to the news that I could find so far, the first time I can find is November 20th, 2022, and it's a phone conversation. I can't find him putting his face out there before the 23rd.
I think you're right. I do. Truly.
I can't find it. And even then on the 23rd, there's like a little bit of like a red mark, like right here underneath his eye. And I'm like, damn, is that rash healing up? What was all that about?
It doesn't
Right.
heal up that fast. What he says or claims that he
whatever
had
she's
lasts
claiming,
weeks.
Hey,
I
well,
wonder if maybe they were putting makeup on it then, if it's even true.
I don't
Because
even
that's
know
some
if I
crazy
believe it.
timing. I just can't.
Yeah.
And I think it was like 2 years after she just randomly freaking says it in an interview, and I'm just like, I don't know if she was supposed to say that.
She probably shouldn't have brought up that she
think she was
lost her
supposed to
ring when she was wasted at CrimeCon.
No shit.
I want to know why all of the misdirection, the lying,
Mhm.
what are you hiding? Okay, at this
That's
point,
the problem.
what are you hiding?
Because remember, he
seriously.
didn't want his family interviewed deeply.
Yeah.
And you know
Yeah.
what's good? The one thing I really liked about the way that Cy did his interview, and I don't know again if this is strategy or if he's just saying things to go along with conversation, but we know that this whole thing about them not doing their victimology stuff for Kaylee is like a big topic now.
Yep.
Even though we knew from a long time ago that they were refusing to talk to the cops. That's when Shannon Gray went in front of Judge and was like, no, it's not my fault they're not talking to the cops. They weren't talking to the cops before I showed up. I'm just now stepping in. So whatever happened beforehand didn't have nothing to do with me. This is my fresh slate right now.
Yep.
Okay.
It's that mentality.
Well, that too, because he's just as dumb as they are.
You puff your chest and we got to keep our name. We got
Well,
to keep our name.
Right.
they said in the book that his Shannon Gray's wife is some sort of big influencer.
I heard that too.
I don't know who she is, but they've got like 7 or 8 kids, and so she's some big family influencer on Instagram or some shit.
Yeah, I've heard that. I can't remember where I heard it, but yeah, which
I'm sure
is
she helps
interesting.
them. I'm sure she's helped them market their pages.
Well, I mean, not to mention the hypocrisy behind the fact that all the YouTubers are such bad people, and what we do, so on and so forth. They've become the same thing, if not already had been. Okay, in their own way.
And then look at what just married into the family. And you realize she deleted everything about the case off of her TikTok page. There's a very few little pieces on YouTube, but everything is gone from TikTok. And her videos had millions of views.
If you remember too, in the beginning when she first started on this case, she wasn't all about the guilt side of this or that, anything else. She
was just looking at stuff
and asking questions too. So yeah,
and I think that they didn't. My thing is, this is all self-preservation on the Consalvases side. They're hiding something big.
Oh, Olivia.
It's starting to look that way to me, really, honestly.
Yeah,
and I have to ask why.
because they've just lied about too much that doesn't need to be lied about.
It takes me back to some of the things because I really focus in on some of the stuff they say over the years. And if you remember back a statement Steve said that there's going to be some names of some people drugged through the mud, and it's going to be some stuff that people are going to think is gross. What are you talking about, bud? What are you talking about?
I remember the drug through the mud part. Yeah, I don't remember the gross part.
That's how he put it.
He might have said it. Yeah, but I don't. I remember him making a statement about that though.
And I wish I could find it.
Yeah, and like I mean, who gives a shit? Like if it's if the truth is going to come out and it's gonna do what needs to be done, then oh well. I mean, I don't know what else to say to that.
They were sure hitting old Jackie on it.
Yeah, they were. And what's crazy to me, have you noticed the way that Christy talks about him? Like she tells stories about them, and every time she tells a story about Kaylee, she has some sort of dig at her. She always has some sort of negative something to say. Yeah. But for Jack, oh no. It's nothing negative comes out. She feels sorry for him. She's crying when she has to check his body for marks and shit like that. She can't say a single thing about Kaylee without something negative.
No, she was a brat. She was this. She was that. She was like, really?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
At one point, she probably was even jealous of the way her appearance, you know.
I mean, mothers are like that.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, and this is just coming from my own personal experience, seeing a situation. When Christy walked into the interview with Cyree and Bryan, Olivia's entire demeanor changed. So the entire time, I mean, she talked, but she was quiet. She didn't interrupt. She wasn't overly animated. She was pretty, solemn. She was sitting there. As soon as Christy showed up, her posture changes. She gets really animated. She's interrupting them every time they're saying anything. Her complete demeanor just
shaking her head like when
and a bunch of people in my chat were like, why does it feel like they're in competition? And it's like Olivia wants to be in competition. There's even one part where Steve says something and Olivia's reaction is very oddly flirtatiously toned, and it made me very uncomfortable to hear. She gets very like high pitched in her response, and she puts her hands in her hair with her head down, and it was just very strange.
You know,
it was odd.
And then she said hashing old news, and then Christy says, Dad, what?
I think it's always been a battle. Like Steve took up for her. The mother was always, super over, they never did anything right. And so
look how they treat Samantha.
Became this battle.
Mm-hmm. I think Christy's always been jealous of
and
any other female in Steve's life.
Olivia portrays herself as though she's the one that's in charge of this whole thing. She starts coming in with her questions and her statements, and it doesn't matter. He's not going to get a hearing. It's because of this and this.
But she only got that aggressive after Christy showed up.
Exactly.
And that's when she started yelling and insulting, throwing insults, and just saying all kinds of it just instantly turned on Mean Girl instant. It was interesting to watch.
Yes.
Her clothing choice was extremely strange to me. How are you going to come on half naked? Literally.
You know that there was
covered up.
There was a problem. That's why there's a cut at the end, and then she's in a green shirt.
Yeah. She's covered up after.
Her shirt must have come open and they had to cut it out, because right before the cut, it's a big picture of Bryan Kohberger, like it covers up the screen just long enough to let Steve finish the sentence he was saying, and then it cuts, and suddenly she's in another shirt saying, "Okay, I gotta go." So she probably just how do you get on a freaking panel with all these dudes and your stuff's just sticking out everywhere?
Her and Cy have some weird. That's what I caught. There's a weird
energy.
Yes.
My father was there for me growing up, so I don't need to be half naked on the internet
to get attention. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, it seems like there might be an issue there or something, because who in their right mind as a woman would come on national television with no bra and a shirt that just has a bow right here and is open?
Mother.
That's right, a mother.
Yeah,
that's so crazy to me.
Look there,
absolutely insane.
Right there, and then right here, he's still wearing that weird ass half nothing.
And there's several times in the entire interview where you can see just her bare chest bone all the way down until you start to see her cleavage where her shirt is. She's just not giving a damn.
No, and it's what are you? ew. You know what I mean?
And you're doing it, and first and foremost, before anything else, you know you're about to be on camera with your fucking father.
Right.
Look at all
I
her
would
her
never.
faces, guys. Every time I pause this, she's making a new face.
Yeah. The other one would, I swear she looked like Stimpy.
It's very not okay. I don't give two shits. It's just not.
Yeah, here's a little refresher for those of you.
Hey, Sai.
This is just oh my
It's all
god.
very odd, bro.
Yeah, listen here real quick.
Attorney, you got to keep that line between your clients, right?
Yeah, I was told by insiders that it's a small community we live in that said she's purposely after you, Steve. She's watching your interviews, making us all.
Yeah,
Now
because you
what-
constantly threaten Brian's life every time you get on camera.
Exactly. Now watch her, like Jules said, her body language and everything when her mother sits down. Just watch.
Is this one, Christy?
I'll watch it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Together and coming up with discovery based off your conversations. And once I learned that, guess what? I started talking about Bluetooth. I started talking about other things and just put her on rabbit trails just to play chess with her. But I've heard some really unnatural things are going on in this case.
Is there evidence? I'll save Steve for a minute. On Olivia's cue. Is there? I'm just joking. Is there evidence, Sai, that we don't know about that was never public?
I think there's definitely stuff that has been withheld and has still been withheld. I don't know how much it was conveyed to the victims' families, universally, not just Steve and Olivia, but across the board. There's some really disturbing things on his internet history that I don't know ever really came out that would be incredibly hard to just simply show and walk away from a jury not thinking that it's going to leave a big impact.
So you mean things that he used for his studies and
What? How many times did Celebrate say those searches were on there? Twice, three at max.
Three times.
Yeah.
It ain't no different than our search histories on because of what we do. It's the same damn thing. So yeah.
Yeah, and unless he can produce something that shows a pattern of this constantly happening, then it's a research paper.
Absolutely.
On the case of this nature, I'm talking right now specifically his porn history. He's got a very disturbing porn history that I think.
How are they able to call it a history?
That's what I don't understand.
It's three
But
references.
Celebrate says the opposite.
Right.
History means pattern.
And when Bryan, I think first got involved in this, if I remember correctly, he was looking at sexual-based crimes. Okay, that's part of your studies. So you're going to look at things like that. Okay, in a sense, and that's more than likely what it was. And don't forget, you can search something and it'll lead to many other different things. Don't forget that either. So that again, so good try, Sai, but I'm going to call bullshit on that.
Really paints a picture.
And that's all non-consensual acts. And I also heard gay, male to male gay.
He's so ridiculous.
Accurate.
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly,
she knows she's full of shit. She's making
She just made that up.
Shit. Yep.
Just to try to
She made that stupid ass exaggerated face. That was proof that it was all dumb. Yep.
Yep, just to try to get a dig in on Bryan, 100%.
Ridiculous.
I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. For me,
You're focused on.
For me, you hit it on the head, Olivia. The non-consensual, violent nature of the porn.
I was aware of terms drugged, raped, passed out, sleeping.
I would go more on incredibly violent sexual encounters. So not the sleeping or passed out, but very aware of what's happening and it being very, very violent, which is always a tough thing for a prosecutor, or a defense attorney to get through. That's something that's going to really tell a story about somebody's character.
Again, that even I'm glad to hear that because that plays more into sexual-based crime then it doesn't by saying that. So
And is
Yeah.
it Steve that's feeding his daughter false information yet again? Or where is she getting these lies from?
Yeah, no shit, because they haven't been given any discovery. They've been given 20 pages about Kaylee, and then if we buy a FOIA from MPD, then they also get it when we get it. Other than that, they don't have anything.
right, and you know that everything she said is wrong. He keeps telling her, no, it's not this, it's more this, it's more that, not this. This is what she wants it to be, and she's wrong.
Yes, and that's what's so freaking weird. I just said this last night. I said, for some reason, the people that are involved with them, with the Consalvases, they get angry when you mention and it gets brought up that there's no sexual motive to this.
Yep.
They need there to be for some reason. And it's just, I don't get it. What is happening? Why does it make them so freaking mad when there's like nothing to prove that?
Exactly.
It's weird.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
weird.
and we're still waiting on Christy. Watch. Complete change. Jules was right in demeanor with this one. Is not that she's not already evil enough, but
1 second.
The Grinch.
There's, and honest to God, you guys, I hate saying this because I understand that you're the family of a victim, but there's something very dark about her that has always been a problem for me. Always. From the very, very beginning.
There is.
I think that there's stuff to still come out. I think you guys are going down the right road. I've quietly been watching, waiting for more to drop. I can tell you, for me, the location information and the pattern of life, it hasn't come out because I don't think they ever looked at it. And it is by far the most telling of what we have.
Oh, then put VPN and then put VPN to only establish connections after start. And he did this whole thing, and that was brand new. He hadn't done that in the config files. That was the first time he did it, and they're going to bring that forward to say that this is a new behavior. Just same thing that you're saying, a new behavior that he did before and after, and he doesn't do it again. He like stops coming back to the Moscow area after the murders. He doesn't go back there anymore. So anybody who thinks he's over there just shopping, they're like, and I guess the message really is to the world is you can't commit these crimes anymore and get away with it. And that's really what I'm trying to say is I just learned recently with the labs I'm working with, I can't say this on regular TV. Rapes are getting very, very rare. People don't get away with rape anymore because there's the fluid exchange, and that's leading everyone's starting to learn. If I do this, I'm going to get caught. And we need that same message in these murder cases. And I don't know how to say that in a mainstream media format, but we got to, I'm trying to work on it.
Tank your podcast, Brian Enton.
What'd you say, Olivia?
So we're just going to tank your podcast instead. My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So on that, Steve and Olivia, let me give you a name.
Once again, rape or sexual assault had nothing to do with this case. So why are we talking about this? Why
There's
did that even?
There's a lot of unnecessary. I don't get it.
Right, that should have never been brought up, and it's so weird and like disturbing to me that it was.
But the exchange of
Buzzwords.
fluids, I don't know how to say it. Then don't say it.
Just like this one here, that for no reason other than to be an asshole, in my opinion, had to call Brian a pedophile at the sentencing. Are you serious?
Yeah, that's wild.
Nothing to do with anything, but you go ahead. You do your thing, girlfriend.
But you also need to see, and that's why the history with this family is something that I constantly question, because if you also go back to the DV situation that Olivia was in, where she was the aggressor, what made her flip out on her husband was her husband crawling into the top bunk with their daughter to help her go to sleep. And so I've always wondered if, like, seeing her husband get into a bed with her kid gave her some sort of PTSD trigger. And that's when she grabbed him and pulled him down to the ground. And that's when that whole thing started. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I just see things and I question what the motives are, because there's always some sort of something happening. There's no one's life that's freaking perfect. There's always some crazy shit somewhere. And so wild. I just wonder if it's a PTSD reaction. And then I see her behaviors and it's just really questionable.
And for her,
she screams that she's either been assaulted herself or somebody really close to her that makes her uncomfortable. Look at the way she dresses, the way she acts, the things
Yeah.
she says, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife has even used her psychology on her and said there's something wrong with this one. There's something dark
Mm-hmm.
behind her eyes. She doesn't know, but there's, like you just said, Logan, the way she presents herself and acts and stuff like that, 100%. It's right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's something.
All of this case, I think it's really, really important. The name is Matthew Nilo, Nilo. So Nilo.
Okay.
Matthew is an attorney who was practicing in New York, but he went to law school in Boston. And in the early 2000s, when he was in law school in Boston, he was a serial rapist. And I want to say he had 7 victims that they've identified. About 2 years ago, maybe 3. Man, time's flying right now. Maybe a little bit longer. Just after these murders, they did the exact same thing. It's the exact same team with IgG. And they took some of the DNA from one of those rapes. They ran it through IgG, and like I said, it's the same team that worked on the Kohberger case, and they got it from Nilo. And they went and did the 1-to-1 comparison. They got it. They arrested him in New York. That case is working its way through.
I covered this case when it first came out.
He's going to challenge the IgG, and he's going to win. The thing I want you guys focused on, because this is probably one of the more infuriating things. And if somebody's told you this, I'll shut up. But if they haven't, they are doing a huge disservice to all of the victims' families right now by not giving you guys the lay of the land. The defense is going to buy all the time they can until one of these IgG cases hits a major appeals case or the U.S. Supreme Court. When it does, you can kind of mark my words here, the rule is going to become you have to have a search warrant for IgG. You just have to. Most states have already started to adopt it, but this Nilo case is really likely. He's got the resources, the funding, and the knowledge to take this to the Supreme Court. If that happens, and they actually look at, hey, when you sidestep the search warrant and you step outside of policy, IgG is out. If that ever happens, that is Bryan's gold card right there. And I think that the defense, they're watching this case very carefully. They're waiting to see what happens with this. And everything you guys are going to see the next year or two is nothing more than buying time.
Well, would that even matter if he pled guilty? I mean, it's not like he had a trial and then was found guilty, and then he could go back and say, oh, the evidence they used at trial against me, is unfair. Like he still pled guilty. But that had nothing to do with the IgG.
So here's the issues, and there's 2 huge issues here. And again, Steve, if somebody's explained this to you, then I'll move on. If not, like you guys, you have to be aware of this. The fact that the prosecution probably never told you about Garza versus Idaho.
Right here, yeah.
And man, commit that one to memory. So Garza versus Idaho is a U.S. Supreme Court involving Idaho, where a guy who took a plea deal, who voluntarily pled guilty, actually got it reversed, and he took it all the way to the Supreme Court. So plea deals are not the closing of a case. Plea deals aren't like, okay, we're going to put this behind us. We're going to let everybody get closure here. Anytime a prosecutor frames a plea deal as closure, they're doing a huge disservice, because plea deals get turned over all the time on appeal. The second thing, and man, I am not a Hippler fan at all. I think Hippler made a critical error when he made the ruling that IgG could come in as a tip, so be it. But the moment he prevented the defense from being able to expose to the jury that the lab techs willingly, knowingly violated their own policy to do it, it's not a constitutional issue. That evidence comes in, but it does become a credibility issue. And any other court in the United States, when anybody associated with law enforcement oversteps a policy as it relates to evidence, you got to explain that on the stand. And I think if the prosecution did it right, you can explain that. Hey, for the interest of justice, for X, Y, and Z, yeah, we made this tactical decision. But the moment that Hippler made the decision that the jury can never hear about any of that, and the defense is not allowed to cross-examine officers who knowingly, intentionally violated policy on one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case, that is a judicial oversight. That in of itself, when challenged properly, has the ability to bring this case back. Now, to Steve, to your point, do it right. 10 times out of 10, he gets convicted, and maybe more comes out, and it really does put some closure behind this thing. Bring back the death penalty. I am all for this. But I think that I don't agree with the national populace right now that his appeal doesn't have legs, and it's very unlikely it's going to happen. I think there's a couple things that if it falls into place just right, it could happen. So I just say that as prepare yourself, right?
I've talked to some crazy labs. And
That's what I said.
so there's some multi-billionaire, okay? His house got broken into. Somebody stole his safe. Didn't just take it. Didn't just break into it. They took it. And long story short, a cigar was left behind. This guy hires a private lab to get a snip off of it and then uploads it to all and goes and finds the person who robs his house and shot his dog, which is like, it's like a movie, okay? And he gives it to the cops as a tip. And they said, he basically arrested this guy and is taking shit over it because he was supposed to handle it himself. So, long story short, he starts his own company. And he's just going through certain locations that he's deemed as high risk. And they're just grabbing people's DNA and uploading it as if they own it. But once you abandon your DNA.
When the Grinch comes in, she puts the choker on. He can't geek out like that.
No, never.
And they're selling those databases of just willy-nilly swabbed up DNA profiles to police officers.
Yep.
This is why I'm getting in DNA.
Oh my
Jules,
God.
you want to be the next customer?
Hey, Scully. Isn't that insane?
Holy
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, but my thing is, okay, if this company exists and they're going to, like, let's just say the middle of Los Angeles and they're swiping shit everywhere. How are they labeling those light posts on Elm Street? Like,
right.
How are they labeling that shit?
This is fucked.
Oh, thank you for the membership, Scully. I appreciate that. Thank you
Great
so much.
question, Jules.
And Becky, that's what I said. That's exactly what I said the other day, Becky. I said, why the frick? Why are they having this conversation on Bryan Inton's YouTube channel?
Yes.
Why are they even having to have Bryan Inton in on this conversation? He just sits there looking like a crazy person with his mouth open the whole time, looking like his damn air conditioner don't work. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what his problem is.
That made me wonder if this was somewhat illegal, Jules, for Cy or to contact them or vice versa. It had to be set up because remember the last one had to be set up with Jesse. So I gotta wonder if some of this was because of that. I mean, he wasn't supposed to be contacting them and vice versa. And then Bryan facilitates.
Yeah, but now he's even telling him at the end, like, okay, well, I'll just get your email from whatever and I'll talk to you.
Send it to flockshitdna.com.
Pretty much.
It's weird.
Yeah, like they already had a public conversation with Weber. At that point, like, why didn't they just do? Because he makes a comment. Oh yeah, we have a limited time here. Well, home dude, they would have had a limited time off your freaking panel.
Yeah.
Why are they there? So, and then they're going to complain about how everyone just wants to, make this content. Okay, well, you're literally making this content.
Yep.
It's insane. The hypocrisy.
Same thing every time.
Because how many hundreds of thousands of views does this video have? How many right now? I'm about to tell you how much.
420,000 views.
420,000 views.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to tell you how much money Bryan Inton just made on this video.
Short thing. Yeah,
he's,
just like they did with
right now it's about, let's just say, if he's getting the same as most true crime, it's about like $8 per 1,000 views.
Yeah.
He's already made $3,300 off this video.
Just one video, right?
And he talks for 5 minutes out of the whole hour and 42 minutes.
If that, you are correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how that works.
Cy, can you tell me? Okay, thank you. And that's pretty much what he says. And he always looks like he's watching Sesame Street the whole fucking time. Look at his face.
Oh, yeah.
Look at him.
Right.
He looks confused.
What are you?
I know that when Steve starts talking crazy shit like this with this database and some other crazy shit, he starts looking like he's regretting his life choices for a little while.
Yeah, definitely.
He is so sideways confused. It's not even funny.
He's like, maybe I shouldn't have done this.
Oh,
yep.
boy.
Exactly.
Looks like he's
so
tanning at the same time under like
He was in it. He's been.
shit.
Yes.
He's probably there right now.
Oh my God. All right. Hold on.
You don't own it. So then they're making these databases to sell to the freaking cops. It's an I'm going to say he's a criminal, and this is a weird story, but I really don't know he was or not, or he was just a shady business guy. But he found a niche, and he's going in there because the database, CODIS is puny. There's almost nobody in it.
29 million, by the way.
Bigger ones, and he found this niche, and they're like, we're afraid to work with this guy because we feel like this is going to get shut down. But this.
Am I the only one that thinks she's irritated because she's not talking?
I mean, she just always.
Well, she has the very best RBF
29.
I've ever seen in my life.
29 million.
The
what?
very best. And she always has
In
it.
CODIS, there's like somewhere
Oh.
between 25 and 29 million people in CODIS.
Yeah.
You don't know what
Something
he's
like
talking about.
I
Again.
don't care if there were only 50 people in CODIS.
Yeah,
if
we
there's
don't-
50 people
we
that
don't
have
break
committed
rules.
violent crimes or whatever,
Right.
or crimes in general, just check and see what is.
Go
Well,
with another light pole.
he's saying that the reason why this multimillionaire, whose story I cannot validate, by the way, I
Right.
spent a good like 15, 20 minutes on my live the first time around, Googling all kinds of different ways for a cigar and DNA and a safe and a company and a millionaire, blah, 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 blah. I couldn't find anything where a company was involved in anything where there's a story of a guy who started a company and none of that stuff. So this guy's just like, if it's true, it's vigilante all the way through and it was never even reported. I don't know what the hell's going on. Or it's just all bullshit. Or Steve knows really some black market DNA guy. I mean, there's a black market for literally everything, every body part. It doesn't matter.
Would
So
that be surprising, Jules?
no, not with the way these people have lived, not with the stuff that's come out about their background, not at all. It would make perfect sense. Actually, it would be par for the course.
Exactly.
So it wouldn't shock me. There probably is multiple companies like that across the country that people just go around and they get paid for however many DNA samples they can provide.
Amen.
Quantity over
Amen.
quality. They don't care where it comes from.
That is correct.
It's just crazy that he's just sitting here on what he knows hundreds of thousands of people are going to see and just openly saying this crazy shit.
Yeah.
Agreed. Fully agreed.
Wild as hell.
This is the stuff that's going on, Steve. This is the wild, wild west of IGG.
What were you gonna say, Olivia?
SGG.
Were you gonna say something?
Yeah. So I guess that I just don't follow the logic completely that this is not an appeal. This is a post-conviction relief.
Mhm.
The relief that he's asking for is for his guilty plea to be removed. Let's say that it's all granted. That essentially puts him back on the trial court. Let's say that they successfully delay until the Supreme Court decision in which it is deemed to be unconstitutional for the IGG process. We're assuming that that's going to be then done retroactively, then apply to this case. Let's assume that that happens. Let's assume that IGG gets removed. It doesn't change his DNA being a direct match to the DNA on the sheath. So I guess I'm not following.
She's not wrong.
Jump from these things happening, and I know you said that they're unlikely. You know, you were like, if these things all fall together, but I'm not following how these things all fall together to then have the IGG removed, which then puts us in a position where the case is at risk considering the DNA is a match. So maybe the work was ethically bugged,
He's crunching ice.
but the work
It's fucking Dago.
There you go.
He's fucking
Yeah, so let me
like
give you
mother.
a couple things. The best case I can reference you to
Those TikTok
is
videos,
Carpenter
Those people
versus
with
US.
ice fries.
And what Carpenter is, it's a bank robbery case, so obviously not anything of the nature of what we're talking about here. But in Carpenter, they do some cell tower dumps and they look at cell phone records, and they're able to place Carpenter at the scene of this bank robbery using cell phone records.
Mhm.
But it's the FBI. And, in 2017, well, actually, the ruling's in 2017. The case actually happens about 2010, 2011. The FBI gets involved, and instead of using a search warrant to get the phone records, they use basically what they call an admin subpoena, which is a supervisor at the FBI saying, hey, this is relevant to a criminal investigation, give us the stuff. So Verizon gives them the records, and they put him at the crime scene. They recover some evidence based on the phone records. He goes to prison. It goes on. He finally gets his appeal. It goes up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and this was the first case in the United States that challenged, can law enforcement look at your location data without a search warrant?
Geo warrants.
Yeah, and basically the Supreme Court said no. Looking into your location data is so personal, it requires a search warrant. And this was the landmark case for cell site location information that requires law enforcement. And now everybody except for the FBI was getting search warrants for a decade before this because we all knew where this was going. But the FBI was doing it at that point.
So how does he have a claim?
So it reversed. it reversed the conviction because the conviction was based on the phone records, and the Supreme Court said, hey, you should have had a probable cause search warrant and you didn't. The phone records went away. So they had to retry Carpenter and prove the case without the phone records, which luckily they had a ton of evidence and they were able to do. So that's the first one is, should law enforcement have reasonably obtained a search warrant? And this is my hang up on the Kohberger case. And the answer is so simple. If law enforcement would have written a search warrant for what they were doing with IGG, it doesn't hurt anything. We can see the search warrants. I don't have to release it. I'm going to go back to my undercover days. We did a lot of cartel cases. I was a cop in Arizona, so we had a lot of cartel cases on the border. We used to steal cars to wire them with GPS because we needed to get access on the car to get our GPS in there, right? So we would literally order the key from the manufacturer, and we would go steal cartel members' cars, and then we would plant the GPS in it, and then we recover it and give it back to them. It's a great scam. We wrote search warrants.
I know I trust you now, Cy. Thank you for telling us that. What the hell? Who admits to shit like this? You know what I mean?
This entire thing is so irrelevant to this case. What is
all of it?
Why are you talking about getting a search warrant for the IGG and sealing it? Well,
Right?
just seal it. It's not a big deal. What are we talking? What are we doing?
None of it makes any sense.
And then he's talking about cell location data being thrown out. Doesn't have anything to do with this search warrant for the IGG. I don't know what he's doing. He's just doing a lot of this. Like, for what?
He's gaslighting the shit out of them is what he's doing.
That's the problem. On national TV.
Yes, absolutely. He is kissing up. So, like I said yesterday, it's going to take a crowbar to pry his lips off the back of him. I'm telling you right now. It's so disgusting. So disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
To ourselves so that we documented what we were doing and there was transparency with legal oversight on our actions. When we allow the FBI to go through back doors and to kind of trick the system, and if you ask them, why didn't you write a search warrant to GED, match GED? Well, we didn't write the search warrant because they wouldn't have given us the info.
I think it was Heritage.
Well, it was Match and Heritage, so both of them. So the idea there is, man, if they reverse that, and then you get Steve Nye, and you talk about somebody who should not have been involved with this case. If you guys haven't seen his, you know who Steve is?
Jeff Nye?
Jeffrey Nye. Sorry, yeah, Jeffrey Nye.
You don't even know who he is there, Cy, so you might want to stop now.
There's a lot of things he says wrong in here.
Yes, a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, he did an interview in August with Fox News. You guys have to go watch this interview, and he explains the.
I think he actually told this in purpose because Christy Dawn asked him, "What do you worry about?" And he said the same thing.
Who?
And I've worried about. It's not so much him explaining, because I agree with him. The entire case was hinged on the.
There it goes. Did you see her eyes?
Instantly, she starts trying to get attention.
Rolls her eyes up in the top of. Yeah, this is. Look at her face.
Look at that face.
Yeah, she's like, oh, here she comes.
IGG.
Mm-hmm.
It's what he says towards the end when he says, and usually with these type of things, we can argue inevitable discovery. And what inevitable discovery is the Carpenter case. Yeah, we have these phone records and it helped put the case together, but take the phone records out, inevitably we still would have discovered all this stuff and we could prove the case. And that's why Carpenter is still in prison today, even though those records got thrown out.
Especially considering it went to Othram first and they found the right tree. They were on the wrong branch. And Leah Larkin herself testified in the Franks hearing that eventually it would have led to him.
100%. 100%. The problem is Jeffrey Nye on Fox TV during that interview said, we didn't even argue inevitable discovery because there was nothing that applied for it. And I'm like, dude, shut up. What are you saying? More importantly than even what Othram found, we have to remember on November 29th, Washington State University identified Bryan Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD. The idea that Bryan Kohberger would have been completely absent of this investigation minus IGG is absurd. All they had to do was follow up on credible leads. That's it. That's all they had to do.
Oh, such a lie.
Okay. So yeah, I think that we're on the same page.
And I'm not saying I ever think this thing gets reversed. What I'm saying is if you guys, as the victims in the case, in all of the victims' families, if you're not being told, hey, this could be 5, 6, 8, 10 years before this thing works itself out in the criminal justice system, you're being misled. The Carpenter case, well, that was a 2011 arrest. That case came down in 2018, and that's just the appeals process. That's not even the initial case. So I think we're in for a very long ride on this. I think there's a lot of things that are going to still happen. I don't know that he's going to get his post-conviction relief. I think they're anticipating that. All that does is now it forces it into an appellate review. And it's the appellate review that I worry about.
Do you think that'll...
I guess I'm not understanding that point either. How does a post-conviction relief force it to an appellate court?
Here's my thing with this. You would think that they would know everything about this case at this point, right or wrong?
Yeah, especially the processes that would take place afterwards, especially if there's multiple attorneys working for the families.
Exactly. So somebody would have told them, you do understand, even though he waived his right to appeal, this man can still appeal these things. It sounds like nobody told them this. Okay.
Every time they've interviewed, they've come out here and literally used the fact that that was waived as like a boast point.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
And now they're like, oh, well, we knew it was coming. We knew that this was going to happen. No, the frick you didn't. And if you did, you sure didn't act like you did.
Right.
They always try to save face for everything they do.
Right.
How is Ray saying that we would have gotten to him even without the IGG being in here? What? So you were going to take his car in and test it because you would assume that victim's DNA would be in there and then nothing would come back. So what would you have?
He claims that the WSU tip on 11/29 was sent into MPD, and he's wrong as fuck.
Yeah.
That's what he's going off of. That's why when we went over this, I had Jenkins' interview with Angela Levy come up where he literally tells her, no, we looked and saw the car. It didn't fall into the criteria. We didn't turn it in. It queried that there was somebody named Bryan Kohberger that had a similar car in the system, but it was not in the year range we were asked to look at, so we did not turn it in. And at first I was like, okay, does he think that maybe the tip was sent into the FBI or to like a different tip line or something like that? But he specifically says to MPD in this interview. No, it was not.
But there are 22,000 other vehicles that resemble Bryan's or are the car that fits the description that they're looking for. So what I don't understand how, if they took IGG out of this, how would they get to Bryan Kohberger?
Because eventually they did take item 108. That was his swab when he got back to Latell County, and took that and compared it to the profile that was created.
But wasn't the profile created off of IGG?
They compared it to the way that I'm understanding. And see, this is where the verbiage of everything matters. And this is where I don't know exactly directly what it states. I'll have to pull up the report. I think it's report number 11. But it states one time that it says in the forensic reports is that item 108 matches the sheath created from the DNA, like the DNA from the sheath. But I don't remember if it says specifically if it's the Idaho State Police profile that they created and did a comparison against, or if they're talking about the actual profile. But I don't see how that would be possible considering that the FBI deleted it. So let me see what the report says, because it's item 108 that they get that from. That's the only time it shows it. I think it is report number 11. Hold on.
But yeah, that date's interesting.
Yeah, let me get these out of here. Forensics. Got all of these damn folders in here, man. Forensic reports in order. I'm pretty positive it's number 11. Unredacted. No, that's not it. Why the frick did I think 11 so bad? Let me look at my index because it is item number 108. Hold on. But it is the only time it says it. Let's see. There's the straps. It's after his arrest.
It's probably like 3 days after Pennsylvania gave the car back.
No, it's like after. Well, it's not the car. It's
yeah. I was just saying in general. I got a weird.
Actually, you know what? I'm glad you actually mentioned the car, because I didn't realize that Pennsylvania's FBI office is the ones who disassembled the entire car.
Yeah.
And I question why they were able to take apart the car and do all that, but when it came to the trash, they had to fly the trash bag all the way to Idaho.
So they could modify the F and DNA.
I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense to me, because why would you need to do any of that? That's weird.
And I wonder what that date is, because I think that pins up to when everything started going to Othram.
Othram got sent on 11. Off the profile for Othram got picked up from Idaho State Police on the 21st, and Blaker and Matthew Gamet, the director of the Idaho State Police Lab, got on an airplane on the morning of the 22nd to go to.
Yeah, what was that, Texas or something?
Yeah, Othram in Houston. Report number 22 is where item number 108, the reference oral swabs from Bryan Kohberger. It's also, so let me open the report. Item 108 also has a chain of custody issue that we have emails for where the locations were incorrect, because for some reason, Latah County was for some reason required to send their reference swabs for Kohberger to the feds, which I don't know why, considering that they did their own shit with him. Like, they did their own. Yeah, so report number 22, the second page, it says, well, hold on. Where does it make the statement about 108? Reference item number 108, conclusions, interpretations.
What are we discussing now?
DNA.
So Olivia said, if the IgG gets thrown out, then how does it mean that the case goes away if it's still his DNA matched to the DNA profile in the knife sheath? And we brought up item 108 because it's the reference sample from Kohberger when he gets back to Latah County.
Gotcha.
And that's the one where I think it's the only time it actually states it. Okay, so it says item 108 was examined only for the purpose of sampling for DNA analysis. Let's see, where's it at down here? 103. A freaking page. So 108 only shows on page 7, it has reference oral swabs from Kohberger, evidence tape, mail envelope, 2 swabs. They took a cutting of them and then repacked it. I'm trying to see where on here it's supposed to say that it went to the sample. Oh, where is it? Does it not actually say it on here? What is happening? Is it at the end? Am I tripping? Where is this? I could have sworn it said this on this report. Maybe it doesn't actually say that on this report.
I'm just thinking, like, if they were going on information based on vehicles that looked similar to what they were looking for, then they would have to physically swab everybody that they come across. And I just can't see that Bryan Kohberger car would be the very first one found. And, you know, they'd have to go through so many white Elantras in the area.
Yeah, I just don't I don't know why the problem that I just don't know why Cyray keeps like holding on to that when that's not true. Because it's just like Chris Whitcomb in his book, where even though he admits that Paula Sutton had to amend her report to show that it wasn't Xana's blood on the pong table, his entire book's theory is based on that being Xana's blood, and for some reason they need her being attacked outside of her bedroom. Even though there's no actual proof that Xana was attacked outside of her bedroom. There's none of her blood anywhere. So I don't know why they keep trying to push that theory either when that's not true. Okay, I found it. It's report number 26, the first page at the bottom, and it says the DNA profile previously obtained from item 1.1 matches the obtained from the known reference sample of Bryan Kohberger. This DNA profile is at least 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if Bryan Kohberger is the source than if an unrelated individual randomly selected from the general population is the source. What I don't know is if it doesn't sound like Kohberger's reference sample is being tested against the FBI profile that they used for the IgG. It sounds like it's being compared to the DNA reference sample that was created by ISP before it got sent off, and then the IgG was created. So it's like the very first one that was pulled off of item 1.1 was tested against his cheek swab, and they say that it's a match. So I don't think they did anything with the FBI one, but that's the only place where it actually states that. And that's what Olivia is talking about. Like, if this statement's in here, then how does the IgG getting thrown out do anything? Well, because they had to get to Kohberger some freaking way.
Right.
They had literally nothing to go on until that IgG. That's why. But that still doesn't mean anything, because this was literally, you breathe in more dust molecules of DNA walking into a grocery store than the amount of DNA that was actually on this knife sheath. They had to magnify the sample to even get it to a testable size before they sent it off. So I don't see how, there wasn't enough to be tested by the defense. They couldn't double check the work. And then the FBI did some weird shit. And then they deleted their weird shit, which made it even worse. So there's really nothing else to do. And this is just the one statement. So she's got a good question, but the problem is they had no lead up to that. There's literally nothing in their entire packet of evidence before the IgG that doesn't have anything else to do with DNA. They had nothing. They would have never gotten here. Plain and simple.
And on the 11, 21, and 22, they're asking the ex-boyfriend about a two-door white car and a cocaine dealer that could have possibly done this to Kaylee.
Not just a cocaine dealer, a middle-aged violent
So
dealer.
Something was mixed up.
Mm-hmm. Violent being the key word was interesting. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yes, it is.
Because he won't even get a hearing. His argument is nothing but ineffective counsel, which was asked in the plea questionnaire that he answered extensively to, as well as life in prison isn't what I thought it was going to be. And I was, quote unquote, threatened by the idea of death row. There's no other meat.
She's so dense. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If it can be proven that Bryan was told something or promised something or anything that maybe he always got to say is, I didn't understand.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't understand what was going on at that point. Clearly. That's
it.
it.
Remember that one little piece of paper where he didn't check those, what was it, 2 boxes?
Yeah, purposely did not. It looks like he didn't check them on purpose. What? Oh, Jesus. What was the question, Mike?
Yeah.
I can't remember, but come on now. If all they got to do is look at that document and go, well, wait a minute now.
Well, the thing with that, the thing that really bothered me with some of the law tubers' interpretations of the documents, now that this is a change, really annoys me and tells me that you just don't need to ever hire a lawyer, because they're all kind of just dense. There's no way that background conversations where there's threats and coercion are going to be admitted to in the form, because that's the whole point, is that the threat worked. That means you're too scared to admit that the shit happened. So why the hell would you be like, yeah, I wanted an Alfred plea, but the family threw a fit and now we're not doing that. Check mark, yes. That's not going to say that.
No.
So there are arguments with all of that. I am like, honestly, stunned by some of the people acting like that about these documents. Like, I'm sorry, where did the common sense here go? That's not how that works. I'm just really like, wow. Yeah,
I'm with you. No. I'm with you. It is insanity.
Hair in Ethan's hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Which we know is completely fabricated. That's not
completely fabricated. I cannot wait. I'm telling you, I cannot wait to watch the temper tantrum she throws over all this. I really can't.
She's gonna go on TikTok and throw a whole fit.
Yes, big time. Big
they
time.
wanted this law. They got this law passed so they couldn't see autopsy photos, huh? And
yeah, but you realize that they didn't actually accomplish shit with any of that.
Yeah.
No.
Those rules, the rules that were already protecting those photos. That's why when Xana's was unredacted to that point, they were removed because they were already following privacy laws. When she talked in front of those people, they didn't even know who the hell she was. They couldn't even pronounce her name right. And Steve wants to act like, oh, they reached out to her and they wanted to work with her. They didn't even know who the hell she was. We watched it in real time.
That's the Gonzalez family. We're
That
out
is
there
for a fact. That is
Wild.
a fact.
making laws, and you know it.
They want to they want to put their name onto something so bad that they're not even making sense. Like it's
They're reaching
a lot
for
of
everything.
disparity here. It's
Yes,
really bad.
yes.
Yeah,
It's like I said before, secondhand embarrassment, folks.
it's bad.
It's very real. Very real.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
It's very strange.
That's not reality. And his own defense, Ruth Ballard, testified on the 23rd of January that it was consistent with Ethan's own hair. So he can't say that that's exculpatory because obviously the prosecution didn't withhold that from them. So that doesn't work out either. So I guess I'm not understanding from how we get to, he's not even going to get a hearing. Mark my words. Let's say that I'm wrong. He gets a hearing. How does that throw it into an appellate when he's not asking for his plea waiver to be removed? He's asking for his guilty plea to be removed.
He's not a lawyer. Yeah.
I don't understand the difference.
He's-
I'm sorry.
he's
I'm
a-
sorry.
he's an
If you
officer
don't-
trying to
if you don't
help
know,
us.
Please, if you don't know.
No, I get it. I
it's
get it.
okay.
I would be so.
First off, he's not an officer anymore.
That part.
This is so. Jesus, this is sickening.
What is the difference between? I mean, isn't it the same thing? Like if you're basically saying that your plea was placed under threats and false promises, then I would assume that the waiver and the plea itself are one freaking thing together. Yeah. One would mean the other. So I don't really quite understand what her whole argument is here. I don't get it.
She doesn't understand that if it's, let's say, for instance, Hitler denies the hearing, whatever, you know what I mean, what he's going to apply for, the Bryan's applying for,
Mhm.
that Bryan can appeal this, and then it can bump up and appeal it per se if it's denied. She doesn't get that. She doesn't get that at all because she thinks that since he waived his appeals, he can't appeal anything.
Which is crazy because now they're trying, her parents at least, are trying to act like they knew this was coming, which is not how they've behaved at all.
Right. Exactly. Again, she thinks she knows a whole bunch of something and doesn't seem to understand anything, unfortunately. So
Yeah, the people that they have in their corners are not being honest with them.
no,
That's
they
the
never
problem.
have.
And right here, Brian Enton, shame on that piece of shit because he should know damn well that a bunch of crap coming out of Cy Ray's mouth is bullshit. Unless he really is the way I think he is, really just taking those damn papers and printing them out and putting them on that table and pretending to look through them. He knows this man is lying to this family and he's just sitting there allowing it to happen.
That's trash.
Trash.
Well, you answered the reason why, Jules, because he's getting $3,300 just out this
They're
video.
sitting
So.
here as furniture.
Yes.
Yeah, let me just flip through my Rolodex and
Mhm.
find somebody else so I can put some more bullshit out. You know what I mean?
Shit.
Huh.
Crazy as shit. Federal. Yeah, that's where it needs to go.
Yep.
That's what's also honestly really surprising. Like how with how popular this case is, has somebody from up there not actually taken some time and been like, let me pull this shit, called one of their freaking assistants and told them, print me out all of the paperwork from the Kohberger case. I want to take a look at this shit and start looking through it. Like they've got the resources.
Right.
There's no way this is not a topic. Trump talks about this case. How did they not know about this case?
I sent an email to the Department of Justice twice, and nobody's responded with anything. Obviously, they don't care. I agree with you.
And I think after Whitcomb came out, remember, Dago, I think we kind of kicked that around with some things that he had let out, the possibilities of how this could make that possible. Yeah. So it's, but yeah, for real.
I just don't understand.
In fact, I would be like, just please release the guy. The only thing I
That's
ask.
why they won't talk to us.
That's how I feel. Just release. Let's just release them.
Yeah, they won't talk to us because these are the kind of questions that we give to Thompson, and Thompson just his eyes start
But
darting.
I don't think that it's not an unfair question. Like you said, I don't know that Cy has the answer, but that's what Olivia's asking is really the question. I mean,
here's the thing that we have to keep in mind. The post-conviction relief that he's seeking right now is going to go before Hitler. And I agree with you 100%, Olivia. He's going to turn it down. He's not even going to get a hearing.
Now, since they're on that point, I want your opinion, Jules, because we all know how Mr. Hypocrite is. Okay. I think, my personal opinion, I think that Hitler's going to approve this because he knows that they'll appeal it if it's not approved, and they'll appeal it to the point where it'll get out of his hands. And I think he might be a little nervous about the fact that he's already had his hands in this mess. If it's allowed to go above him, he has no control over it then. And I think that might be something he might worry about. So I think he's going to approve everything all the way down the line.
He's either going to approve it effortlessly or he's going to fight it tooth and nail. I mean, I don't really think there's going to be an in between. There's either a reason why he allowed the plea to happen to begin with, because he didn't have to.
No, of course.
And so instantly with him, I question his judgments.
Yes.
Because he was so rude to the defense the whole time. He tied their hands behind their backs the entire time. And then as soon as he was going to have a chance to just like let them fall in front of everyone, as he was assuming was going to happen because of how he was ruling against them, he was like, yeah, let's just go ahead and do this. It was in his power to say no.
100%.
So is he saying no because he's being paid, directed to rule certain ways? I don't know.
Great point.
But if he really wanted it out of his hair, then we're going to see him instantly just handle it and get it done and over with. So
Yeah.
I guess the temperature. I guess maybe we need another couple of maybe weeks or so, a couple more dates of things happening before we can really decide the temperature he's going to take. But it's going to be very noticeable very quick. I will say he very fast approved Bryan getting a public defender, which we pretty much knew was going to happen, but he didn't waste any time either. Like it wasn't even a 24-hour fresh filing, and he was
it was all in the same day, wasn't it?
Pretty much, within 24 hours, less than 24 hours,
That might have been the fastest thing he's done yet.
And
or shizzle.
That's why I wonder. Like I said, I think I imagine that he could be worried about somebody else that he's handling this that he's already had his hands in. And I could see like if there were mistakes made, or which we know there were, but issues with him that if it goes federal by some chance based on appeal, that would, if I was in his shoes, I'd be a little nervous as to like, wait a minute, no. I want full control of this. I want to make sure certain things happen, certain things don't get out on this and that and everything else. So that's why I think he's going to fully approve everything going down the whole thing. That's my opinion. But
I've just wondered if there's ever going to be a portion of the PCR fight where there ends up being an issue to where a new judge gets maybe motioned in, because this judge already has shown a huge bias.
Big bias. Yes.
And so I don't know if the Ada County public defender is going to automatically be like, well, I already watched this shit show one time. We're not doing this.
That's why I want to know who the attorney is, because as soon as we find out who his
I'm surprised it's taking so long for counsel to make themselves known.
They're probably nervous, Jules. Think about like all the shit we've seen.
Somebody draw the short straw.
Right. They're like, I don't want it. I don't want it. You want it? Do you want it? I don't want it. Yeah. I mean, truly. I'd be nervous.
Wonder, how long have they known that this was coming down the line, and that's why he did sign it so quick? Who knows what they have spun up?
I can't say too much. I don't know specifics. All I know is that back in June, the beginning of June, Melissa made a comment about just know that we're on it and continue fighting for the truth. And this was in the beginning of June.
Yeah.
And I kind of felt like that was they were in talks at least then that something was shaken. He was talking to his family.
It makes sense.
That's why I wonder, like, if Cyree is serious about, she's talking to him every day, she's seeing him all the time, then that also sort of tells me that maybe she is involved with what's happening, because this is the best way to go about things, because she apparently has this motherly, protective, to this day still believes in his innocence, according to Cyree, pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it may look like he's, tossing Ann aside and throwing her under the bus, but maybe she's like, this is the only way to do this. I don't have a choice.
When did that silly ass Whitcomb book come out?
The
beginning of June or end of May, one of the two.
Some shit.
Right. Like I said before, timing.
But when did we get the announcement for the book? Because when did Turvey start talking? Turvey started talking a long time ago.
We were told like
I can't remember when we first heard about it.
Oh Jesus. We had I remember when Lee told me about it, it was like roughly a month before it hit. Roughly. Like maybe 3.5 weeks. So, and then we were told we have the interview, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So, yeah, I think about almost a month. Yeah. So probably.
I guess about hitting like, oh, well, shit, I guess I can just Google it, dummy.
I think it's close. At least like a month apart.
And then Turby came right behind, and then which I still don't understand why the hell Chris Holland had anything to do with anything. Like
April 28th was
okay.
the release date, so it's been a few months. Yeah, it's been that
That
long.
was way out.
Damn.
But you don't know. That was just a brief off rip what you said on the 20th.
Yeah, but Turby'd been talking for a while. I just
Yeah.
don't. I just don't know but see the way that Turvey talks about Ann Taylor is the opposite of the way that Cyree is now talking about Ann Taylor. But then everything else that he says is still the opposite of what the other guy says. Like everything, they're literally the opposite in every aspect of the subjects that they've come out and interviewed about. And I guess people are right to kind of question, is this some sort of weird strategy? But I don't know how this kind of thing can be approved whenever you're coming out here and basically committing perjury.
Yeah.
A good point. Very good point.
I don't know. This whole thing is just so confusing. I don't know.
Logan, thoughts?
Bryan Kohberger use these actions of Cyree as part of his defense?
Maybe.
I mean, look at what he's doing.
That they were never originally credible.
Well, and that's the thing is, if he was working for Kohberger, I could say, he could say, like, look what's going on here. Like, this is not what we were told, and this is not how this is supposed to work. I would imagine he should be able to.
I don't see why he couldn't. He's coming out here saying something completely different than what he filed under oath.
I wonder what Kathy's thoughts on that. She's in your chat, Joe.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder what your thoughts are on that, Kathy.
That is a good question, Kathy. Do you have any thoughts on that at all?
I mean, his team talked him into a plea deal, and his team thinks he's guilty.
I mean, that's what he's saying.
but not really at the same time, because Cyree is throwing a whole bitch fit because Turvey's like, why weren't we informed anything's going on? And he's like, how dare you think you have any right to be informed?
Yeah.
So that would tell me that Cyree wouldn't have had anything to do with the plea or anything leading up to it or conversations or anything else.
That's a good point, too.
So I don't know. Everything that they're saying is literally the opposite of each other, no matter what it is.
It's crazy. It is
weird.
crazy.
And they're on the same side.
Yes. Yes.
It's the weirdest shit ever.
It doesn't make any sense.
So this is going to be a case study for like 150,000 years, because what is happening?
This is blowing every other case out of the water, period. Ever. In my opinion, Ann Taylor's gone, and the entire defense team, including Cyree. That's what I was thinking too.
I don't know, because just because he's filed this, it doesn't mean that she's no longer representing him for the other stuff. He's never.
Well,
we don't see his name being removed from anything. There hasn't been an official statement.
That's what I was going to say. There's been no motions to recuse her from anything yet, but because I checked that regularly.
It's been all week. That just he filed this Monday. It's been a whole week.
Yeah, and I don't know whether to believe her or not. She's about to say that whole thing about Ann signing some kind of an affidavit or something. But what is it?
Yeah, there was nothing. No, that was Hippler signing for Kohberger's public attorney that she's talking about.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Okay.
The whole thing just doesn't make any sense.
Not at all.
He can appeal that. This is where Garza versus Idaho comes in. He can say, hey, Hippler's already jaded on this. He's part of the problem. I need
the ladder
side of that initial team to look at this. It's a long road. They're going to have to file their stuff just right. At some point, he's going to have to get a real attorney to get on board. All I'm saying is if nobody's telling you guys that this is possible, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it's possible. That they're not prepping you guys. The same thing about, hey, if we take this plea deal, we can bring closure to this case. No, it just
exactly that. They told us the opposite. They said, if you guys go with Steve and go for the death penalty, you're going to have hell to pay. But if you just go with old Thompson over here, all your problems go away. And he pleads to it, and you all just go riding into the sunset. And now they're all like, I didn't think he could appeal.
Hashing old news.
Yeah. What's that?
Hashing old news.
Well,
That's Dad.
We're still talking to people that are calling me. Like I just had Randy. He couldn't appeal. And we're like,
well, because it's not an appeal. It's post-conviction relief, and it's going to be denied. Because here's the thing.
But he can appeal. This is what drives me nuts with her. Like she's in denial or some weird shit.
Sure as has been. Even Anjanette Levy had to admit a long time ago, like, yeah, it says that, but that's not true. He can still do this, that,
Right.
and
And she just they're in denial. They won't seem to accept her for sure, but I think he knows everything. And we all know that Christy's delusional with a lot of stuff she says. But this one is absolutely in complete denial and doesn't seem to understand any of it. It's crazy.
And it doesn't help that they feed her a bunch of dumb shit. But they have a bunch of people on their side that feed them a bunch of dumb shit.
10 times worse. Yes, it makes it 10 times worse. I fully agree with you.
He could have requested relief in the form of having his plea waiver removed, which would have been a hell of a lot more likely for a judge to say, yeah, sure, whatever, have your appeals back. But he didn't do that. He asked for his guilty plea removed, which logically makes no sense, which is why I think Ann Taylor's not behind this at all.
I read something that Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today.
The relief that he's asking for isn't asking, if they're trying to buy more time, give him a route to appeals. Say, just remove my plea or just remove my appeals waiver. But you're trying to remove your guilty plea, which is never going to happen because of the questionnaire that Hippler gave him. It was incredibly extensive, and everything that he brings up in his motion was covered. So
Again, there's nothing in this stupid ass questionnaire that portrays the fact that he possibly didn't understand what was actually going on. And he was told certain things that ended up not being what he was told. So that's why he agreed to it at that point, because he thought something different. It's clear cut.
And he's also claiming threats.
Yeah.
But also she can't sit there and be like, oh, this format that was given was from Hippler and it's so technical. That's like your whoever is going to be facing the death penalty and then wants to make a plea, or whoever's facing charges and then wants to make a plea. That's your basic ass format that the state of Idaho just uses for that. That's not special to him.
Right.
It's just, I don't again understand what she's trying to say. Like, I get what she's trying to say, but I don't at the same time. To me, there's no difference between I want to remove my guilty plea and I want to remove my guilty plea waiver. It's all the same thing at the end of the day. It's what you agreed to. The one is the same as the other. So I don't get her point. I don't know what she's trying to prove with it.
One family, two sides.
Yeah, I'm very confused with what she's trying to say.
I wonder why Steve's aging.
I can definitely agree on that one.
You're just like feigning amnesia. And unless he truly is just even more stupid than I thought that he was, and I truly thought that this man was stupid, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, and understand
like a toddler throwing a tantrum.
See how she's constantly
turning down this
animated as shit all of a sudden?
Motion for the post-conviction relief is another log on the fire for the bigger appeal issue. We're not done with these motions being filed. I think in the next 60, 90 days, like I'm saying, we're going to see a lot more start coming out of the woodwork. This is just step one to get that. There is a very
step one.
There's a very intricate, very well planned out road that the defense is going to go down here. We're just getting started.
Yeah, the minute they thought they were going to do a plea, they probably had a whole exit strategy to be like, this is what we're going to do. And they sold that to him.
So he's not selling out Ann right now? Ann's part of this?
Ann's me. This is just total.
You can just talk.
That's Zai's theory. That's Zai's theory.
Yeah, we're just spitballing right here.
Yeah.
I've always thought the same thing, honestly. I'm like, how do we know that she's not in on this? Say, hey, we're going to do this. Then after a few months, you're going to file, inadequate,
ineffective
Just
counsel.
an attorney saying, yes, I was ineffective. Like you're looking at motions. You're looking at the evidence that was, attempted to be suppressed. You're looking at, there's so much more that goes into it than just an attorney being like, yeah,
she's essentially going to lay down on the knife, right?
I'm still stuck on what Zai started this whole conversation with, and Christy wasn't here, but that if they had done more digging and processing with the digital stuff, that Zai believes that there's evidence that Kohberger was in the living room at King Road based on the data he had. Like, did you guys know that? Did I just miss that somewhere?
I knew he was following these girls and stalking them online, but they refused. Nobody investigated if there was an online connection.
Are we talking about that night? That night he was in the living room?
No, Zai thinks previously, based on the data that he has from the defense.
So fucking terrifying.
Out because we just skirted on past it.
Sorry, I've been thinking about that.
No. You're right.
I'm like, did I miss that somewhere and you guys secretly knew, or I didn't?
Oh, I'm going to go a little bit off script here too, and I could be wrong. And this is where I was asking about the VICAP report and all the questions to family and friends, which I can't find any reporting being done.
Never happened.
The
He's
little
been
bit
off
that I
script for
have
2
dug
weeks.
into, I also believe it's possible that Bryan.
Exactly, Kathy. What he said is 10,000 times worse than Garza. He was basically, or he said basically that he was defrauded by his own counsel, withheld his culpatory evidence, made up a story because he said it was a fraudulent story about the tour of the death penalty cell. That was the police. So this is completely out of the water from what she thinks it is. So exactly. That's why I see absolutely. If Hitler were to walk away from that, okay, once that's presented, can you realize the backlash he could get from this? Like, you just let this go? He's telling you this
he
all
let
happened.
it go once already, though.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a good point.
So he's gonna have to do something, because he should never have let this plead. He should have said, no, I'm sorry. I don't give a shit what y'all agreed to. I'm not allowing this to happen. We have drugged this out to 2 different damn counties. Y'all played games this entire time. We're not doing this.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a very good point.
So I don't know. I don't know what the hell he's going to do. I'm just ready for something to get started. I'm ready for it to be back in court. I'm ready to see arguments in front of a judge. Just what I want to see.
Yes, 100%. You guys want to continue on with this, or do you want to move on?
I mean, I'm so sick of these people.
I agree.
Hi, Ray. I'm so just like nauseated with him.
Is there any more questions about any of this anybody in here has? Or any points or anything to make, other than the fact that she needs to put some fucking clothes on?
Yeah, that's crazy as hell.
Which you were right. If you look at her now, guys, this is so funny to me. I never realized it, Jules, until you pointed it out. On down towards the end here, she comes like they cut or something.
You're gonna see Brian's face pop up because they put it as a cover before the cut.
Yeah, and at one point
it happens earlier in the video too, so I think she had a mishap earlier in the video.
She did. I saw it happen just a little bit ago, and I was like, "Oh,
yeah, right there."
Yeah,
I think you're on the spot. Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Hold on, I just passed over right there.
Yeah, like right here, it's gonna cut.
Yeah, and then she comes back on with a completely different shirt on. It's crazy as shit. Why would you wear something like that, knowing that you're going to be on, on the news or whatever the hell you want to call it? It's so gross.
I don't understand anybody who thinks they can use hair as clothing.
Yeah, no joke.
Yeah.
That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to cover up her entire chest with her hair. And I'm like, girl, you know that your dad is watching you.
There's none of that matters. There's no what do you gonna call
class?
Yeah,
no,
there you go.
Actually. That actually, yeah.
Game. So if you dig,
very good point.
That's fucked.
Yeah, and then hold on. That must have been where they had the mishap there, and then now she got a different shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta love it. I wonder if it was her mom or dad that said, "Hey, sis, by the way, you're kind of hanging out there." That probably embarrassed her, which is
that's what I was thinking. That one of them said something to her.
Yeah, but at some point, and I didn't even realize it. Now I was looking for something. You could see she moved her hair somehow, and I was like, "Whoa, Jesus!"
Mm-hmm.
Put that away.
Yeah,
put that away. No modesty, no nothing.
Like, how would that be her choice for something so important?
Thank you. Thank you. It's like she's trying to expose herself almost. It's gross. Anyway, enough. I agree with you. Enough.
I just don't understand how he can come out and say these things when his sworn testimony is the opposite. That's my problem.
His statement, his statement alone, his report should shut this down. I mean, don't they have to go with his? Okay, if Hitler looks at his report and says, "Okay, Mr. Red," which we already know he doesn't like him, this is what you put in your report, and you're out here saying this, shouldn't that be illegal?
I mean, isn't that like the same as letting a jury member go home and look through the shit on their cell phone and on the case that they're freaking being a jury member for?
I mean, it's definitely a violation that should be addressed in court.
And yes.
Yeah. And there's no way that he doesn't know that. And I don't understand how we haven't heard anything yet. It's been a week it's been 2 weeks since his interview with Custody Queens.
Right. And
so
he
it's
came out.
very strange.
He came out right away with the second. He did the custody queens interview and then swore he wasn't going to do anymore. First and foremost, then he comes out and does this next one, and completely contradicts everything he said.
Mm-hmm. But he was already giving us bullshit. That's the opposite of his report on custody queens. But then he comes out and gives us even more information. That's the opposite of what he just said on the custody queens. That's what I said. Like his information isn't even very consistent with the way that he's trying to play it out.
He's been a police officer. He's been a fucking blood expert. He's been everything at one point midstream through this shit.
That's what
including a liar.
Yeah.
Including a liar.
Spatter, IGG. He has like all this expertise all of a sudden, and I'm just like,
yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah. How'd the cell guy get all the whole packet of everything?
I think, listen, this is my thought on this, and this might be wrong. Okay. I believe that Ray, because of his ego and because of who he thinks he is, when he was approached by defense, said, I'll do this for you, but I need full access to everything to be able to give you my whatever I need. And I think he was given that. Okay. Under the pretense that he was going to do something to help Bryan in this case and situation at that point. And then boom. I mean, this is just a thought, Fiza. It's just my opinion. I
don't understand why he needed to walk through the house as the cell phone guy.
That's what I'm saying. It sounds like he was given full access to everything, Jules. Everything.
And right away, pretty much, because he said he walked the house in November. Well, that's like right after he came on.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how you can say in your report that you can't connect them anywhere, none of these things. And now not only is he in the living room, but they're leaving the house together and going down to the A&W and then going back to the house together. How are we supposed to believe that after what you said in your work? And you're talking about 6 months worth of patterns. You said in your interview with Custody Queens and in your report that the only patterns that you see is that he drives at night and there's no stalking patterns. So what are you out here talking all this crazy mess for? So
Thank you.
But this is some. Go ahead.
I don't understand how in his work everything says we can put him hitting off of a tower that services an area in Moscow. It doesn't even say King Road. It just says in Moscow. And now you're saying you can put him literally in their living room?
Yeah. And anything directional. There's one, I think it was on November 7th, that says that he can put Kohberger somewhere like south of or east of the University of Idaho. Well, for one, which one? Why do we have or between that? Like which one? And then all the rest of them, it's northeast of Moscow. And if you look up there, that's nothing but like hiking parks. The whole area is nothing but hiking parks. So instead of going into like the actual town of Moscow where the downtown area is he more likely just shopping off of 270 and going up to the hiking area and not really driving around nowhere else? Because he'd still hit off the same towers.
I think it's such of a close area that he would. What the hell is pinning him to this? So like you said, he wanted to go into the house or whatever. So he has spoken on stuff of his expertise and he's been in the house. So why is it? I don't know. This is weird.
It's very strange.
It's
because
almost
while he's complaining about everything that's happened, he's also trying to like double down on his guilty stance. And while again, basing that off of a false scenario of the 1129 shit with WSU that didn't happen. And we're supposed to think this guy's credible. Like, this is crazy.
Like
he also wants us to believe that a man who is going for his PhD in cloud forensics is going to take his phone into a home where then he later goes back to commit a murder.
With a weapon that he purchased on Amazon that can trace back to his family home.
And if he's seen all this shit.
In the car that his mother gave him, with plates that were on the car that his mother gave him.
Yeah.
That he wouldn't have realized, oh shit, I forgot to turn my phone off before I left my apartment. Now it's going to look like I left. So now I got to wait and do this another day because I fucked up from the beginning. No, every little detail that screwed up was still go time. And then that car was never in King Road before that weekend. So then you see this big ass SUV. Like if you were stalking them and you ain't never seen this SUV before, you see the damn Jeep, you see the bigger SUV, you hear music on, lights are on, people are talking and singing and everything inside, and you still, oh, this is the time.
When everybody else around you says they went to sleep at 9 p.m. So everybody else's house around it is dark.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure people have TVs on. Why wouldn't you enter a home that has just a TV on where you know somebody is actually sleeping rather than the home where there's music coming from?
Yeah, where there's an active, obviously something happening.
And so here's a good question for you guys. With what he has spun off and we've heard from what he said, can you guys agree or disagree that he probably would have seen the autopsy photos, right?
I'm starting to believe he's seen everything now.
So how could, in all this shit that he wants to spin, and if anybody knew shit from shit and saw all that, and he can come out here and say all that and believe it was only one knife that was a K-bar?
I don't think he believes it. I think he's just following their narrative.
Yeah. But it's like, talk about bullshit.
Because you ask him about the cleanup and he gets offended like it's his personal history that's being assaulted.
Yeah, I love
it's crazy.
I love
like,
the way
why
you put
do you
that.
get so mad? Why are you so angry?
That's a motivative.
And then it's like, oh, it's so normal for there not to be any feet prints coming out of where the floor is.
Oh, it happens all the time, you guys.
Blood.
More often than you think. I think that's what
pad.
everybody said.
What are you
I mean,
talking about, bro?
you know what kills me is I have to give custody queens a lot of credit because they really did try to get him to speak on these things.
You could tell they studied for this one for sure.
Yes, and like you could tell they were getting irritated with his answers on a lot of these things because they don't make any fucking sense.
Because they had his report in front of them, and then they were expecting his answers. But then again, at the same time, I also wonder how much of that was maybe not really too surprising to them. At the same time,
I think
because
Ron,
he showed them some stuff on a map before that interview. Ron said that.
Yeah.
Poor Ron, he was reaching for hair,
and it right. And at the same time, he's talking about in the report. It says it too, how that the drive test and all that stuff. There's no way it could have been done the way they said because there was things that were mapped on the drive test that aren't even drivable.
Yeah, you can't even drive down there, and that's the point of a drive test. You have to be able to drive it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The most actual word ever.
What do you guys? Okay, no, let's move to this now. So I'll go with Julez first, since she's our guest. But what do you think? Just, I know we don't know because we don't have enough info to know anything truly. But what do you think could happen with this, Julez, going forward?
Trial. It needs to get to trial, and I don't see how they could possibly produce anything that's going to prove what they've been telling us this whole time. I just don't see it, which is why I've been wanting to go to trial. I'm not worried about going to trial.
Me too.
We've seen a year's worth of shit.
Yeah.
We have paid thousands of dollars for interviews and body cam and evidence and reports, and not a freaking single thing has said a thing. And that is outside the unsealings of the court documents that have also continued to not say a freaking single thing. So
Nothing.
I don't think that they can do anything. Bring it. Let's go to court. I welcome it. The same way that Bryan said, bring back the death penalty. Let's go. Well, F it, bro.
And
Let's go.
I'm glad you brought that up too, because that statement from him alone gave me kind of gave me chills, because that is so utterly confident that, in my opinion, I don't see Bryan Kohberger, because we've seen him in action in certain things. I don't see him making a confident statement like that without having that confidence to back it. Period.
Yeah, it's pretty you pretty much know exactly the tone behind it when it's stated. Yeah, it was very confident the way that it was worded, for sure.
My absolute innocence.
That was my instant reaction.
Yeah, 100% me too, man. My absolute innocence is my truth. That with that other statement is okay, bud. Let's show it to us.
That's been what he has said ever since the beginning. That's why over the past week or two, I've been going back in and getting old interviews and stuff like that. Yeah. And his interviews in Pennsylvania with his attorney, the LaBar guy, he even said then he's going to be exonerated. My GPS information is going to exonerate me. Okay, well, here's Cyree talking about some damn GPS information. Let's get to it.
Exactly. Exactly. You got to wonder too, with that statement being said, and then what we do know already, I don't trust this guy at all now. Okay.
Not at all.
Is there any way that he could manipulate certain things to make it look that way? Do you guys think?
I wonder what the date was that he went in the house.
It was in November.
It was in November 2023.
Yeah.
So that would make some sense to some shit, really. If that statement, and going off that statement, just saying that if they couldn't send it was basically the original of the tracking of his cell phone, they had to figure out another way that they were going to make this happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but you can see where I'm going with this. It's just shady as shit.
It's all very reverse engineered.
But why would he come out here and slip up and say, some shit about that? But
well, this is why I made the statement I made earlier when I said I know it's conspiracy-like, but I gotta wonder: was this a plan from the point that Cy came into play? Was he working for the prosecution, doing a little flippy job here? I mean, I know it's crazy, and I don't usually think like that, but I don't understand this. I've never seen anything.
But nothing he produced was used by them.
Not use.
No. The only thing that's in his report that the state used is that they can't put him at the house.
Yeah,
right, and that's another point I wanted to ask you too, Jules, and Logan actually too, because remember Bill Thompson at the end of this all said, "No, we cannot place Bryan Kohberger in that house." Mm-hmm. Do you guys? Because Tomboy brought this up and said she thinks it might, and I kind of agree with her. Do you guys think that may come back and bite the prosecution in the ass?
Not if it's the truth.
Wasn't it said that they couldn't use his technology?
If it's true that they can't put him there, if it's true that he was never actually there, if it's true they can't connect him there, I don't see how it could bite him in the ass.
Well,
the only way that it could is if they really have had all this information and it's legitimate and it's real, and Cy Ray's not fucking lying, which is going to be insane because he was lying back then. Regardless, he's a lying liar somewhere. Okay, he doesn't win this at all.
Well, right, but what I mean though is like coming back to bite the prosecutor that's going to try to prosecute Bryan if this does go to trial, with him saying at the end of the last.
Oh,
that's what.
And then maybe trying to change it later. I mean, yeah, technically, because that's an under oath statement.
And then not to mention what the two detectives said is, no matter how bad we wanted it to be, we can't find a connection with him. All of those things were said after the sentencing, and now they're going to go to trial. If they do, you can't use that shit now because nobody's going to believe in you.
No, and that's my whole point. Like if Cy Ray really saw everything from the draft to the final and everything in between and gave all of that to the state, then how come the state did not go back in and remap everything and resubmit it? It's the same question I have for the 7 minutes. When the 7 minute time frame got removed and the car from Pullman leaving from Nevada Street, the one going in front of the cannabis shop, when all of that got removed because it's the wrong car, it's got fog lights, it's not Bryan, they still have all that fucking footage. They still have all that footage. Why didn't they go back in 7 minutes and go and find the damn right car?
Well, one of the things he said was he told them all this and said, now I'm not sticking up for him by any means, but he said that he basically gave them the opportunity and the I guess ample knowledge to be able to go back and fix this, and they never did. So again,
or they went back and double checked and it still didn't fit their narrative because Bryan's really going off to the park and not really going towards Moscow. And that's why they never corrected it. That's the only thing I could think of for why they couldn't, because they have it. It's only 7 minutes. And if he's coming from his apartment, then you should be able to be like, okay, well, this driveway wasn't Bryan. So let's just wait 7 minutes and see when the next car comes by. Oh, there he is. There you go. Oh, north. That's different. Oh, he's going west. Oh, that's different. Which one is it going to be? Because Cy Ray is trying to say that it was north of 270.
Yes.
So if Cy Ray wants us to say that the state can prove that, well, then the state could have gone back and done that already. There's cameras on that apartment. There's cameras all over that place.
Yes.
That's why I have issues with this, because I feel like this would have already been.
Didn't one of these guys say they couldn't use his program, what he created? No.
I don't remember. Oh, no. You mean from before? He had a case before that the judge called it junk science and threw it out.
Yeah. Colorado, I think, wasn't it? Was it
that
Colorado?
Was before?
Yeah, it was Colorado.
Well, now someone sent me a case, a case where Cy Ray apparently lied in a police officer shooting situation.
Yep. Yep.
So he's just known to be a liar all over the place.
Yeah, I think somebody sent me the same case.
Me too. Me too.
Everyone's like, somebody needs to do a deep dive into Cyray's cases. I said, okay, thank you for the invitation.
Yeah,
Because
he's
like at
definitely.
this point, I can't trust you, bro.
He's definitely not as clean cut as he made himself out to be, for sure.
And he sure put on that damn facade, bro.
Yes, he did a good job at that.
It's
That's
that
what's
hat.
scary.
It's that little hat. That hat comes off and he turns into his real self.
Yes. Grace Kirk has a question and says, "Can BK get an impartial, fair jury who won't be prejudiced and not lie?" Now?
No.
Not in Idaho, in my opinion.
No. I think it would have to be a judge, like a panel of judges, like a Supreme Court type situation.
I fully agree with you. And I don't think he ever was going to get one either. And that's why I think it was never going to go to trial. That's just my opinion.
Look what happened with the Murdoch case with the Becky lady.
Yeah.
Okay. You trying to tell me that this kind of shit wouldn't have happened in this with the Gonsalves's damn talons and everything?
Right.
Some crazy shit would have happened.
Yeah. So if you guys have questions, just like Miss Grace did, guys, put cues in front of them so I can see them, please and thank you. I would love to ask the questions you have. And
how far do we think this stage with Hippler, how far do we think it's gonna go? Because I have a feeling Hippler's gonna try and not hear anything, not be part of anything.
I guess we need to know what the actual step process is. So if he gets the way that I've understood it from listening to a couple different people is once he gets the actual name of his public defender, then the public defender will file a more legal filing for post-conviction relief. That's, your regular normal motion, print it out, whatever. And then I guess from there is where that's basically them asking for a hearing, right? With the lawyer submitting the motion is them asking for the actual PCR hearing. So I guess it just all depends on if that gets approved or not. The way that it's sort of coming across is if it gets approved, then it goes on with the PCR direction. But if it gets denied, then that's where they're claiming it gets thrown into an appellate process.
Yeah.
So technically, would that mean that getting it denied would be a better thing?
That's what I thought.
With it getting when he's given a lawyer, and then the state has to respond.
Yeah.
And then depending on what the state responds, then it can go to an evidentiary hearing.
Okay, so then Brian's lawyer will have to file something, and then the state will have to respond, and then there'll be a decision on a hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't even think about this.
And if Hippler denies it and says, I'm not listening to this crap, then he can request a different lawyer. Or, I'm sorry, a different judge.
Different judge.
Yeah.
Which is probably what'll happen if it gets to that point. But I don't know, Hippler. I mean, unless Hippler's just really wanting to be a dickhead quick as possible, which might be why he's approving things so quickly. But then again, it's still been all week and we haven't gotten a name.
Or will Hippler let it continue and say, yep. And then when it comes to the evidentiary hearing, now he's done.
Shut it down.
We've gone through weeks and months and maybe a year or more of all this stuff. Then all these steps, then Hippler will say, no, deny.
Could it get that long before we get to an answer for a hearing? A year?
It could be months for the state to respond. It could be months.
Yeah. See, a lot rides on that part right there.
And see, I also think there's another possible situation here too, that with all of this garbage going on, what if Hippler just tosses the whole thing out and says, no, release him, it's done.
Oh, just be done with it.
Yeah,
I don't think Hippler's brave enough.
Like
that would be you would have some big cojones to do that. I
mean,
think too. I agree with you.
He if he actually looked at all of the information that's actually there, that would probably be exactly the way that he would rule.
But then Bryan Kohberger can ask for a different judge. Like he can say Hippler's part of this problem.
Yeah.
I need a fair and impartial judge, and he can get that.
And it's obvious. You can see it,
very easily. Yeah.
Somebody who just completely doesn't understand DNA.
Yeah, not at all.
I mean, didn't he not really do much criminal stuff before this case?
No, he was doing malpractice with.
That's what I thought, that he didn't really have a lot of history at all with criminal stuff.
No, it's
a little bit with it. Didn't he sort of touch the Daybell case?
A little bit,
a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But not really be a thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Angel's asking, will we get to see this amended Cyray report and mapping? I doubt
He's
it.
not
personally.
claiming, he's not telling us that he wrote another report. That's the problem. And see, I was listening to his exact words, and he made sure that January for this report being released was the one that was being talked about. Because I was even questioning that. I was like, okay, so is he trying to say that he wrote another report? Is there some other information that we haven't seen? No, when he's telling Steve about the report that he's mentioning, he's talking about January.
Oh,
So
right.
I'm like, so what is this damn report where you're literally claiming that you have no connections and you can't actually do anything? So why do you keep referencing that when they're saying the opposite in what you're talking about? Do you not realize that Steve's going to go read that and be like, that's not what that motherfucker just said to me. What are you talking about?
Hey, yep. Great question.
I
Great
don't
point.
understand it. I don't get it. I don't think there is one.
It should also be a law that if you've had 24 motions in limine in the first part of trying to plead your case or defend yourself, that if when it gets to that time again, everything needs to be sent to the defense.
Oh, you mean
off the rip?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's like what, like 24 discovery requests.
Yeah, they should get everything off the rip. Everything.
Yeah, I don't know why it's a tiptoe process.
Instead of wasting all that time requesting documents. I need
why
this.
is that the process?
I don't
Because they're still trying to fabricate bullshit.
But that's the process for everything. Like that's the process. Like if you have a case enough to bring charges, then why should I have to go through hoops and all this bullshit and just give me what I'm like? Just give it to me. Like, I don't get it. I hate I always say every single process or every single system put in place for humans is broken. The justice system, the medical system, the healthcare system, and every little system, school system, they're all broken. They're all broken.
So I agree with you. Somebody else asked, and I don't think it does because we never had a trial, but does double jeopardy apply here if it goes to trial? And I don't think it would because there never was a trial.
No.
Well, it's not like he's being like recharged.
Right.
It's different than being recharged.
It's the same charges and there was never a trial. So I would think it would.
Yeah, it's basically just the same thing. It's not new charges. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if he would have been found innocent, not guilty, and then something would have changed and they would have found hardcore proof, they couldn't recharge him.
That's kind of what I thought.
That's what it is.
The deal was with that. So good call.
Mhm.
We also have, I think it's Jeff saying, not Jeff, but Jeff C. What house did the dude who FaceTimed Ethan live? 1118, 1119, 1026 or White's apartments?
It was in one of the apartments behind the house.
He said it was 10 feet away, so I think it was, or 10 yards away. I think it was the Whites, right?
No, he behind.
Or behind, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was the other. Okay, I got you.
They brought him in. They had him like walking from behind the house to go across the area.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you, Richard, for that. I've been out and I'm a tad more composed. It's all part of the plan. Cy and Ann, I'll come up there. Okay. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate you very much, brother. Yeah, no, that's a lot of people think this is a plan and it was the whole thing. And I just can't imagine, although, okay, Ann's going to take some shit for this, but then at the end of this, if it ends up being that, I guess it would dignify everything she did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then she wouldn't have, all
Which
of
is
that.
also, I think, maybe the big reason why she's also trying to fight the Idaho Statesman for financials, because then it'll maybe show their cards.
And that might be also
get those access.
That's a good point. And do you think maybe that could be why she went at Dr. Turby for saying what he said?
Maybe.
That would be another good point,
Mm-hmm. But we also know that there's the leak investigation still happening.
Yeah.
Who's really looking into that?
I mean, they claim that it's under a criminal investigation,
criminal one
but
now.
I haven't seen any paperwork.
According to, I think it was Turby that said it, that the administrative portion of it was closed and sealed and it's done. And now they're in the criminal side. And he also said, just watch and see who gets arrested. Okay.
Yeah. Like actually he said arrested. And I was like, we'll see.
And the way he was saying it, he was referencing
Ann Taylor.
Ann.
Yeah, because he said Ann Taylor was calling him and basically telling him it's okay if you talk to the cops about the leak investigation. He's like, what the hell?
Right.
Hey,
Right.
talk to the cops. I'm not talking to the damn cops about any damn thing. What are you talking about? And he even talked to one of his lawyer friends, and he's like, what is she trying to tell you to talk to the cops for?
Right.
Like, the whole thing is just very strange.
But in previous documents, it said specifically in the court documents on it, it said that it was probably most likely a leak by the prosecution.
It did.
Yeah.
So the way that happened was that when the courtroom opened up that day, I don't think that a lot of people were expecting for Judge Hippler to even say anything to the defense. And for a while he didn't, because the paperwork that came out was on the investigator side. Like, he was very adamant that it was on the state side. And they didn't even write up a letter for the defense before the court hearing on the leak that happened. It was only one aimed at the state. Yeah. So then they created one for the defense just because there wasn't one and he needed to be fair. But Hippler, as biased as he was definitely not, he was
telling the prosecution
at them. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the letter, the way it read, if I remember correctly, to the defense said almost the same things, but it basically said, make sure your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed, and cover your ass, because that way you don't want to end up in the same situation.
Mm-hmm.
While when you read the prosecution's letter, it was more like,
we know it was you.
I know you did this. Right.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the defense was like, we just need to make sure we preserve everything because there was a leak, and the state is like, we know you leaked some shit. It's basically the insinuation on it. But then he's going back and forth with that too now, and I don't know who could have been the leak. Well, I can't tell from what was out there, especially when some of the stuff was wrong. Like, one of the things that was apparently leaked was that Kohberger sat down on the chair in Xana's room because he was exhausted, and Gilbertson was like, where the hell did that come from?
And you can look at the chair, and because we were told in the one report that the chair, you could tell that somebody covered in blood sat on it. Mm-hmm. Guys, we saw photographs of the chair. There's hardly any blood on it at all.
Yeah, there's like little bits of it. You can't, there's nothing that you could tell.
I mean, they're all lying.
Right.
Yeah, it's very small compared to what I thought by the way they acted.
And it's on the side. It's not real, like, it's not directly in the middle, but kind of off to the side of the middle a little bit. Everybody's lying, you guys, and it's insane.
It's wild. I don't get it.
Somebody else
Something is wrong here.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Let me see here. There's some more questions. I'm trying to catch up, guys. Living Well with Amber said, do we think that Dylan is shitting her pants right now? I think years later she's going to give her story up straight. I hope she is, and I doubt that she ever will until she's forced to, in my opinion.
I bet anything, if she ever has to take the stand, what's going to come out of her mouth is going to be another completely different story.
Well, unless they scare her, which I think Anne was going to shred her. I truly do on a cross. I think she was going to shred her. And she could have. I think the one that could be broken would be Bethany, if anything. If Bethany has guilty knowledge, which I believe she does, that she's the one that would be broke more than Dylan, because I think Bethany is petrified and always has been of this.
I want to know what apparently she has that's exculpatory.
Yes, that they never presented to us, Jules, ever. They told us about it and walked away from it as fast as they could.
Yeah, the last thing that we heard was that she agreed to have them fly out to her for an interview, and then everything went quiet.
And see, when we found that out, I think I immediately thought, she told them something that has nothing to do with the guy that they have in custody for this, and they completely washed that and said, nope, we're not telling nobody about this.
Because it doesn't work for them, yeah.
Yes, that's my point, 100%.
Because notice that she didn't show up at sentencing. She had somebody talk for her.
Yep, because she knows. I think I'm telling you.
Conscious, yeah.
If they could get her on the stand away from other people, I think they could break her and she would tell the whole story, in my opinion.
Just so
I don't think she should have the option to do a Zoom call from the comfort of her own home. No, get her in that setting with everybody else and make her take the stand under oath and ask her questions.
Yeah, they let them get away with way too much. For sure, they babied the shit out of them.
Crazy. I've never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it. Let's see. Treshel. If I'm saying your name wrong, I'm so sorry. Treshel Seek. Where are all the constitutional attorneys coming for everyone? Good question.
No doubt.
Good question. Where are they?
I don't know.
That is a great question, actually.
I mean, the craziest part is that the people that are supposed to be withholding the constitutional rights of everyone are the ones breaking the rules and causing the problem.
Yes.
100.
Yes, ma'am. Christina Sams, just a statement. The prosecutors have 30 days to respond. Thank you, Christina. Let me see.
So 30 days once his attorney files the more professional motion.
I think once that's filed, yes.
Okay.
Beauty for Ashes. Where is the information that the FBI are investigating Bryan for the stalking allegations?
I don't know.
Claims?
I
Good
clipped
question.
that earlier too because I was like, "What the frick are you talking about?" But they've been talking about making Kaylee's case separate with the FBI for like some time now, and I still don't comprehend what the hell they're talking about with that, especially when there's no proof of stalking. Because even Cyree, when it came to the FBI, was like, they can't prove the stalking either way. So I don't know. It's very weird.
They even threw up I don't know if you guys caught this, but I can't remember who said it, but referenced an independent prosecutor again.
Oh.
Did you hear that?
Did they?
They did. Somebody referenced it out of one of the it was either Brian Enton or Steve or no, it was one of the women. I think it was either Christy or Olivia that mentioned. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about with an independent prosecutor?
Didn't the Grinch talk about something about an open FBI?
Well, yeah, but I think the prosecutor thing is for the leak.
I thought they were talking about the case itself being retried if it happened.
Oh, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe I misheard it then.
Plus, I don't know half the crap they're trying to talk about anyway because they're everywhere, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
So initially, the state generally has 30 days to respond to the post-conviction relief petition, but if they just ask for additional time, there is no top of.
There's no cap on it.
No cap on it.
Indefinite time frame.
Yeah. So if they
Probably
just keep
wise.
asking,
who writes these rules, bro?
Exactly, because when Ann Taylor was asking for more time, she couldn't get it. So why do they get it when the roles are reversed?
That's wild.
It's basically like unlimited time. They just have to give a halfway legit reason why they
That's
need
probably
it.
why Cy said this could go on for 10, 15 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and look what that does to the WSU lawsuit.
Oh, they're going to put a stop motion on that for sure. 100%.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened already.
Bingo. Yeah, I was going to say that too.
And that's why, that's why Steve's acting the way they're acting about it and acting like smartasses about it, because they wanted a trial. But now with this happening, that money, those 100 millis each goes away.
They won't even be able to get a settlement out of court if they put a stop motion on this, period. That's done.
Nothing.
Sure, if it's all that bullshit they've been talking.
Yes. You're going to see some very angry people.
But then I also question what's going to happen with the EWU and MPD lawsuit, because that's for the FOIAs, and the FOIAs are going to be stopped.
Everything's going to stop, I think. Even the document release, all of it's going to stop, and we're going to be going backwards in time again. Yes, I know.
But it's also going to be extremely, insanely busy.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Because this is going to be more discovery, more stuff coming out.
Motions, yeah.
At least with the way the courtroom is going to do stuff, because they're not just going to release information anymore either.
Right.
But I wonder if the stipulation could be no gag order.
Oh my God! Could you imagine that?
That'd be sick, huh?
That would be
the
nice.
only way that this would be the perfect balance of things.
Yes, that would be. And I hope that's motion too. We don't need a gag on this. Let it play out.
We've already released and unsealed so much information. Why do we need a gag for? Y'all have y'all's damn redaction rules.
Yep.
So just do it.
That's it. Yes.
Let it be. Just let it be.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's see. None your business. Says Jules, can you explain the 7-minute thing with the surveillance footage, please?
So they claim that Kohberger's phone got turned off at 2:47. Cyree is claiming, then I guess Mike was right. They do use some of Cyree's stuff. So I'll take back what I said earlier now that I'm saying this out loud. Okay. So they claim that Kohberger's phone turned off at 2:47. Turned off the network, turned off at 2:47. Cyree found that Kohberger had cell phone connections all the way up until 2:54. So there's 7 minutes of camera footage that goes from Nevada Street right off of 270 and that area that shows that white car, the white car that Remember when Gray Hughes had to come out and admit that it wasn't Brian's car? It was that footage from Nevada that got released from Pullman FOIAs. Pullman FOIAs is where this came from. And that's where the car is pulling up to the camera, and you can see that it has fog lights. And that exact same car is, from what I can gather, that's the exact same car that travels in front of Floyd's cannabis shop. Well, it's in that 7-minute period. And since now they actually can prove, according to Cyray's logic and his pinpoints, that Kohberger's phone was still actively connecting to places for that 7-minute time frame, they can now prove that as Kohberger's phone was actively connecting in that 7-minute time frame, that it was not following the path of the car coming from Nevada and passing in front of the cannabis shop. So they had to remove the car leaving Pullman that they had submitted for the PCA, that they had submitted for the trial, and everything they've been doing so far. They had to remove the car, and technically, according to their narrative, Brian leaving his apartment, and they were going to have the car just magically poof into Indian Hills at 3:30 and not show the jury any lead up for how the guy actually got out of his town and got into Moscow. That's what the 7 minutes was. And that's based off of Cyray's work, which is crazy because, again, I say, if he did all this work and it removed 90% of the draft, and it changed all the camera stuff, and now they can't actually show us a path that Brian took to Moscow, then that means, again, that something about Cyray's work has to be real, or else the FBI wouldn't have changed their shit. The state wouldn't be saying the things that they're saying.
Right.
So if they've got Cyray's work, then why are they not using the parts that make Brian guilty? I don't understand.
That's the biggest question with the whole thing. I agree
that's where I'm like, I don't get it, because this doesn't math. They're either using your information because it's right and it proves that he's not the guy, or they've got your information and it's right and it proves he is the guy, and for some reason the people that need him to be the guy aren't producing the proof that shows he's the guy. That doesn't make any logical sense.
Not at all.
And that proof you're speaking on, this is perfect. You'd probably have to have a chain of custody on that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Sure.
Ain't that a son of a bitch, eh? Bet you that ain't right.
I'm sure you'd have to for everything.
100%. Yeah.
I bet you they could push that and squash all that out.
Right.
I just don't understand how they didn't go back and try to correct anything.
No. When they were given the opportunity to fix the issue, they didn't even touch it. Not even a little bit. They just let everything ride.
And that was in the time frame where they could have made corrections and it wouldn't have affected anything.
Exactly. And they could have just covered it up and said, oh, well, there was a couple mistakes made. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Fix it.
They had no problem taking out this. They amended the 7 minutes. That means they could amend their evidence.
Yes.
They chose not to.
Yeah. No.
All those motions in limine, they could have inserted things that were corrected and removed things that were wrong. We went through that for how many months?
Right. And I think because they thought they were going to get away with everything free and clear, and it was just going to flash over and that'd be the end of it. He was going to get
probably
found
weren't
guilty.
expecting for him to want to plea out.
Right.
Because then now that makes the process completely different.
Yes, ma'am. Keith Vance is saying, is a latent shoe print not evidence of a cleanup?
No.
I thought.
Not technically. Because biologic can be anything. It doesn't have to be blood. That's number one. I'm more concerned of the lack of any prints.
Yeah.
Than that, because there should be leading up and fade away, and we don't see any of that. What we see is one little mark in front of the bottom step that they didn't photograph because they said that it was an officer's. Then we see the one that they actually did photograph that they claim could have been what they don't even claim anything. That's the one they didn't analyze. So they didn't photograph the one behind it because they said it was a police officer's, but then they took a picture of that one and never analyzed it. Well, common sense would tell you, if you think that the one right here in front of the step is an officer's, the next one's probably the next step the officer freaking took, you dumb shits. So I don't understand why they even did any of this and then used it in the PCA. That's where I'm like, what? How is this not something that she's fighting even harder? We have the forensic documents that says that L4 was not analyzed. We have the documents that states the one behind it wasn't photographed because they thought it was a cop. How is Payne able to use that? And there is documented proof that he had the information about that not being analyzed by the lab and the other one not being photographed 2 weeks before he wrote the affidavit for Bryan Kohberger's arrest. And he still placed it in there as proof of suspect's path of travel. He's the one who signed off on the damn documents from the Idaho State Police coming back to MPD that has these handwritten notes about the prints.
Then you got all these tousled rooms that
Nice.
look like shit wasn't done in them.
No shit.
Clean as AF, but nothing. Just ripped out drawers and all kinds of fun stuff.
See, in Bethany's room, having a bunch of broken furniture is interesting.
In my opinion, somebody was ransacking looking
I
for
think
something.
so too.
Mhm.
I think so,
Because
too.
the spare bedroom as well as Bethany's room looked like something was gone through, and makes me wonder then, was Bethany not there for a period of time and then came back at some point?
Ray's answer is weird.
Well, why didn't you just answer it, dude? Like,
He could
just
have, and well, but you know why? We realize later why he can't. He can't remember. What does his report say? Actually, let me quiz y'all. What does his report say about whose information he doesn't have?
I don't know shit.
Do you remember?
Yeah, that's right.
How many people's information does he not have?
That's right.
Bethany's.
There was Bethany.
Yeah.
Ethan's.
Molly's.
Yeah.
Freaking Ethan.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you not have Ethan's records?
Great question.
And
It's
then how
definitely-
can you even answer a question about Bethany knowing that your report says you didn't have her records? You shouldn't even be answering that question. You should be saying, I don't know. I never saw it.
It was all the Verizon phones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought Lucy
Yeah.
was saying.
Except for I think Molly's is Verizon, but hers was still a whole completely different thing. For Molly's, he had her files, but they were created and stored by the FBI. So he didn't do anything past checking what they were and seeing what kind of format the file was, and he never actually analyzed the data.
his main job in this case.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Great.
how can you tell us that you can actually, you have proof of all of these things when your original information is going off of incomplete information?
Yep.
And again, I say, how the hell do we not have Ethan's phone records?
Yeah.
But we have stuff for text messages and stuff in this timeline. What they don't have is his call detail records, his actual like information. But they have Xana's information. Apparently, he has it in his report. But they still can't say when they got home. How do you have Xana's information, Mr. Cell Phone Man, and you can't tell me when she got in her house?
But we got this DoorDash order. Can we just start, and put that as a pinpoint of some kind of focus here?
But then they tell us at 2:15 when she makes that damn DoorDash order that she's not at 11:22, but they won't tell us where she was.
That's a good. Thank you
If you
for
can
bringing
tell us
that
that
up.
she's not there, then you can tell us where she was.
But in my crayon scribbles,
Isn't that
Very much
interesting?
so. Just say it. Where was she then at that point? Because usually
Peter claims the last time he saw them at Sigma Chi was at 1:20.
120.
Then you
And
have the 2:15 DoorDash order where we're being told that she's not home. Then we have the 4 o'clock practically DoorDash drop off. There's no answer to any location information for them
No.
this entire time.
No.
And then they want to say that they have proof that Xana was up and doing shit. You told us 412 TikTok, and then come court, you telling us 316 TikTok.
Yes.
So which one
Yes.
is it?
Absolutely.
It's really frustrating, especially since they keep trying to put it to where she's attacked outside of her bedroom when there's no blood proof of that.
Yeah. Lucy's
don't
been
get
screaming
that.
this for years that they absolutely
Oh,
100
they probably
million
do.
percent have it. And I agree
I
that
think
they
the
do.
prosecution definitely has. I think the state has everything. They just
I
never
think
gave it
that
over.
I think that Ethan and Xana's information is detrimental to this
I
whole.
think it's the answer.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. 100%.
down to
And that would give us the truth right there.
Or
That's
let me
why
say
we
I
don't
think
know
it's
it.
let me say I think it's part of the answer because something for some reason, even though I've really tried to, I can't let go of there being more people inside of the house that also
Nope.
have something to do with it.
I'm with you. I'm
I
with
can't
you.
let any whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but it's something.
No, I
Isn't there
agree
a
with you.
picture with Xana at 1:38 as well? Out like at a party with somebody?
I don't remember if it's 138.
I
I
don't
know what you're
why
talking
that-
about, but I didn't know there was a,
There's-
I didn't know there was a time on it.
Somewhere in the book, the timeline in the book says something about a picture of Xana, but I could have sworn it was earlier on in the night, like at Sigma Chi before midnight. thought it was like 10 something maybe.
I thought it was
somewhere
11.
wrong.
other
This is
than
going off my
Sigma
brain.
Chi. It was at like a house or something, like a house party that they went to after or something.
Was it when didn't she go to another place after the Whites because Ethan went off to the game?
Dylan said she saw. I think it was Dylan said she saw Xana at Allie Benson's with a
White Claw.
White Claw in her hand. I can't remember the
Something
time
like
on
that.
it.
Yeah, it's in the timeline, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what it was.
With Jackie, with Jacqueline.
Jacqueline, yes, with
Yes.
Jacqueline.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I don't believe that.
I think that was right after. I think that was right after the Whites party when Ethan left to go to the football game.
Right.
We've had a
And then she
Jacqueline-
goes home around 5:30 to start taking a nap. So it wasn't really all that long, apparently. And then we really don't even know like the whole nap thing is being true. But that's messages that she sends. She tells Ethan that she's going to go home and take a nap. But 30 minutes before that, he gets a message about being cheated on.
Mm-hmm.
And I really think that something was orchestrated to the point to where whoever this Erica person is was trying to get Ethan lured out of the house. I think they were trying to get an argument between Xana and Ethan so that he wouldn't be there so that they wouldn't have to deal with him. Because why are you sending the message twice if you're not getting a response the first time? Why are you trying to hone that down so hard?
Trying to get him out of the house.
Lure
Thank
him
you.
out the house. Get him to argue so he doesn't spend the night. Mm-hmm.
You are on point with that one. I've been
I
thinking
really
that
do.
for a minute now. That's a great point.
What time
It's
was
very
that?
just 5:40 something and then 12:40 something.
12:45. Yeah.
Yeah. Or 5:03 and then like 5:30 something. She says something about taking a nap. And then right after that, remember, he's at Hunga Dunga and him and Peter apparently have a conversation about how it's hard to date Xana.
Yeah.
I don't believe that either. I think he got into a fight with somebody and Pete took him outside to cool him down because
Maybe.
that's the only thing that makes
Yeah.
sense. With you don't talk
I mean,
about.
we already know there's some sort of like egotistical fight that apparently went down that night somewhere.
Oh yeah, Barstow
Yeah.
or was it? Barstow said that something went down and it was there that night too.
Mhm.
So there was a fight there that night. I agree
Yeah.
with that.
Well, the girl that lives at 1119 that came out and did that weird ass interview a while back, she even said when she was at the party that there was like, it was like an ego fight. Like she mentions the fight that went down at
Yep.
Sigma Chi.
Yeah.
Ethan
point.
also has
I'll be right back.
marks on his like first three knuckles that would come across as marks from being in a fight and not from
Like he punched
what
somebody.
happened at the house.
And
Yeah.
see, it would make more sense if those came from a fight prior to that, because they said that they're trying to say as he was stabbed the first time that he was up on his right elbow, and you can't punch somebody by being in, so that would definitely be like more of a no, he was tussling type thing. Mhm.
Yeah.
For sure. I just hope we get the truth one day. This is so crazy. I hate this case so much.
What do you guys think about the roommates adding Ethan to their house group chat, but not Xana?
That is where I was wondering if there might have been something to the cheating messages, and they were
Yeah.
maybe trying to see, like maybe they were trying to help Ethan catch her. Was the first immediate thing that I, thought of. But then I also had to stop and think, like, this asshole that wrote this book cherry picked these pieces he put in here, and he knows what he's doing and what he's trying to insinuate. So am I going to fall for this bullshit? I don't know.
Either
But
they
it's
like draw him
questionable.
away or like tell him about something that they didn't want her to know about.
That too,
But,
like
yeah,
something.
same.
Yeah.
But
I just
weird.
found it strange because she's the only one that was there with them at the party that wasn't added. Why would you add the boyfriend and not your friend that you live with?
Right.
That was during the day.
It was right at the party, like right when they were getting at the party in the very beginning. Towards the in the afternoon, nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
It was odd.
Unless they were just trying to talk to him about something like.
Well, they
maybe
already
what the
had him
problems
on
are.
other stuff though. They already had him on
Yeah.
Snapchat. Like they already had
Yeah.
contact info, but it was a group chat they added him to. So I don't know. It's just all strange. But I feel like whatever those messages were, they were trying to get Ethan and Xana separated that night.
That's a huge point, I think.
What do you guys think of the pink and green jacket? Not only was there blood on it, but it was in a footprint on the jacket. It was a shoe print on the jacket in blood.
Like somebody stepped on it.
Is that what was in Ruth Ballard's report? Because I know that she says something about it in the report, but I didn't read the whole thing yet.
I've read so many
did
reports.
I.
I know it's in the reports, but I could not tell you which name it's under.
So I know that Amber Vance had said something about finding some documents that mentioned, well, we knew about the Blue Star thing, but she had found something that said something about how Blue Star like destroyed some stuff, destroyed the DNA on the jacket. It was like sprayed over by Talbot and it kind of like ruined a lot of stuff. I still have to look into that part myself. But the part about the jacket's already just weird because it went back and forth to Dylan before, you know, and it looked like it might have been washed. I think they said it looked like it had been washed.
And they went back in the house to get it too, right?
Yeah, because everything came out in like waves. They didn't just go in and like pack up all the house at once. They like did it in section.
Didn't they get a separate warrant to go back in? That was on one of those things.
They have to, I think, every time. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, let me see. Because I know that they actually did. Well, I can't say I know because I could be not remembering correctly, which is why I'm trying to find it. I'm pretty sure that this Ruth Ballard document says that the blood on the jacket was Dylan's. That still doesn't mean anything because, like, if it's not yours, why is your blood on it? That's kind of crazy because she's trying to say it's not hers. So let me see, like, where the frick. Let me see. Control F.
Yo, folks, there was an active shooter situation in Twin Falls, Idaho. 3 dead, 2 injured.
Right
Mass
now?
shooting. 2 hours ago.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Good
That's
God.
crazy. There's been a lot of crazy shit going on.
You in an In-N-Out burger of all places.
Oh my God.
Jeez, bud.
And there's a little bit of a. Hang on, let me see if you can. Yeah, and this is not. This is a semi-automatic weapon. Look at the photograph real quick. Look at that.
Oh, boy.
Lord.
Not a freaking In-N-Out.
Yeah.
What
What are you doing with that?
That man wanted to
Or
bend.
In-N-Out. It's not. I don't know if it's an In-N-Out burger, but In-N-Out. Yeah.
You got in and out, huh?
Well, if you can tell it's some kind of a machine gun or a rifle or some shit. It's not a. It's got a clip in it or a magazine. But wow.
So much for
It is
concealed.
wild.
Too much violence, y'all. Too much stuff going
Yeah,
on.
it's bad everywhere. Okay, I found the one. So Ruth Ballard's report on page 12 has the Jan's. No, I'm dumb. That's not what that says. For some reason, I thought that said jacket, and it doesn't. It says JanSport. Hold on. Let me find it. Where is the freaking spare room? My God.
Another broken backpack. Another JanSport down the tubes.
Yeah.
Nancy Guthrie.
We're just so rough on backpacks here. I just can't explain it.
Those ransom letters that they've released are interesting. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, they let those things loose, huh?
Yeah, well, they accidentally released an unredacted one that had the IP address from the freaking crypto wallet on it. The dumb
Jeez.
Damn.
Huh.
So stupid.
Wonder if Enton commented on that.
He's been in Arizona this whole time.
Hmm.
He has been in Arizona this whole time.
What is it real quick, if you don't mind? What's your take on that whole thing, Jules? What do you think's going on with that? Because I quit following it because it was driving me nuts.
I'm really aggravated with the fact that they didn't send the money because they knew when they did that video where they were like, we understand and we will pay. They knew that she was dead.
Yeah.
And so we were right when we were like, damn, it really sounds like they know that she's dead.
Yes.
And that they're trying to get the body back so they could, put her to rest and have their closure. So if they knew that then and they're still out here saying how important it is, then why didn't they just pay it? They have all that freaking money. She's a freaking bazillionaire. They have the FBI. She has her literal own FBI little detective team that's working with her. She barely ever talks to the sheriff over there ever at all. He just did an interview about this a couple days ago that I just finished listening to last night. So I'm just like, why didn't you make the freaking payment? If you know that she's dead and you want the body back and you've got the letters and you knew precisely what was being said because you were the one actually reading it, why didn't you pay the money and get your mom's body back? Now she's decomposed somewhere in the desert of Mexico probably, and you're never going to find her.
I was told, and it's probably not true because you know how this goes out here, but I was told that the FBI told her not to send it, which is why she didn't. And then all this other stuff happened behind it, which makes no sense to me. But
no, because they orchestrated the whole video where she said that she would pay. Yeah. There's videos of the FBI walking into her house with cameras and boom mics and lights. They helped her with that. So that makes no sense.
That's what I said. It doesn't make any sense.
That makes no sense.
On the Ruth Ballard report about the jacket, if you
Did you find it?
Yeah, if you look up page 003133.
What?
It's in the red. The red numbers at the bottom of the page.
Oh, what did you say the number was?
003133.
33. Okay. So I'm way back. Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah, I see the page now. Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So light green jacket found in an extra room that had stains with possible shoe wear impressions. Holy shit, it does say it right there. What?
Yes.
Wonder what
And
that
then,
shoe
so I
impression
have
looks like.
pictures of it, zoomed in and blown up and
Come on now.
transversed the color, and it
Let's hear it.
looks like shoe wear impression.
Do you have them available to share? Can you pull them up?
I'm
Let's
sure
do
I
it.
do somewhere.
So okay, let me finish reading that while you find that. This item originally tested negative in 2 screening tests for blood. The jacket was later submitted by the defense team to Bode Lab for additional testing. Bode sampled 5 locations and recovered mixed DNA profiles. In 2, they found limited support for the inclusion of Dylan Mortensen. There was no support for the inclusion of Mr. Kohberger.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's mixed, and the whatever the other one is not Bryan.
Logan, look at the back chat real quick.
I'm searching. Yeah, that's over there. They took him out.
Oh, is it? Okay, thank you.
Yes, he's
good.
headed to Sunday church.
We're good.
Well,
The
kind of.
shoe wear impression looks identical to the shoe wear impressions we see on Xana's floor. There's 2 different shoe wear impressions. Let me see if I can share it.
That triangle shit and then something else.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Dylan's triangle print, and it looks like Bethany's freaking what does she
DMs?
wear?
Doc
The
Martens?
Nike.
The-
the Nike.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah,
Air
the
Force
the circle.
The
Vans?
ones. The
Air
ones.
Force
The
Ones.
Nike
No, they're
ones.
Nike Air
Oh.
Force.
Air Force
excuse me.
ones?
I am not educated on sneaks.
Me neither.
They're not Air Force ones. There's another version of them. They
Yeah.
all have them though.
Oh.
It's got the circular print. Actually, I have that photo as well.
Maybe they are Air Force ones. I thought they were called something else, but
I don't even know.
I'm sharing it in the chat further.
your mic is doing that thing again, Logan.
Yeah, it's getting real robotic.
It evens out. It's weird.
It comes and goes.
Yeah, because
too.
eventually it stops, yeah.
Because I went and listened to it. It's weird you can't hear that echo like you can hear it on here.
I think she's muted. Well,
Yeah.
one of them
I
was
think she's
banned.
trying to do something.
I have it shared.
No, it's not showing on the screen yet. There it goes.
Sorry, I didn't see it. My apologies.
You're muted again.
Can you
It's in the middle. The print is in the middle with the squares.
make it a little bit bigger, Logan, with that slider thing?
It looks like that same shit outside her door.
Yeah,
That's
Sure. Where was this
diamond
at?
shit.
Then
Yeah.
on the jacket.
No shit.
Yeah.
so what did you do with this? Did you color invert it?
Yep. Just color
Okay.
invert so you could see the print more.
Okay.
That's all I did
Yeah.
to it.
Good
It
job.
sure does look like it, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
And it's a mixed sample, and Kohberger is not included in the mixture, and one of them is Dylan, and they don't know the other one, so technically another fucking unknown DNA.
I have the second print. I'm going to take this one down. I have the second print as well.
Yeah, that's the green jacket from the spare room, guys.
Yep.
The one that was given to Dylan and then was brought back after the defense said, no, bring it back.
You see those circles on that print in the middle?
Mhm.
That
Yeah.
looks like
Oh, most definitely, yes.
Mhm.
that looks like Bethany's shoe. Or like they all have that shoe.
Yeah.
but that's
But
the
they're-
print.
There's a pair laying on her floor in
You
one of
can
the
zoom in
pictures.
some?
Oh yeah.
Zoom.
That's wow.
Now, do you have the an original photo so that you can point out on the regular colored photo where this is at?
The initial one that hasn't been color changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere.
Just for location purposes.
Oh yeah, I've
because
got
they
it right
said that
here.
they tested 5 areas. It said that's crazy.
Why is there circles in there? It's like in.
Here's the first one, and you can see it. I'm gonna share it. Can surely see it. That's the square one.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I swear there's circles in the other one that almost match up to like some of the circles that were in Xana's room.
And here is the other one.
That's
Circular
wild.
one.
Yep.
It's a lot more blood than we thought there was, really. Because these prints are everywhere on the jacket.
Here's the problem. Everybody in Idaho had them damn shoes. Everybody.
Yeah.
Even the guys. Hunter Johnson, Jack DeCore. There was like 3 people at the grub truck that had them on.
You know who doesn't, though? Bryan Kohberger.
Right.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, no shit. I just can't believe that they just completely tossed off a jacket with markings like that on it with blood on it
Well,
to the girl whose blood was on it and didn't
I think
question
he
nothing.
destroyed it on purpose.
That
Yeah.
was going to be my statement
It's
next.
very possible. I don't trust anything.
It's starting to look that way in a lot of different reasons.
Mhm.
That was
Yeah.
evidence left in the house they had to go back and get so they could
Yeah.
destroy it
That
and
is
then return it.
Crazy.
Crazy
Let's
stuff.
see. Tresh she shed it again. Why is Christy trying to erase Dylan coming to her house and asking or begging for Kaylee to come back for a party at a sorority that neither of them were in?
Yeah, because they're where the story came from.
Yeah.
Christy's the one that said it before anybody.
Yeah, that Dylan, that she was going to be the +1 to Dylan's to the formal,
And that Kaylee
and that Kaylee was hesitant to come back downtown.
Yes. And then she finally decided, oh, I can go show Maddie my new car and blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. And that's why she did it. So, yeah.
Mhm.
That's a
That
good
she was
question.
hesitant and back and forth. See, that's the thing that they've told us so many freaking stories. They can't even remember which ones they told us, which is why they keep getting pissed when we ask them about it because they don't even remember lying.
Yep. That's
Every day it's a different story.
I
That
think
is-
that was the cover up for her bringing something back to town or a connection.
Thank you,
Maybe.
September.
I know that it really bothers me that the guy that she sold her car from says that when he gave her the money, Steve just like kind of showed up towards the ends of the transaction. And as soon as he got there, Kaylee ran off and got in a little white car that was waiting for her and yelled back to him, "I'm keeping the money." And then she left. That's in the report from the guy that bought the car from her.
Yeah, because
They met at the Hayden Walmart.
There's some.
And I had thought originally, like, even if it was said that, like, she had to whatever with the money to give it back to whatever, she didn't take it with her. Some wiry drug dealer would say he saw something on social media and he's just like, oh, she sold her car. Duh, 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 duh.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. She never posted anything on social media. That was one of the big questions. Like, no one knew that car was Kaylee's unless you saw her on Friday or were part of her family or lived in that house. You didn't know that was Kaylee's car. She never put. We were looking for something on social media, and there was nothing on social media. She never posted it on social media, which was honestly kind of surprising.
That's
that she didn't post her brand new car on social media. But
you would have. That's bingo.
Yeah, I thought
Like
that
she
was kind of weird.
Yeah, I would, especially that type of a car. Look what I did.
Especially with what she posts all the time.
Yeah.
Like she didn't want anybody else to know for certain reasons. I wonder why.
Went dark.
Yeah.
And it also takes you back to wondering why she left and went home or to stay at her aunt's or wherever she was staying anyway to begin with. Why did you do that? And why did you not want to go back? Something else is behind that.
The thing is with that is that if it was just a simple storm that caused her to stay, then why didn't we know that? Because Dylan and Bethany is where that story came from.
Yeah.
When the interviews came out from Dylan and Bethany, once they well, I guess it was more Bethany first, but it's in the second round of interviews. They're talking about how both of them said this, that they had talked Kaylee not only into maybe staying one more semester, but that the reason why she wasn't back that week is because she left the same weekend that Maddie left. because Jake flew Maddie
Yes.
to Boise with him. And so Kaylee left, and she was only supposed to be gone for like that weekend, and she was supposed to go back to Moscow that week, but there was a snowstorm. And the girls said that her tires were bad, and she'd have already been trying to, I guess, make up her mind on if she wanted to get a different vehicle. And that sort of was like the last straw. Instead of getting tires, I'm just going to go get another car. So then the whole Range Rover thing ended up happening. And then she ended up selling the other little car. But if it was a storm that made her stay another day or two, and then that's what like dominoed into everything, then why weren't we just told that?
It would have been so much easier. Right.
Yeah. Instead of making it sound like she was like trying to run away from something.
And so I brought this up last night with Dago, and it was, this is a weird thing, but let's say that she knew she could sell that car. Let's say that she did owe somebody some money for something. That would be an easy way that, it sounds weird. Like she just went and got a new car. So I'm going to go get a new car and finance it, but I can sell this car for X amount of dollars, and maybe I can help pay off a debt. That would pin back to why she would just get in a car and leave away from
as
Steve.
soon as Steve, that's what was weird, because this is a stranger from Marketplace that she just posted the car to sell it, and he doesn't know their history, he doesn't know their family history,
right?
So for him to just be like, I don't know, the guy showed up and she yelled back, I'm keeping the money, and got in a little white car and took off. A little white car and took off. Whose freaking car was that?
A little white car, a little two-door white car, maybe with a Suzuki motor.
Maybe.
But hence why they ransacked the house. It would, you know what I mean, Vern.
Well, and see, the thing with that too is that she put down $6,500 for the Range Rover, plus her grandma gave her $1,000 from a credit card.
Yep.
Then we were under the impression the whole time, and we could still be right, and the cops have the report wrong. We don't really know. What the report says is that it's the day after she got the Range Rover that she sells the car for $6,500, which would then make you think that she had the $6,500. She gave it down for the car, then she sold her other car and had the $6,500 back, and she's like, I'm keeping it, and then she takes off. But how is it the same amount? Is that on purpose? Is it backwards? Is the date wrong? Because we know the police get shit wrong all the time. We've already had, I think, like 2 interviews that were FOIA'd, that the date on the interview in the report is not the correct date said in the interview. So we know that they make mistakes all the time.
She just soft called me out, Joe.
It's a good point. Very good point.
So I don't know. People are also questioning, do they have proof that she actually deposited that money into the bank? Or did she just have it on her? Because if she was flashing that she had thousands of dollars on her at the corner club, that's not, somebody could have known where she lived.
Yeah.
I'm going jack
right.
I mean, people have killed people for a hell of a lot less than $6,500 freaking dollars. Let's be serious.
I picked up a body of somebody, a guy that was shot and robbed for $20. $20.
That's wild.
It blows my mind. You would kill somebody, take a life for $20. That's insane.
No shit.
Blue Mustang says, I thought that the video of them at the corner club was deemed AI. It has everyone standing around in the same positioning at the grub truck. So why is it on Netflix?
No, that's FOIA'd footage.
Yeah, I never heard that was AI, but that's interesting.
That's FOIA'd footage from the Moscow Police Department.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
it's just shitty because they have to blur everybody, and everyone's like sardines packed in there, so it looks weird.
Yes, it's very grainy. And then right after that, it says, but the rumor mill was, how could she afford it? And in OnlyFans sus way.
She made like $3,400 a month as an intern, paid intern.
Yeah, she made a ton of money doing her job.
She made really good money as a college student. That's a lot.
Right.
Plus, her score was her credit score was really good. So she had a really good score history. Plus, she had a really, really good job. That's all you need to produce paycheck stubs. It's nothing to get a car like that.
Yeah, they'll jump all over them.
That Range Rover cost less than my freaking Honda did. I mean,
it was used. Yeah.
People acted like this was like some big deal. No, it was a used vehicle.
If it would have been a brand new year, like a 22 brand new, it would have been a lot more expensive than it was for sure.
Like 16.5,
something low,
closer to 20, but still nothing. Like it was still a few $1,000s less than my Honda.
Brand new, it would have been a $70,000 vehicle, but it was used, so it wasn't. It wasn't worth
cheaper. Plus, she was paying monthly on it.
Yeah,
I just don't understand how she was affording everything she was doing. She was moving. She was going on trips. She bought a dog. She bought a new car. She wasn't getting paid that well.
She was getting paid over $3,000 a month, and she wasn't paying full bills. She was paying partial room fees, paying the water bill, the internet, like small stuff. I've raised an entire family on $12 an hour, so I know it's possible. I mean, before, not now, but like back when the kids were a little bit smaller, I did everything on $12 an hour, and I paid $1,000 a month rent, and I didn't have no child support, no help. It just happens. You just do it.
Bless your heart, Jules.
Plus, she also was making really good money for not really having a lot to pay. But she's also a hustler, so she was probably doing stuff off to the side too. That's one thing that they constantly say, is that she was a go-getter, she was a hustler, she was always doing stuff, always independent, more probably because she had to be. But so she was always out there doing stuff. I never found it strange that she was able to get the Range Rover with the contract and have her credit checked. I never thought it was a big deal that she was out buying alcohol and dinner for friends. If you're not paying $1,750 a month in rent, you can go do those things every freaking night, especially in a college town. What is it, $3 well and down or some shit like that? But I never really found that to be a big deal, especially you're that young and you're making like really good money. You're going to want to flaunt that by, let me buy you a drink. Let's go out to dinner. Come on. We've all been that age.
Showing off.
That is one thing that in the Jack stuff that they did ask about is, was she buying people drinks and
one of the girls that they did the victimology interview for her on was mentioning, I can't remember who it was, that she was kind of buying drinks and doing stuff, buying a lot of stuff more recently. So
Like, could she have been doing stuff on the side? Yeah, maybe. But at the end of the day, her paycheck stub shows she was making like $3,400 a month and barely paying any bills.
Yeah,
that's all I saw. Yeah.
If that money's all free and clear and you're only paying the internet bill, like
like whatever your room rent is and the internet was in her name. Yeah.
Good point. I can't read the name, but did they want Kaylee to be a separate FBI case because they found something deeper connected to her family, and because they refused to cooperate, FBI couldn't separate her after all?
I mean, I don't know if it would be something like that, because Steve says it like it's something to be proud of that they could have done it.
Good point.
But I don't know. Like, I don't know. I think if there was something to do with the family, the FBI taking over things wouldn't be a choice anybody could have. It would just happen.
And I want to answer another question I saw too that I just remembered I was going to answer before. That was not a rental car that she was driving. That was the vehicle.
That was her vehicle.
It had a temp tag on it. They don't put temp tags on rental cars. So
not just that, but when they went down and actually spoke to the guys at the place, they had conversations about the check engine light situation and about giving her a loaner car when they were fixing it. But then the way that it worked out, because of what ended up happening, was that the check engine light wasn't even looked at by them till the car was released from evidence and the consalvuses brought it in, because there was that like limbo time where they had called and said, hey, we're going to give it back after they release it.
Yeah.
And so they refunded Steve's mom's credit card, so Kaylee's grandmother's credit card, the $1,000. But then they called back whenever they called back and said, never mind, we're going to go ahead and just purchase it. So they recharged the $1,000 from the card, but the check engine thing wasn't even looked at until after it was released.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
It's not a loaner car. That discrepancy came from freaking Jack, the guy that's not her boyfriend, the one who just wishes he was a part of her life and wasn't. Okay. Yeah. Right. No, he came out and said, it was a loaner car because of this. No, she probably in passing discussed with him that the check engine light was on and what they said. And he just didn't give a shit enough to actually listen to the fact that it wasn't going to happen.
That's 100% my thought too. Steve also said that Kaylee had money that sat around in old accounts. So why borrow from grandma? But my point was, how was it in the rumor mill if no one knew she had it? How was there also rumors?
What do you mean?
That's what Blue Mustang.
No, like after the fact, when she died, it became a big thing because there is this big Range Rover and now she's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically just how fast it happened.
Right. And that makes sense.
And people not understanding at the time that it was a used car and that it was a contract and a monthly payment, and people putting stipulations on it that weren't real.
Yeah.
Most people thought she paid straight cash. Like I had people trying to tell me in my email they had proof that she paid $25,000 cash for it, and I'm like, no, she didn't.
No way. No way.
Yeah, it's just a lot of.
You gotta love these rumors.
Yeah.
Let's see. Body cam said that one of the victims was a CI. We can't ignore that. Plus all the drugs associated with that house. I think that's why the feds were on it immediately.
I heard that part where Roger Lanier is talking, and I can't fully make out what he's saying.
Yeah,
Like I know why people are thinking that it sounds that way, because it kind of does, but then it kind of doesn't at the same time. And captions don't help. I can't tell for sure.
No, those are horrible.
Mhm.
I listened to it probably 7,000 times on super slow, super fast, different ways to try to make it out. It does very closely sound like that, but like Sluther, one of my mods, she said it also sounds like, oh shit, what did she say? And she's right. It does sound like it could be something else that was said.
I think it's
See, I thought maybe he was saying one of like their students inside.
yeah. It is kind of important that he did say that they had a party last night.
I heard that too. Like that house had a party or something. Yeah, I remember that.
And what they've been trying to tell us is that there wasn't one. But they like when it comes to Dylan and Bethany that there wasn't one, but then they're like, yeah.
That's what she said, that it does. And if you think about it, it would have made some sense if that, because remember what Nunez said in the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's, that's why I said, thanks. That's a good call, Sluther, because if you think about it, it would kind of sound the same, you know?
Yeah.
So, excuse me.
Yeah. Because that is what I think he probably said over dispatch first before they knew what was upstairs. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, when they walked in, according to what we were told, the body cam that we didn't see says, oh, it looks like he did this and then took himself out. And Warner said, how did you get to that? And he said, because of all the blood, which still irritates me as a first responder, because he was a EMT for years before he became a police officer. That makes no sense with all the blood thing. That just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know why he would use that as the reason. That is a bit strange.
Well, okay, first and foremost, Ethan's injuries, you can't self-inflict those injuries. I'm sorry. That's almost as bad as the Young Greenberg situation, in my opinion.
Yeah, if it would have been something with a situation, then yeah. But how are you seeing all that, and that's your first?
No.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Definitely don't. And there's a lot of things with that first entrance into that house that bother me. The fact that he walks in with a defibrillator and drops it before he even hits the hallway, and then he goes into the room.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing, dude?
Listening to Hunter.
That's probably my only guess on that one, but that's still, you don't.
How do you walk over a knife on the ground and not even mention it? How do you not even write about a knife being on the ground on the floor as soon as you walk up the stairs? How do you not mention in your report the fact that the knife was on the floor and then you turned your back and suddenly it's on the table?
Yes. Like one said, one's an active NYPD police officer. He's a captain with NYPD. Instead, dude, I'm telling you, if he would have had a knife in his hand or even noticing it, he would have been drawn on and down on the floor with cuffs put on him immediately.
Yeah. And instead, he's just back there, and you hear it plunk down. You know damn well at some point it's in his hand as this officer is right there.
The next
I don't even think that Nunes even noticed.
That's
I really
what I'm
don't.
saying.
I think his back was to Hunter the entire time that it was being moved around. But how do you not notice a fucking knife on the floor? You walked right over it.
You don't put your back to somebody in a situation like this, for one thing, okay?
That too.
Here's my other question is why did Hunter do that? Why did Hunter drop it on the ground and then turn around and say something about it?
We don't know if he dropped it on the ground. We don't know if he dropped it on the ground.
Oh, that's
we don't
a good
know
point.
where the fuck that knife came from.
That's
because
a good point.
Emily's and Hunter's story is that she's walking up the steps and sees it on the ground already on the floor. Hunter claims that he is hearing Emily coming up the steps and he's already got the knife and he is in Xana's room and he's checking the closet. So how the hell is she coming up the damn steps and seeing it on the floor, but it's supposed to be in his hand down in Xana's room before he turns around to stop Emily? No.
Good point.
I don't trust anything when it comes to that damn knife, especially since Hunter might have asked the girls, according to their story, if there's a knife or anything he could grab, and they say something about the kitchen, but neither one of them said they saw him grab anything.
No.
I don't understand how that whole scenario played out. That is crazy.
I think they knew the hours were ticking at a certain point, and they went, okay, we got to start this all, and they were too worried about how they were going to get rid of the party patrol that was circling the house while they were having a party there, and oops, something happened.
Also,
probably.
Also,
there's going to be another reason why they're doing all this crazy shit. Somebody's in big trouble and they're trying to hide it.
Well, and then why did excuse me, why did Hunter sprint over there a full 7 minutes ahead of Emily and Josie, who just took their time and dawdling, saying that they thought it was a joke and that there was nothing serious, but he runs over there because he took it serious, but nobody else did.
Not just ran over there, but why did he stop and check on his cousin downstairs first before he went over there? What else did he think was going on?
That good bingo, good point.
Also, in the Netflix documentary, he says while he's inside the home to the officer, he says, "They called me this morning." And I'm like, hold on.
Oh,
they
yeah.
called you this morning? Not like they called me 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, and I just came over. No, he says they called me this morning, which sounds like quite a bit of time has passed.
Well, yeah, and they also didn't call him. They called Emily. Thank you for the gift of membership, Sophie. Yeah, they called Emily. And then here comes Hunter. But and then again, he also made a pit stop that we didn't know about until just like last week.
And also in the Netflix thing, I didn't know ever that he was kind of stalling to not go outside when they tell him to go outside. And then they have to tell him like 3 times, you've got to go outside. And then he finally like
overreaching for the knife and gives Warner a heart attack.
Holy shit. Somebody just gifted you 50 memberships.
Holy shit. Oh my God. My nature.
Incredible.
That's crazy as shit.
Wow.
That's insane.
That is
oh my God.
That's
50.
amazing.
Holy shit talkies, bro. That is wild.
That's what's up.
That's crazy. Oh my God.
So
Thank you
generous.
so much.
That's
I love when you
incredible.
guys are so nice to each other. Now we're gonna have so many new members in our members only live. We had to push back I only have the time to do one members only live the last Monday of the month. And because this last Monday was freaking crazy, the PCR, my cat having to go to the vet, the whole world was just insane and upside down. I had to push everything aside. So I'm not even really all that mad about it now. We're gonna have a whole bunch of new people in there.
Yes.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Holy shit. My nature. That's amazing.
Looking at still just like green people still just like showing up. Received. That's so cool. I don't usually get to see it over here on my side. I don't usually get to see when people like actually get the thing because when it's my stream, I don't get to see it. So now I get to see it.
Hey, don't forget how late you pushed it last night.
Oh my God, I know.
And you're back out here with us.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God. Yeah, and I got to get up early and do my UFO live tomorrow too.
That's what's up.
I love that you're doing that stuff.
Thank you so much.
I do my Catholic conspiracy stuff on Sundays now. And
yeah.
It's awesome to see other people doing it too. I love it.
Yeah, there's just so much coming out. And then they just released, like, you know how they have the UFO disclosure website? They just released one for the COVID.
Oh, no.
Oh, really?
Shoot.
What?
Well, you got to be shooting
one
me.
for COVID.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
It's a whole website of disclosure, and the arguments on Twitter are pretty wild.
See, my show tomorrow night is on new released information about Bigfoot and stuff like that. It's all a new thing that just popped that we're covering tomorrow night.
I think Bigfoot is totally real.
You got to insert this at 10:13 at night.
What did it just say?
What you just said about the UFO and the sea.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
man.
I think that the Bigfoot is real. I think mermaids are real too. I think all of it's real.
My daughter thinks mermaids are real. She always has.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, she thought she was a mermaid.
The hell away from us. Me too. My mom hated all the damn splash water all over every time I took a bath. That whole scene of the Little Mermaid on the rock, that was every night. Pushing myself up, splashing all over the place.
My daughter was so obsessed with it. She went and bought the slip-on mermaid fin thing that you wear in the swimming pool. And yeah, I'm like,
People
oh my God.
pay thousands of dollars for those mermaid tails.
Yes.
Oh my God. Money. Yeah, crazy.
No lie. No lie. So yeah, guys, make sure that you follow Miss Julez's second channel. We got to get away from this true crime stuff sometimes, and doing a little conspiracy stuff is so much fun. It's a nice release and a nice decompress, I think.
Yeah, I like just taking a little bit of time. Plus, usually on Sundays, I don't even like talking about the Idaho case on
Me
the
either.
big channel because I'm like, I need at least one day. But then somehow or another, I end up doing it anyway because something else comes up.
Every time.
And honestly, do you not? Okay, so it's not like I'm not interested in other cases, right? Because I am.
Of
I always
course.
end up starting to talk about other cases, but then I never get to finish the follow-up on like any of them because the shit with this case always ends up taking over and I have like no time, especially
Every
with the way that
time.
the algorithm works on YouTube. You know how they act an ass if you try to
Yeah.
do anything consistent, they punish you for it.
Yes.
So you can't like just push a bunch of stuff out because you're
Mhm.
interested in all these things because YouTube will be like, you can't do that.
Well,
But I also cannot get myself as interested in other cases as I am in this one. And I don't know if it's just because we've been in this for so long.
I think so.
Yeah,
Because,
because everything else is just as effed up, bro. But
well,
like this one's,
remember
like,
back in the
there.
day, we used to cover 5 cases at a time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not anymore.
You can't. Not with everything that as deep as this has to be looked at, you can't even. I mean, you can try, but it's so freaking hard. It's so
I remember I was covering Summer Wells, Deborah Collier,
yeah,
Kylie Rodney, all
Dylan
of them.
Rounds,
Dylan
all of
Rounds.
them. Mhm.
Yes, all of that shit.
All of them.
And we have time for one case now because every time we try to look at something else, they drag you back to this other shit every time.
And like
Sleep at night.
I know the stuff that's going on in the David and Celeste case. I know the stuff that went on in Anna Kipner. I know the stuff that's going on in all these other cases that I'm
Yes.
covering, but I don't have the time. I can't.
No.
Yep, I
have
follow all
time.
those cases too. I've been
No,
watching
and-
the Clancy trial
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
How you
and
hang
the
on to all
David
that?
hearings and all that.
Mhm.
I'm trying to keep up with what's going to be happening in Delphi as well. Like, I swear to God, I'll be getting ready to set up a show on a different show. And then ding, 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 ding,
Something
ding. My
happens.
email goes off
Mhm.
and it's like this in Idaho, that in Idaho, this in Idaho. And people are talking, I'm like, okay, I'll change it
I
up.
can't keep a schedule. I have like a bunch of white erase boards that I have on the wall, and I always try to have like I try to be organized because I've been actually actively trying to get some of my OCD back because obviously I need a little of it to stay organized. And so I've been trying to actively make myself get up, make the schedule Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. What do I want to talk about? How do I want to do it? What time can I do it? Compare what I need to do, make a schedule. The second I get the whole thing laid out and maybe get one day's worth of shit taken care of, the entire thing has to be rewritten because here comes some news notification. You can't, you have to literally do this by the seat of your pants.
That's why I stopped doing that.
Schedule.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm driving myself crazy and stressing myself out even more by trying to make a schedule I can't keep. I just have to go with the flow.
That's what I started doing and just let it go because I can't do it anymore with the scheduling thing. I kind of stick around the same period of time unless I got something else going on. But besides that, you
can't put a title on it because it's
No.
going to change. Yeah.
Yep.
It's too much. It's never stopping. And now with everything going on, look how much crazier it's about to get.
Yeah, I said that. We're all going to be real busy coming
And
here
people are
pretty
like,
soon.
oh my God, this case is over. Why are you still talking about this? I don't know, maybe because even before this, we were still getting new unsealed shit and still getting interviews and still getting body cam. Everything was new all the time. It's not like it's 20 years old and we're digging up a bunch of old shit. This is brand new right now.
And for all you peeps out there that are saying that, it's just starting. Good luck.
It's just starting. Like,
Yes.
this is going to go on for a long ass time.
Yes, 100%.
Oh my God.
It's
We did
just
see the
starting.
pleasure of having Jeffy in chat last night.
Oh, joy.
I
Is he
felt
still
honored.
around? I'm surprised.
He was in my chat.
Of course he was.
Yeah, always obsessed.
In many
Insane.
ways.
Well, it's been 4 hours, guys. I mean, I'm sure with the 4 of us could probably talk for another 4 hours, but it's getting late, and I'm sure people are like Jules was up all night and got to get up early and has been here all night again, so I'm sure she's getting tired.
I'll probably be up again all night.
Yeah.
I'll probably go put on a video game with the boys.
There you go.
I told Slade
There you
earlier to
go.
get the Xbox.
Good night, Michelle, and thank you for that, dear. Very much appreciated. Any last points, thoughts, questions, or anything, Miss Logan?
No, I think we talked about a lot of topics tonight.
A lot.
Yeah, it was good.
Mm-hmm.
And Miss Jules?
So much stuff is just going on. It's just so crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Any production, Jesus. Any
Lots of production.
Yeah, lots of production. Any prediction from either one of you two ladies going forward? Why am I doing that?
I really am hoping. I hope that we have at least an attorney assigned to Kohberger by Monday. I'm hoping that there's going to be some background stuff happening during the weekend because it does happen that way. I'm hoping we get some sort of answer for who his Ada County public defender is going to be. Because then as soon as that gets done, then we'll know that, okay, now the next motion's coming. And now I just really want this shit to get started. I'm tired of people doing a bunch of this. It's been doing this for 3.5, almost 4 years now.
Yes.
These things that's coming out and these water drips, us having to pay thousands of dollars for these damn FOIAs. And I'll say again, everything that I've gotten from the Kylie Rodney case from California, from CHP, all of the damn information for her car, the satellite imagery, all the information that we've gotten from Idaho State Police, every department that I've ever dealt with before has never charged me a damn dime. Then here came Moscow.
Extortion.
And this is the crazy. I've never ever seen prices like this before in my life. I've known people to pay for FOIA stuff, but I've never seen prices like this. This is crazy. And the redactions are heavy and it makes no sense. It just, if they're not hiding anything, then there's no reason for it.
That's right. And they're
taking extra time. And the longer the redaction, the more we're paying.
Yes. Yeah, we're basically paying for them to redact everything.
Yes, we are paying for them to take information away. It's the opposite of normal.
And they're doing things like giving you muted videos, double charging Logan for stuff that more than once they've done that to her. Overcharging. I mean, it's insane.
And then we're seeing now, well, I mean, I guess this is really sort of just like duh for the whole thing. They don't even answer FOIAs correctly. When we did the chain of custody stuff, they didn't give me the actual chain of custody. I didn't get the actual chain of custody for the knife sheath until I asked about the 1118 resubmission from Tim Smaldridge. Then they gave me the original chain of custody they should have given me months ago.
Yeah, see.
So I'm like, do I need to refile all of my FOIAs because y'all don't know what you're doing? There's no reason for me to have not had that. We were so mad when we got the chain of custody stuff because it was 2 emails of nothing and some pictures that didn't mean shit. You could have given me the entire actual chain of custody all that time ago. $200 for some bullshit. And we had to pay for this FOIA all over again when that should have been given to me before.
That's bullshit. And Lee, by the way, they finally responded to him on the ABL records that he requested, and he had to threaten them with attorneys and shit to get them to respond. They were ignoring it. So this now, and I pray to God, it's probably going to be heavily redacted, but the ABL records are going to give, hold on, Tomboy, I'm not done yet. I will. They're going to give, it's basically like the dash videos and stuff from the vehicles or body, certain things that were
on the scene that day.
Yeah, that night and everything. He asked for all the ABL records. So my understanding is that they're responding that they're going to do it. It's all data records and stuff like that.
It's from MPD.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh God, that's going to be expensive.
Yeah, I don't know what the cost is yet. That hasn't.
They haven't given him a deposit yet.
No, they did give him a price. Believe this or not, it's only $100.
What?
It's not going to be once they're done. They're doing that to get the ball rolling. It's going to be triple that, 10 times that if it's all those hours of data.
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
Unless for some reason they're literally not going to redact a damn thing, which I doubt it. Because that's what they're charging you for. They're charging you like pretty much by the freaking minute for that.
My thing is that he told me this. We found this out the other day before this hit with Bryan. So I got to wonder now, is it going to stop?
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I had the last time I put in a FOIA, well, not the last time because I've put some in since then, so I guess I can't say it that way. The oldest FOIA that has not been responded to is almost 2 weeks old, and by now they've usually opened it up and at least looked at it, and there's like a little bit of a price on it already, but it's been just sitting there not open, and it's just sitting there. Like, I don't know what they're doing, but that was before, a week and a half or so before the PCR was filed.
Wow.
Erica, thank you for the 1999. This case and CK case, very similar. It feels like multi-government cover-up with a patsy. Families acting sus. Some people grieve differently and some don't grieve at all. Hopefully justice will be served. Love this panel, by the way. Yeah, I actually really agree that there's a lot of bullshit going on in that case. Now, a lot of people didn't want me to touch the Charlie Kirk case, and I honestly don't have like I don't have a reason to touch the Charlie Kirk case, other than the fact that they are admitting altered evidence into trial for that case. And I don't understand how altered evidence is allowed. That's my only thing really when it comes to that situation. Apparently the footage of the guy walking in the up the stairs and around is altered footage, and the judge asked, is there not like the original anywhere? And they're claiming no, they only have this enhanced version. Well, that's no different to me than the state putting in the picture of Kohberger for the selfie, and they have him blending into the wall like a damn chameleon, and that's not the original picture. So since when did edited evidence be allowed into court? That's crazy to me.
100%.
That means that you could produce a damn AI video, and because you could be like, yeah, we don't know where the original went, they're just going to allow it in?
Yes.
Didn't they say that something happened to the original footage from that college?
I'm sure they tried to say so. I don't believe them.
Yeah.
If your best thing is, oh, we're going to just go ahead and submit something that we altered, then how are we supposed to know what you did to it?
Thank you. Did you see Candace's video, the rooftop video?
I stay away from her. She's lost her ever-loving mind.
Looks like Gumby.
The first couple of weeks, I was like, hell yeah, something's crazy. And something still is crazy. I still don't trust the situation at all. But she's just lost her shit, and I can't. I can't.
She definitely comes detached for sure.
It's just it's just too much.
I agree.
I mean, I think maybe her heart's in the right place. I don't know, but it's just too much. There's problems though. I don't know who could have been involved. I don't really have any theories that I can really put, everything on, but I just don't trust the situation. It's just too much there.
I guess Tomboy wanted to know how the fishing in your neck of the woods is, since we know you go fishing with your dad a lot. She goes fishing every day. That's probably why she's asking.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. We try to go with like the moon phases and stuff like that. And there's like 2 times a day where the feeding is like really good for fish. And besides they've been like really small. The last time we went, we caught like almost 14 fish and only got to keep 2 because everything was so tiny.
Size,
and because the one time that we like mentioned how we have never seen a game warden ever. A game warden showed up. So I told my dad, I was like, it's just an inch. Throw it in the damn chest. I don't care. But my dad's a stickler. He's not going to do it. And these fish are fat, so they're good to eat, but they're off by 3/4 of an inch. And so you got to toss them back in there. And
what are you usually fishing for?
We catch croaker. We catch, what the frick is that fish called? I've got a whole bag of it right now in my freezer.
Crappie?
No, where we fish is this going to give away my location? Not really. Most people think I live outside of Houston anyway, which is pretty much accurate, which I guess I can go ahead and say that.
You don't have to tell us where.
Well, it's just the water that I fish in is a mixture of Gulf and fresh.
Ah, okay.
Like we have open access to both and swamp. Like I'm pretty much in fisherman's paradise, I guess is what I can say.
Sounds like it.
Because I'm less than an hour away from jetties, less than an hour away from the Gulf. I'm less than an hour away from freshwater, big lakes. Like anywhere we want to go, we pretty much can just pick a direction and go.
Gotcha.
So we pretty much, no, I'm not a noodler. I'm scared to death to even try that shit. Have you watched those videos?
It looks like fun.
No.
Yeah.
Have you seen those little bitty girls that get down there? And
they don't do that around here because our catfish are dinosaurs up here. They really are.
I believe
like mud water.
No,
our lake, our freshwater, our lakes that have cat, they're like this big. No lie, their mouths are huge.
I'm not even gonna try. You're just gonna pull me in with it. I'm good.
They're huge, yeah.
We do a lot of crabbing. We do some crabbing. The guys like to crab. The boys like to crab.
I wish I could do that.
That's always fun. I mean, they're not very big, but they're fun.
Like blue crab kind of thing?
Yeah, blue crab.
Like chicken?
Chicken legs, chicken wings, yeah.
On poles or in like baskets?
In a net. Well, Dad actually found these little kits the other day. And so it's just like your regular like string, and it has like the the little net. And there's places where we go to where it's not too deep, and you can pretty much see when you're it's messing with her or whatever. Yeah. And so they can pretty much just like dip down in there. But Dad also has these like bigger nets that we can throw out sometimes. It just really all depends on what we feel like doing, what time of day we go out, where we.
The closest we get to that is when we go for oh my God, I just had it on the tip of my tongue and I can't. There a lot of people. Crawfishing. That's the. Crawdaddies. That's the closest we get to that.
Yeah, that's my favorite ever right there.
Yes. When I lived in Florida, we'd go shrimping a lot, but I'm not down there anymore, so we ain't got shrimp up around here, but
yeah.
That's what I miss about Florida.
All the fresh shrimp, I bet so. That's where I wish I lived right there like that. Just get it right out the water every day. Be beautiful.
I know. Yeah, Mikey. Mikey ain't got time to do that shit.
I go through phases, man.
Yeah.
Phases of fishing.
We aren't going to talk about that on here.
That is my favorite right
we've
there.
gone through
Vivian.
phases, yeah.
Walleye is my favorite. We catch them all the time around here. My favorite in the world. Best eating too, I think.
I think what we mostly catch around here. I know that Dad's caught some pretty big redfish.
Yeah, those are good.
And
eating.
you have to be careful. I think those are the ones where you can't really eat them during the summertime. They hit like some sort of weird parasite during the summer. But yeah, we catch a lot of those.
The ones down in Florida, I think it's redfish. Those are really good eating.
Yeah, they're good. You just can't eat them in the summertime, which sucks because that's usually when we catch the most of them is in the summer. Which I'm really hoping we get a boat. Yeah. Well, and see, the stipulations I feel are too much too. They need to heighten it some more. They need to let you get more, like you keep more than 4 or 5 of one fish, and they need to stop acting like an inch off is going to be a big deal. Like I can't remember the fish that it was, but it was like a 15-inch limit. And we caught like 6 or 7 of these fish in a row, and none of them ever even got close to 15 inches. They never got past 12. So I'm like, what is this? Is this even like the right regulation for this? No one's going to ever bring them. Yeah, you have like a quantity that you can keep. You can only keep a certain amount, like 5 of this kind of fish, 12 of this kind of fish. Some of them are unlimited. It just depends on the season. But yeah, they have stipulations. You can't go over a certain count, can't go over a certain length, and they recommend you pinch the tail when you do the measurements, which I don't really feel like that really does anything, honestly.
I agree.
It doesn't do shit. But they literally say it's recommended to pinch the tail. And I think that it should go off of weight as well as length, because again, some of these might be 3 inches too short, but they're 5 times as fat as everything else out there.
You're just trying to alter that. It's like they're trying to alter that DNA, Jules. They're trying to alter the fish. It is true, though.
We've been fine. I mean, we've caught some weird fish. We didn't know what the hell they were. And my dad's been fishing his entire life. He used to take people like as a fishing guide out to like do things, and he's like, I don't know what the hell.
I forget what they're called, but we have some that'll come out of the water and literally walk.
Oh, I've heard of those. Yes,
especially like when we get hurricanes.
Yeah, very
I forget
weird.
what it is.
If I ever saw a freaking walking fish, I would die. If I saw that in real life, I'd freak the hell out.
There's a fish that actually moves like that, though, too. It's
yeah,
like a
they're
fish
snakeheads.
I'm good, bro.
If you catch them, you're supposed to kill them because they're evasive.
Or keep a trail. Yeah, I can go in my back down through. I have a swamp back at which I'm moving. I'm going to miss this part, but there's a river back there, and that's where we can go get crawdads all day back there. All day.
I have them in my yard.
Yeah.
I have crawfish little mountains in my ditches and in my yard.
They're in the ditches up here, too. And the thing is I noticed, like, ours are like, I don't know, about that big. Molly, our videographer, she lives in Idaho and sent me photographs. Yo, they're like this. No lie.
It also depends on the time of the season. Like in the beginning of the season, they're all kind of tiny. But I don't think I've ever had anything that big from Louisiana crawfish ever.
I was like, you're lying. She sent me multiple pictures.
It's like a damn lobster.
They're like that big. I said, Jesus. And they're like big round. So
that's crazy.
I love doing crawfish boils and shit.
That's my favorite part of the year. Yeah.
Very good stuff. So
I get so depressed when it's that last crawfish of the year because you got to wait months.
I
mean, you can have the you can do like an etouffee, but it's just not the same.
Yeah. Yeah. I watched the whole thing on how to clean them the right way because I wasn't doing it for the longest time. I found out, and it's so gross, the stuff I saw coming out of them. Like, but
you didn't clean them? You didn't used to clean them?
I cleaned them, but it would still taste a little like dirt, like, So I watched this whole thing on it, how they did it with this bucket. They filled the bucket. Cut a hole in the top of the bucket, shove the hose down at high pressure until all the water ran clear, and then you're good. So,
I mean, I've seen some crazy recipes for crawfish boils on TikTok. I didn't realize, and look, I lived in Louisiana for a long time. A lot of people do a lot of things. I never see nobody putting orange juice in their crawfish until TikTok.
Orange juice,
freaking orange juice.
Oh wow! I don't know how that
found it very and like Sunny D, bro. Not even like a good organic.
That's not orange juice.
That's what I mean. Freaking pouring Sunny D into the crawfish pot. I'm like, what the?
Might as
No
well just
way.
get the freaking concentrate frozen and shit. You know what I mean?
I mean, you might as well, bro, for real. And they're sitting
Ah.
there talking like this is a family recipe, and everyone, no, you
Fucking
lying,
Tang.
No way.
trolling the shit
Tang.
out of us.
We
Yeah.
Right?
sprinkle in Tang.
Ain't no
That's
way.
gross.
It
Yuck.
is nasty. It's like y'all are lying. We don't do that shit.
No, that's
Crazy as
nasty.
hell. Nope.
Now I'm hungry.
I know. Now I'm gonna go find something to snack on.
No, that's true. That who said that? Crawfish, crayfish, whatever. No, wrong statement. This one. You never fill up. I could eat them all day. No lie.
Yeah. No, I will. I'll eat a little bit, take a rest, eat some more, take a rest, eat some more, take a rest. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
I love crawfish.
100%. And like I said, there's an endless supply here. Especially this time of year. There's so many of them. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we used to when I lived in Louisiana, we would just drive home from Walmart, and there'd be an army of them going across the street. We just get out the bucket and pick them up. My stepson used to get pinched on the finger all the time, and he'd scream. And I'm like, "Well, you stop picking it up. Like, stop chasing it. Stop picking it up."
Exactly.
They never learn their lessons, though. Crazy. But then they just eat them for revenge, which just makes it, I guess, taste better.
100%. Oh God, I gotta show something that just popped into my Discord. By the way, you guys should enjoy this.
Oh gosh.
I love Bianca. She is so funny. Deborah, I don't see anything you're sending me, dear. Unless I'm missing it. But I will show you guys something Miss Bianca created. It's troll warnings.
Troll warnings.
This is too funny. Just a little laugh before we get out of here. Thank you, Bianca. I love you to death. I did check Discord, Deborah. I don't see anything yet, dear. It might not have come through yet.
Maybe it went to the
But this did.
Oh, I know who that fucking face is.
Oh
Can't
man.
stand that bitch, bro.
That's good
Trolls
stuff.
just want to have fun. This is
She's
funny
so
to me.
stupid. They probably really are married in real life. It really wouldn't shock me.
Me either, but
She's so dumb, bro.
Stupid is not the
She's
word.
so dumb. Like, just straight up stupid. Like, damn, she's so dumb.
And it's every day, Jules. Every day.
Every day. And I'm like, if you don't like it, go the fuck away. Why are you over here?
Thank you.
She'll stream my lives while I'm live.
Like a freaking stalking psycho.
Psycho.
Yep.
Those people literally go around and make up shit and put all of us into their made up scenarios. And then all of a sudden there's all kind of drama happening and nothing's ever actually really going on. It's all their made up bullshit. Right. And then they go back and they feed it to the consolvances because yes, she talks to them. And then they believe it. And then they come out and doing all this from some third party dumb shit. And I'm like,
yes,
y'all have the wrong people in y'all's corners. The people that y'all are talking to do not have y'all's best interests at heart. They just want their own drama fueled and their own entertainment. Because if they actually gave a shit about the truth, they wouldn't be acting the way they act.
It's so
and it's so
unstable.
freaking immature.
Yeah.
What is the parasocial?
Yeah.
Very much so.
Yes.
Bad.
It's just weird. Like it's
like if you like it's one thing to not like our opinion. Go away. Like I don't have any clue what these people talk about unless somebody sends me something in my email because I'm not going to waste my damn time looking at what you're talking about. Why aren't you talking about your own opinion? Go open a document and talk about your own opinion of the case. Don't talk about your bitching about my own opinion. Go create your own freaking one.
She doesn't know how to.
None.
She doesn't have any content of her own.
No.
She doesn't know how to
What
create
we
it without us.
Mm-mm.
Right.
At all. They do it on TikTok too. It's all the same people. If we weren't talking about anything, they would have nothing to talk about.
100%. So this was just sent to me. This is one of the last formals they said. I don't recognize anybody here.
Isn't that Adam?
Which one?
Is
right
the
there?
tall guy right there not Adam? He sort of looks like Adam.
It kind of does, yeah.
I can't really tell from this far away. It's just sort of similar. But I don't recognize any of those girls. I don't know who those girls are.
He looks familiar right here a little bit, but beyond that, no.
I don't recognize them.
Interesting. Thank you, Deborah. Is it Adam Lauda?
It looks like it is, yeah.
Yeah.
It might be.
Oh, shit, that's way too big. Yeah, that is him.
That sure looks like him, but yeah. Well, that girl that you said looks a little familiar does look a little familiar.
She does. I can't think of who, and so does he actually. This dude looks like he should be in like retired. Jesus.
Yeah, that's
I mean, that looks like Adam, but I don't recognize nobody else.
It does.
In the bottom, is there a caption?
But our last former was some of my favorite people. P.S. Don't ask about the chair because I don't know. Burks is the name.
And what date was that posting?
April 13th of 22. So this was.
Oh, May 2nd.
May 2nd. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just like Adam.
Yeah, definitely. And I thought there was another one. Oh, Bubbly posted that. Yeah. Okay. That other one. Thank you, Deborah. Very much appreciated. Wild stuff today, guys. Wild stuff all week.
Yeah.
Definitely. So I appreciate you taking time out of your life to join us as always. It's always a great conversation with you.
Yeah, I'd like going up and actually discussing it with other people.
Yes, especially we enjoy this with you and of course other creators too because we trust you. That you're not going to come in here with some crazy ass shit. You know what I mean?
Usually I'm the shit talker of the people with the crazy ass shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Pretty much.
Adam Lauda has some nice bushy eyebrows. Yes, he does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very bushy.
That is, I don't think I'm going to the whole time I've just been playing in my mind what the newer interview says about Dylan thinking that she recognized the guy from a party earlier in that day, because that would mean what the whites.
That's my
thought.
thought.
I just can't let go of that now that that's been said. I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's Bubbly said that it's Adam, Caden, Loveland, Zoe, Mike Lyons, Zoe. That's the one I recognize. I think they called themselves the Ivy League. There you go.
Zoe is also, I believe, the one that Eric Gower has a special friendship with because she is who he checked on via text message.
Yes. Thank you, Bubbly.
Mm-hmm. I do remember that one.
Bub's always coming in clutch with the names.
She knows them all. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Pete saying Hunga Dunga was one of the best nights of his life for 45 minutes that they were there?
Wild.
Yeah, right. I know.
Yeah, that's weird. On top of the conversation that he's claiming that he had with Ethan while they were there about how hard it is for Ethan to be with Xana, and we know that Peter and Xana were apparently doing some things before she decided to go and be with Ethan. So that's just a weird.
Along with the whole "you're being cheated on" thing too. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I feel like Peter is a jealous little weirdo.
Yes.
Because we have the Caleb Jacobson guy that was Hunter Johnson's cousin, right? And he is claiming that he was over at Ethan's house all the time. Well, I say Ethan's house. He's basically living with Xana. He was over at King Road all of the time with Hunter, with Xana. They all hung out. They were really close. But Peter said in his interview that him and Ethan thought that Caleb Jacobson and Kai Davis and another guy were weird and didn't like them. But Kai Davis was sleeping with Bethany in there so much that his roommates thought he might be the dead person that day. He said that in his interview. And then we have the other guy that's there all the time because he's hanging out with Hunter, who's hanging out with Ethan. So is Peter just saying that shit because he wants the people that he's interviewing with to think that he's really Ethan's best friend and he doesn't hang out with anyone else? Because now Caleb Jacobson has now probably heard Peter's interview where he now thinks that his best friend was talking shit about him behind his back to Peter before he died. And Ethan's not here to take up for himself.
Exactly.
And I'm just I cannot believe we have such differing stories here. Because that's the main reason why Connor, I feel wanted to go and get that interview. We talked about it a little bit via email, and he was they thought he was weird. And he told me and sent me pictures of who the guy was, and I was like, yeah, that is kind of interesting. Because what would the dynamic had been like if everybody was always at King Road, but Peter's claiming two of these guys that Ethan doesn't like? How did that work? Was he fake around them? Did they actually get along? Was he lying to Peter? Or is Peter lying? Why is there a jealous argument over who is Ethan's best friend?
Yeah.
Almost everybody.
Agreed.
I don't know. The whole thing is just strange, especially when Ethan's not here to take up for whatever he actually felt about whoever,
Yes.
Peter's just, especially the stuff with Xana. I just really wonder if is Peter some sort of just jealous person
I
the way
agree.
that he came about. And then he also is like trying to make Ethan look like he's a jealous person, like almost like, oh,
Yep.
they have to know that he was getting these messages about Xana cheating on him. And now I'm going to tell them this conversation that me and Ethan had about how it was difficult for him. And oh, now he's actually saying to the cops, oh, well, I guess he's a jealous person. And I just didn't realize that. Like, he's just putting a negative whole thing on it.
I think that was self-projection, Jules.
It was odd. It was very strange.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like it.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Oh, look, the poopy's in the back.
There's Bronx alert. He looks good. We see you, buddy.
From a distance.
Yeah, poor guy. He's so cute. Any last thoughts for you, Mikey?
No, Sarah.
No, sir.
Oh, I have one last thought. One more time.
Yes, ma'am.
I gotta say, I'm disappointed in Bryan Kohberger getting another public defender. I am worried about that.
Yeah,
that's it. That's my thought.
Why? What basis? Why?
Because public defenders suck.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why that's what I said. That's what I said when I finally told everybody that, you know, I talked to Melissa. Like, if there's something that shakes, we're gonna know if it's legitimate because I have this direct connection to the family now. So anybody who's trying to like collect money, don't be just because people are trying. There's already another channel out there that was trying to like get money gathered up for Bryan that's doesn't have any connections to anything. And I'm like, don't do that. Even if the person's heart's in the right place, if there's no direct connection to the person it's benefiting, then you don't have no clue about what's happening with that money. Don't do that. So I'm hoping that they come out and we're like, okay, let's go. We need to get another attorney. And now we're ready to go because I'll spread whatever they need me to for whatever they want to do with that. But I'm worried that people, now that this is being done and they know that there's such a big following, they're going to try to fake some sort of funding thing. Hey, let's donate to this. And it's just, I just hope people be careful.
Yeah. And I want to clarify something that I'm very grateful to you for having that connection at this point. And that way we do have a real true to life family connection now that we can trust and know that whatever's going to happen, whatever's said or whatever, we know it's real. You know what I mean? Rather than some of this other stuff that's come out. And that's something I want to thank you. And I'm very grateful for you to do, for doing. So
I'm just really, I guess I can just say I'm grateful for the fact that they trusted me enough to reach out to me.
Yeah.
And not just her, but she made it very clear that it was everyone.
Yes.
That they've been paying very close attention. And you know what? Do you guys know that the blow up in Idaho video that's been going around from Michael for the past couple of weeks? The
Michael Adario.
Melissa's who sent me that. I didn't know that video is. She watched that. She sent me that link. Oh,
really?
Yeah. She sent me that, and I was like, what the hell is this? I didn't know what it was. I opened it and I watched it. I was like, oh, this is interesting. And it told me that they pay attention. Yeah,
who's Michael? Who?
Michael Adario Photography.
Oh. Yeah, that blow up in Idaho video. It's kind of like I guess like he put together like an animated video, just basically showing us like how ridiculous the case is. Because it's ridiculous as hell. It's like an animated thing he put together, and it had a lot of views. People were watching all over the place, and yeah, she had sent me that, and I was like, yeah. This definitely speaks to what's going on here. Everything in this case is convoluted and crazy, and everyone's lying. And it's just a lot.
Absolutely, that's awesome.
It's just a lot.
Absolutely awesome.
But they, I mean, yeah, she's sent me pictures of them at Christmases before, and pictures of them before Kohberger was even. Well, they're all Kohberger before Bryan was born. When her and Amanda were young, and they were in New York still before they moved to Pennsylvania. She showed me a video of her dad doing this funny song. Like she did a lot to really prove to me, like, I am who I am, and this is who we are. Yeah. It's been interesting. They're very, very egoless, like I mentioned, very humble.
Yes, it's very evident. That's why I've been telling everybody that anybody that is in the same realm that we're in, on the same side of the fence, I guess you could say, I've been trying to advocate for that family since day one, because they don't get enough of that support, in my opinion. So I hope that they are now, truly and honestly, because they truly deserve it.
Yeah, they no matter how this all ends up, they have been. I don't think I don't think they could have handled it any differently, honestly. They stayed out the spotlight. They stayed out of the drama. They knew that this was mainly about the 4 lives that were lost and the things that were going on, and they made it very clear that they are aware of that from the beginning, that it was nothing but condolences and heartfelt from the first statement in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So, I mean, they've stayed consistent in their behaviors, no matter how many times the Consalvases has thrown shit at them, called them conspirators, tried to say that they were involved and knew all these things. It doesn't matter. They've never wavered in their grace.
That's what's amazing.
I can't say the same.
Attacked them for not coming out publicly and defending Bryan to what? And now that
there's a statement from the family that says the whole family believes that he's innocent. Now they're just as crazy as him. They're psycho. This is exactly what you fuckers were asking for. Now you've got it, and now you're acting like assholes. Yeah,
they can't. They'll never win.
They'll never be satisfied. No. They'll never be satisfied.
So, might as well stay silent until
and honestly, the way that this is tracked is they waited until Kohberger made his statement himself, and then they came second, because that's pretty much how they've played this entire thing. He stood silent, they stood silent. They were literally mimicking exactly the way that they knew that he was doing things, because that's the way that the plan apparently was. The second that came out, here comes the email. I can finally say I believe in my brother's innocence. My mom said, say the entire family believes in his innocence. We can finally say that now. They were just waiting for him.
And that's what I think I love the most about that. It's awesome. And like I said, we need to continue pushing forward to support them as much as we can. And just even with our words, you guys, that's enough, so that they know that we're here and we're going to be here.
We just want the truth. We just want whatever is the truth to come out, no matter what it is. The accountability. We just don't want the bullshit.
No,
we just
that's it. That's 100% it. So I hope they're doing well, all of them, and prayers obviously to all of them as well, that with their health and everything, because I know that his parents were struggling with their health issues and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so. It was Michael. That's the reason actually why Melissa didn't go to the sentencing.
Right. Because
Michael had heart issues, and so she decided to stay back with him, and they watched it on TV, and that's why Amanda went with Marianne.
Exactly. Yes.
Or else, if Michael's heart wasn't giving him issues, they would have all been there. That's the only reason why.
Sure. Of course. Absolutely. So anybody out there listening, you can dispel the bullshit that one of his sisters was going to testify against him and all this other. Stop. Go sit down somewhere. It's ridiculous.
No,
and there's people still saying this too.
Which is so stupid, because it's more than obvious. Even if Amanda is not saying anything herself, she showed up in support at the sentencing. They said themselves that the family was never going to say anything against him.
Right.
So whatever their little fantastical bullshit is, they can drop it, because it's not real.
Absolutely.
Mom said the whole family. To me, that would mean the mom, the dad, the 2 sisters. And they even said that sisters were involved, like when they're talking about the meeting of what happened with the plea. They're not just saying one sister came and met up with the parents. It's sisters and everybody.
And that's something I'm very curious about before we head out of here. That I'm the way Bryan put in his affidavit, that there are things that happened during the plea talks that need to be brought to light. I'm very crazy stuff going on. I'm very curious as to what the hell went on in those plea hearings or the plea talks.
I'm hoping. And I know that they watch, because sometimes I know that she's in my lives, and I don't know the username that she's in, because I don't want to show an indifference, so I've never asked her. Sure. But I know that sometimes they do watch live. So I will say that I do hope that when they are ready to speak, that they feel comfortable enough to come out and communicate what happened in that, because the last message that she sent to me that day that we did that live, I told everybody on the live, was that there's still so much that she can't say, and I know that she had to have been a part of all that stuff.
Sure.
So she knows it needs to come out, and they're waiting. I mean, it's a waiting game at this point. Well, and I can't imagine how ridiculous it's all going to end up, actually, what the reality is of this.
Yeah.
Because it's probably going to be something that we're just going to be like,
what? Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, and we're all, I hope, we're all going to be here to spread that word as well and support that 100%. So
it actually gives me peace of mind now, knowing that they do know that they have. I've written a letter a
Yeah.
long time ago, well over a year ago, probably more. Just letting them know, like, I hope you guys know you have people that support you and
Right.
care, you know? So
Yeah.
it is good to know that they do know that.
Yeah. Yeah. And they definitely, I mean, I guess I can't say that as a whole based off of one scenario, but I will say people that do send them things of support, they definitely do get them.
Good.
They do get them. They do recognize them. I know I told y'all this whole story, but I'll just generalize it out here. There was someone out here in, you know, the true crime streets that sent a rosary over to Marianne. And one of the ways that Melissa was able to verify more to me who they were was that she sent me a picture of this rosary, told me who it was that sent it to them, and said, in the message, Marianne said, I heard Julez mention this person in her last life. Please have her tell this person thank you, and send a picture of the rosary. And so I got a hold of that person and I said, hey, guess what? And showed her what was going on. And she was very emotional, very thankful that I was able to let her know. Marianne was very thankful that I was able to relay her gratitude for sending something in. So they do take it all very seriously. They do very much.
And
appreciate all the
I'll
support.
say that person that did that, you know who you are. And I
Mhm.
gotta say that I love you as a person for doing that, because
I mean, we already freaking did, and then
yes,
this made it. Yeah.
yes, that's amazing.
And if
that is
and if
absolutely
and if
amazing.
she's in the chat right now, which she might be, and she's okay with me saying it's her, then that's fine. And if she emails me later and she's fine, then that's fine too. And I'll you know,
Yeah.
finish off that story later.
Yeah.
But just in case but this is a person that everybody trusts as well.
Oh,
So,
of course, yeah. Yeah, and it's somebody that we all support very highly,
Mhm.
100%. That's a fact. So,
yeah.
and just I appreciate that we have these people in our community that are doing these things, that would do these things. And that's why I love this community so much. Between all of our channels combined, like it's probably, well, not in my opinion, the best, absolute best community you could find.
Yeah. Everybody has a
anything.
different angle, and it's, you know,
And everybody comes together with it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're here for the right reasons.
That's it. 100%. Yes.
Apparently it's going someplace.
Yeah.
And we,
Yes.
yeah, I
Look at
agree with
that.
that. And then some of us have been here. I know for a fact that Julez and I have been here from day one on this, nonstop with it. We used to have crazy conversations about this shit.
I mean, talk about staying up till 5 o'clock in the morning, not knowing what the hell's going on.
Yes.
Crazy
Yes.
shit going on.
Friday night doc drops.
Man, oh my God, yeah.
Tuesdays
Late
and
nights.
Fridays.
Late
Absolutely.
nights. My God.
But, and like I said, none of us are going anywhere until some kind of a truth comes to this, guys, period. So
There's so many questions, and
get
they just keep
comfortable.
adding on.
Yes, absolutely.
One day it'll turn around and it'll be nothing but answers.
I pray to God. I pray to God. Yes. Well, again, guys, another amazing verdict room. Thank you, Miss Logan, as always. Again, Miss Kim, we missed you. Unfortunately, we will have her back next week, guys. Next week, we're going to be joined by Andrew Myers and Miss Yoli.
I love Yoli.
Oh, I know. I love. They're both awesome. Very good friends of the channel and the community. 100%. Mikey, thank you for doing what you doing and making this happen once again.
Is there?
And Julez, I always appreciate you joining us so that we can pick your brain and just have this talk with you on a regular basis. Every time more stuff comes, we wait a little while and then we bring you back so we can do it again. That's
more stuff, some more. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Thank you so very much, all of
this was
you
fun.
that are
Yes,
here
thank
on
you,
all
Julez.
three communities, all four communities. I'm sorry, because Mikey did start his stuff last night. Finally, thank God.
Yeah.
So welcome from all four communities. Thank you to the moderators that have joined us. You guys are all amazing. Again, we couldn't do this without any of you. We appreciate and love each and every one of you guys so very much. And as you guys know, with that being said,
the verdict is in.
thank you all so very much. I hope you guys have an amazing night. Julez, again, have a great night and God bless, hon.
You too. Thank you guys for coming in here. Thank you so much for those gifted memberships. My
Yes.
nature too. That is insane. Thank you so much for this.
Oh, I almost forgot.
All the rest of you guys that were in here, I appreciate you joining tonight. I very much appreciate it.
before you guys leave, I almost forgot. I do this every time, and I'm going to change this up so it's a little bit more easier to do. But Laban chat, thank you so much for that. Linda, thank you. Witchy was, thank you. Erica's chunky finger again, thank you.
Erica's chunky finger.
I love the name. Michelle F, thank you. Terry Busha, thank you so very much. Wendy Wells, Jen James, thank you so much for that. Wendy Wells again. Laban again. Ms. Jen James again. Of course, My Nature for dropping 50 memberships over at the
Crazy.
True Crime Reactions channel. That's
Wild.
amazing.
Never seen that
Yes.
before.
Me
That
neither.
is, I didn't even know you could get that many.
I didn't-
Wendy Wells, thank you so much. Hoffy, thank you. North Carolina Mountain Man, God bless, brother. Appreciate that so very much. Trisha, thank you for those. Jules, the OG RDR Antilist, thank you for that. If I said it wrong, I'm sorry. Wonder
RDR
Woman.
nationalist, maybe?
There you go. There you go. Wonder Woman, thank you again. Will blind you with light twice in a row. Thank you. Miss Deanna Lynn, thank you very much. September Virgo, thank you. There's that chunky finger again, Miss Erica. Thank you again. Sonny M, thank you. September Virgo again, thank you. Miss Mandy Joe, God bless and thank you for that. September Virgo again and again. L Boogie, thank you so much for those. And New Shark, thank you, thank you. Christina Sams, God bless and appreciate, and thank you so much for that. Layla Burns dropping 1,000 joules, thank you for that. RC 3340, thank you. RC 3340 again and again. Thank you, thank you.
Jewels are like I don't know what the jewels are.
I don't really understand them either. I think I was told
It's
like
Jules for Jules.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I don't know what they are.
thank you, True Sleuths. Appreciate that. Richard, thank you for that, brother. Appreciate it very much. Nomadic Duck Man, welcome and thank you for that. And that. And that. Thank you so much. Kimberly Haynes, God bless and appreciate. Nomadic Duck Man again with 800 joules. Thank you, Miss Ann. Appreciate that. And Nomadic again. Thank you. And Miss Ann again. Thank you. Amy Lou Who, thank you for those. Very much appreciated. Absolutely, Miss Ann, for that super chat. True Sleuth, thank you so much for those and those. Again, Miss Ann, thank you again and again. Miss Esther Hahn, very awesome. Thank you for that very much. Bianca, always Miss Bianca, thank you for that, dear. We appreciate you for that and that. And what is that? 313 Kristen, thank you. Thank you very much. Angela Forsyth, and for that as well. Plus Miss Ann, thank you. And again, thank you. And Miss Bianca gifted a membership over at Bronx Tales. Thank you for that, Miss Bianca. Thank you, Mandy Joe, for the jewels. Whit James, thank you for the super chat. Again, very much appreciated. Tara Bell, thank you. As well as Miss Kimberly Haynes once again. And 5 more memberships for anonymously to Miss Jules. Thank you for that. As well as that $2 super chat. Oh, it's Scully. I'm sorry.
Even under a different name.
Yep. Becky, thank you so much for that super chat. Allison Lee, congrats and welcome to, I can't tell where she joined at, but welcome to whichever channel it is. We're grateful
It's hard
to have
to
you.
tell, right?
Right. Bang. Thank you so much for the super chat. Keep pulling the threads. We will. True Sleuth, thank you again. As well as Deirdre dropping 10 on that. Thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us tonight. Wendy Wells, thank you so much, as well as that one too. Ms. Kawanda dropping 5, saying, I'm so curious to know who paid for Jack D's audio interview so that
That's a good question. So
It is
Accomplished Day said that those were paid for ahead of time, that they only had to pay the duplication fee for these cocaine ones. And the problem I had with that too is that do you remember when the girls came out and said that there was a lunch in September that Kaylee mentioned a stalker and some issues?
Yeah.
That interview was also paid for and redacted, but no one ever saw it before. That one also was just a duplication fee. Connor told me that. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And I'm like, oh, so the stalkery one with all the weird information is the one that like somebody was trying to see what was going to be said. So I want to FOIA the information to see who it was, but they've also been trying to get a list of who has like done FOIAs and stuff that's been FOIA'd and approved and denied, and they're acting like they can't produce it.
You know, it'd be some shit if it was somebody's private investigator, huh?
Yeah, or somebody who actually was looking for their own self.
Yeah, right. Good point. Thank you, Whit, for that one and for that one. Very much appreciated. No, I think I answered that early on, but thank you for that. Either way, on top again, thank you always coming out right in the beginning of this. Always appreciated. Sweet Pea, thank you
On
for the
tap.
jewels. Miss Haley, thank you for that other jewel True Crime membership over at True Crime Reactions membership with Miss Jules, as well as RV and Keep It Rolling, new Bronx Tales memberships. Thank you. Thank you, True Sleuth. Very much appreciated. RBN again. Thank you for that. Becoming a member. True Sleuth, thank you so much for that. The Hollyberry for the jewels. Appreciate that very much. Beautifully Broken Woman for 11 months. That's amazing. Happy anniversary to you on that one. Angela Forsyth, congrats or thank you very much for those. Appreciated. Kimberly Haynes, again, thank you so much, and we appreciate you just as much, I promise you. Sky Baloo, thank you for that. Says, I woke up thinking I dreamed everything I watched on your show, and it was too weird to be true.
That's weird. Yeah, I know everything was crazy. All the back and forth.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It all feels like we're in an alternate reality right now, I'm sure.
100%, 100%. Wild Angels Bucket List, thank you so much, and happy anniversary on 8 months. That's awesome. Witchy Was, thank you so much for that, dear. Appreciate that. How many times did BK tickle the gym Wi-Fi? Good question. Good question. Thank you. Thank you. Sarah Scoggins, thank you so much for the jewels or the floating hearts. I'm sorry. 5 more memberships going to Miss Jules. Thank you, Sharon Indy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
You got plenty of new members now. Damn.
I know, crazy. We're
Right?
having a lot of people Monday.
There you go. Sarah Scoggins, thank you for that flower and for the congrats on 6 months. That's awesome. Michelle F., thank you so much for those new memberships over here at the cafe. God bless, and welcome to the 5 new members, or the 1 new member, I'm sorry, that we got. Welcome to the sauce. Crime Tourist, thank you for that. Absolutely appreciated that super chat. Angel Forsyth, once again, for the silver star. Kimberly Haynes, once again, floating heart. Ms. Mandy Jo, thank you, and God bless. Again, for that as well, Mandy. Hema 14 holy hell, you guys. I didn't know there was this many in here. Angela Forsyth, again, thank you. Gail G, 74, thank you. Firefly, thank you. Appreciate that. Lebon Chat again. Zatrishi Poo. I love that name. $4.99 super chat. Appreciate that. I love your Christmas tree. That's awesome. Kimberly Haynes again, as well as that metal chick. Awesome. And thank you. Angela Forsyth, thank you again for that $2 super chat. Kenzie Rhodes Leather, thank you. And congrats on becoming a new member. Ms. Bianca, the awesome Ms. Bianca, gifted another membership to Bronx. So you over there. And I think that's it. So for all of that, because he would have passed out. Poor Manny would not have been able to handle it. So I'm going to go ahead and give you guys just one big one to take it all away from that. One quick second. Thank you so very much. And thank you from Manny. There, my Manny the Dancing Meatball. Gotta love it. All right, guys. I think that will actually do it for tonight. Thank you so very much.
All right, you guys. You have a great night. Thank you for having me.
You
This
too.
was fun.
Thank
you
you.
too, Jules. Have
We'll
a great
do it
night.
again
Man.
soon. Bye, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
More info coming. We will for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Have a great night.
You guys
Bye.
have a great night.
Thanks for coming through to the verdict room where we're seeking truth. Yeah, we're seeking truth. Hey. Last 24, they rewind it. True crime heads go find it. Breaking every angle, every track. Bronx telling tales, keeps us on track. Typically unique, never act. Being real, being sharp, being exact. Exposing every secret in the dark. Every little timeline, every mark. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down. That day goes cafe seats, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. Oh.
Crime scene chart, they erase that. Put the story back, then replace facts. Look for the motive and the cracks. Red yarn on the board, then it snaps. Voices in my ear through the week till they hit play. Then we speak. Files on the table, case on the line. They don't just tell it, they define.
Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down at Dago's Cafe seats, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. From the Bronx to the world, let it ring. Every missing little detail that they bring, dropping that gavel when they're done with the beat. Thanks for tapping in. See you next week. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, looking for answers, bringing the